All right, everybody. It is my favorite day of the year. As a sports fan, I don't know that there are better 2 days all year than the 2 days, the start of March Madness, the first round of the NCAA tournament. We are ready here at I Got Next. We hopefully I won't be all by myself today. I've got some folks lined up to come in and join, but even if I am, I don't care. I got myself, I got you guys in the chat, and I have multiple basketball games to watch, and we're just going to have a watch party here. We're just going to enjoy ourselves, taking in all the action. We're going to get to it. Let's go. I got next style. It is on, baby. I got my LSU gear on. I got Anthony Wilson in the background. 1986, LSU going to the Final Four. They beat Kentucky that year. That was when Kentucky had like Kenny Skywalker. LSU had like this hodgepodge, like ragtag group of guys. They had like the chicken pox and half the team this season. Ben McDonald, ace pitcher, one of the best pitchers of all time in college baseball, and one of the better pros of all time too. Really had I think he could have had an even better career. But anyway, he played on that basketball team. That's how rough it got, is that they had to have Ben McDonald try to play some games because the rest of the team had chicken pox. But anyway, I got to tell you all a little story before the games get started, because this is going to be fun. This is going to be a fun day. This has always been like the most fun days of my life, growing up throughout my childhood. It all started back around this era. I was probably 10 or 11. This happened when I was 12, but I had really gotten into it. I just loved the idea of all these teams coming together and this big bracket of everything just kind of consolidating towards an ultimate, final push towards a championship where you really decide it where it matters between the lines. That was something that was always, there was like a pageantry, and like all the different teams, all their different colors, all the different mascots and everything clashing together, and these different matchup styles where you may get somebody who's a crazy offensive team, shoots lights out, but they're playing against this lockdown trapping defensive team that it's just, you never know what these matchups are going to be like in the first round. And so this was always a blast for me to watch, to see those mad upsets, those crazy, the Bryce Drew 3 against Ole Miss, the Tate George little turnaround in the corner for UConn. Like, there's all these moments. Florida with I can't remember that kid's name, but there've just been so many of these epic games that have where like the fate of these teams has been challenged and flipped on their heads. I remember Arkansas one year was a 2 seed. They almost lost their first round game. They won by like 1, maybe 2, 3 points. They went on and won the national championship back in the mid 90s. So this has always been a great day. And tomorrow is almost as good, but this is really the day, that first day of the NCAA tournament. The games are getting ready to start. We got Michigan, Colorado State. I got Michigan winning this game in an upset. It's not a huge upset, an 11 versus a 6, but I really like what Michigan brings to the table. So we're going to see how that game plays out. And then later on, we got Providence and is it South Dakota? Shit, let me hang on. I got to pull that one up again. I had it pulled up here. South Dakota State. Yeah, I was right. Okay. So yeah, Providence, South Dakota State coming up a little later. I got all the games on. I got multiple screens going and everything. So this is gonna be a lot of fun. But just to bring it back to my childhood, so I'm in high school. This was so like before, what I would do is I would try to find a way either to play hooky or something. I'd find a way to like not miss games because the game started like in the middle of the school day. So I would find a way to watch the games. And one year, my friend and I decided, my dad had a Sony Watchman. It was about, I don't know, yay big. We got a book that was about this thick. And we cut out all the pages on the inside, and we recessed that Sony Watchman in that book so that we could watch the games. I had, fully charged, or not fully charged batteries. It was fresh batteries because they weren't rechargeable back then. But anyway, had full set of batteries. I had backup batteries ready to go, and we were sneaking like in the back of class and in our breaks and everything in the hallway. We were watching the games, because back then all the games were on CBS. And so what they had was they only had one game that was like the premier game, and they played that one. And then you had your secondary and tertiary games that were played. And it was all based on regional stuff. So like you got whatever game you got for your region, and then you got to see the scores, and they would cut in every now and then with highlights from some of the other games. But anyway, that's my story. So I want to see what you guys think. We're getting ready to start this first game. The game between Michigan and Colorado State. And so I want to just kind of go through that matchup and kind of explain why I think that Michigan can actually pull this upset. Like I said, it's not a huge upset, because Michigan is a very solid team, and they come from a loaded Big Ten conference this year. 9 NCAA tournament bids out of the Big Ten this year. Michigan finished 17-14 with an 11-9 conference record. That seems terrible. And Colorado State went 25-5 with a 14-4 record in the Midwest Conference. But listen, the Mountain West Conference. I'm sorry. I saw NWC and I was like, anyway, but I'm getting a little ahead of myself. But bear with me. Michigan has played against the 3rd toughest schedule in the country, and Colorado State has played against the 60th best schedule in the country. And the other thing is, if you look at their common opponents, Michigan went 2-0 against their common opponents, and Colorado State went 1-4 against those common opponents. So what I'm looking for is Michigan to actually really exert their interior superiority. Hunter Dickinson is a monster in the post, and so I'm really looking for Michigan to exploit that. And they've got enough supporting pieces. They've got some good, at least solid perimeter shooting, shooting 34% from 3-point line. Not a great overall shooting team, but they're playing against really, really tough competition. So I tend to think that it's going to be, a battle of working that interior and then working that inside out and getting those kicks for some open looks. So anyway, we're going to see. And I got people texting me, messaging me. So let's see. Oh yeah. So here's AG. Oh shoot. AG's dropping a tinfoil Koofy take on me already. Let me get it out. I got to protect myself real quick. Let me slap the tinfoil Koofy on. By the way, shout out to Phil Foster Fitness, proud sponsor of Men of Order. Y'all go check out Men of Order. You see the logo up here. That's what we're all about. Men of Order. We got a huge team. We got a squad, a legitimate squad, and I appreciate everybody who's been just grinding, putting in work. We got a ton of very, very solid contributors. And shout out to the founders, myself, Jonesy, Ant, and of course Hotep Jesus. We wouldn't be where we are without Hotep Jesus helping us get the alley-oops. And then Wasted Talent with the hottest podcast on the net. Just hit 3,000 subscribers with Wasted Talent and Raider Nation. And then obviously Ant. I see you, Steph Colonel. I see you, Natasha Kayleen. And obviously I see Wasted Talent in the chat as well. But let me get my tinfoil Koofy on real quick so I can go through this take that the one and only AG, Adam Gallagher, who's about to join us in just a little bit. He says, Michigan versus Colorado State kick off the tournament in the region where Arizona is the number 1 seed. Tom Brady unretired after the bracket was released. Russell Wilson just got traded to the Broncos in March. The last Super Bowl in Arizona was Russ versus Brady. This year's Super Bowl is in Arizona. Is this how they start the tourney? If Michigan and Tennessee win, they meet Peyton School versus Brady School. Remember, Peyton ended with the Broncos, where Russ just got sent. What? AG, your tinfoil Koofy is on way too tight. You're going to bust a blood vessel. You better watch it. Oh, shoot. Yes, thank you, Steph Colonel. Shout out to Men of Order. We got it going on. We got the squad. They are underway. Michigan versus Colorado State. So we're after it. And oh damn, Michigan turned the ball. Michigan tried to work it inside, but they turned it over early. So we'll see. It's very, very early. I'm really kind of excited to see how this thing turns out. Long time ago, I picked Auburn to win the whole thing. I just really like they've got some good guard play, really good guard play, but then they also have the killer on the interior, Walker Kessler. Jabari Smith is a monster, probably going to be the number one overall pick, or maybe at worst like 2 or 3. He's definitely going to be a lottery pick, and they just, I don't know, they came upon hard times. They were on fire early. They only had the one like really close loss, like in overtime or maybe double overtime to Connecticut. And that was like early in the season, one of those early preseason tournaments, pre-conference season tournaments. So I don't know. It's kind of discouraging to see them play like they did towards the end of the season. I'm hoping maybe that Texas A&M loss in the SEC tournament turns out to like motivate them and kind of give them that wake up call that you can't dick around, especially against pressure, because Texas A&M likes to pressure in the backcourt. But I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see how this whole tournament plays out, because I think Auburn is a really good team, has a lot of ways they can beat you. They can shoot from the perimeter. They can pressure you in the backcourt, force you into some short shot clocks if you do get past half court and beat that pressure. If they're not super tight with that pressure and creating opportunities for you to make transition buckets out of it. But then also, like, Walker Kessler is an intimidator on the interior. Like 4, 5, 6, 7 blocks, not out of the question in any game for that kid. And Jabari Smith is just a mismatch waiting to happen. So how teams are going to find a way to match up against them is going to be really challenging. The big key is, can Auburn actually play the way that they're capable of playing? And that's been the thing that's been a struggle so far in the last few weeks for them, as they have, gone from one of the premier teams, number one in the country for a few weeks, and then, went through a stretch of losing 4 or 5 games out of about 12 or 13. So Michigan already going at it on the interior, but Colorado State's hit a couple of deep shots and has a lead, but it's 8-7 now. Michigan just had a possession where they got like 3 offensive rebounds. That's what I think over the course of this game is going to be a little bit too much for Colorado State. But there's a reason Colorado State's where they are. They're a really good, guard-based perimeter shooting team. Not a whole lot of size, but they've got quickness. They can beat you off the dribble, and they can hit those perimeter shots as well. They are. Let's see, where I had the number up here just a second ago. Hitting 36% from 3, but Dickinson just had a block and turned it the other way. But they just gave the ball up on a quick shot that didn't go down for him. But yeah, so so that's my take on Auburn. The other thing I see is Baylor. It's going to be really interesting to see how they've got their center out for at least for potentially the first and second round, and I'm not sure how much longer he's going to be out. I haven't really updated on that story to see where he is, but Baylor was a legit, had a legit shot at repeating before that injury happened. But yeah, LJ Cryer is still a game time decision, so that's going to be interesting. And he's 13.5 points. I'm sorry, that's not it. It's not him. It's the other kid. Where is he? Well, shoot, maybe he's healthy now, because I thought it was their post guy that had gotten dinged. Well, anyway, I can't find the story now. Anyway, so back to Baylor. So Baylor had a legit shot at repeating this year. It'll be interesting to see if they can actually put that string back together. The committee gave them a number 1 seed, so they made the path easier for them than they could have. They could have been a 2 seed and been in one of those really tough brackets with a tough number 1. but they got a little help there. I also tinfoil Kufi on tight. I don't think it would be out of the question for them to send Mike Krzyzewski off with a title in his last season. Although, if it's any indication, the way they ended their season so unceremoniously in the regular season, losing to North Carolina badly at home with all those Duke guys in the stands. I mean, they had the whole crew. Everybody who ever played for Coach K was in the stands, it looked like. And they got their asses handed to them by a far inferior North Carolina team. I mean, that North Carolina team, they've got some talent, but I don't think they're that good. They just had Duke's number that night. And then the other game, losing in the title game was a little bit of a shocker. I think a lot of people were expecting them to take that one down, but like I said, very unceremonious end to the career of Coach K if he doesn't win a title. Imagine like you get your ass handed to you on your home court the last time you ever play your biggest rival, North Carolina. Okay, your next door neighbor, you lose at Cameron Indoor, like that's devastating. Then you go and you have a chance to win the ACC tournament, and you're playing at Barclays, this huge stage. It's prime time. Everybody's tuned into it, and you lose that one too. I don't know. Maybe they're setting it up to like have this rise from the ashes, but I kind of doubt that. I've seen Kansas play very well and very poorly this year. Charles Barkley was just saying right before the first game started on the little Road to the Final Four show that there aren't any great teams in this tournament, that there are a lot of good teams. I kind of agree. Although, listen, Gonzaga's a nightmare to deal with. They've got so much length and size, and Chet Holmgren he's very thin, but he's so long, and if he doesn't get in foul trouble, you have hell to deal with. He alters so many shots, and he makes you change how you approach each offensive possession. So I think it's going to be tough. Like I really, Gonzaga's legit. They have a legit chance to finally give Mark Few that first national title that he's been chipping away at for the better part of 3 decades. Ever since, what was it, like the mid 90s when they first started making their little runs to the Elite Eight from like the bleachers, the cheap seats, where they were having to come in as an 8, 10, 11 seed, 6 seed, knocking off the likes of like UConn and whatnot. They have a legit chance I think if there's a great team, it's Gonzaga in this tournament. The only team that they've really had any trouble with, I think they lost early in the season to Alabama, which that's another one to talk about. Alabama has a team that is capable of beating anybody in this tournament, and I have them losing in the first round to Notre Dame. I had them losing their first round game, regardless of whether it was Rutgers or Notre Dame. And what I saw last night didn't give me any indication that was likely to change. So it's hang on just a second. Oh, that's my brother. Okay. My son is texting me that he's like, I don't have a bracket anywhere that Michigan wins. They better lose. So anyway, he's not feeling Michigan like I am. But no, before that game started last night, I was like, I don't care who it is. Alabama has shown that, like, Georgia, I'll put it this way, Georgia has one SEC victory this year. They were 1-15 in the SEC, or maybe 1-17. I don't remember how many games they played. But anyway, yeah, it was 1-17. Yeah, they played 18 games, conference games this year. 1-17. That one win was against Alabama. Okay, so if that's any indication of how they can really stub their toe against somebody who they should beat, I don't trust them. So after what I saw last night with the way that Notre Dame played they kept getting Rutgers kept getting up off the mat, and then Notre Dame kept getting up off the mat. Like those two, that was a heavyweight bout. They beat the piss out of each other last night, and I still look at that and I'm like, you know what? Give them a couple of days to rest, and they'll be back at it, and they'll be ready to go on Friday. And that I think now it was a late night game, so you only have the one day, and then I got to look to see what. Yeah, what's up, Jabari? I see Jabari Kamar. I see Tyler in there. Yeah, we got the pick and winners guys started their own. I had a bunch of stuff going on. I've had a nightmare last month. I won't get into all that, but I had wanted to do a big Men of Order tournament pool, and this week, like, it just wasn't meant to be. I had too much stuff just kind of last minute come up on the priorities list, and I couldn't get it done. But thankfully, the pick and winners guys, shout out to Tyler, Keith, Tom, Connor, and AG who linked us up with those guys. And if I'm missing anybody in the crew, forgive me. But no, that they put together their own bracket challenge, and I shared it last night from the Men of Order account. Hopefully, y'all got to get in there and check it out and put your bracket in, submit it. But they've got a pretty sizable contingent in there. Anyway, back to the issue with so Alabama and Notre Dame are going to play. Let's see, it's tomorrow. How late is it though? Is it a late game? It's not late. It is 3:15 tomorrow afternoon, Central Time. So 4:15 Eastern. So that's not great for Notre Dame because they only get today as a real rest day. It would have been cool if they could have gotten up a little later on Friday and had an 8:00 game or something like that. But I still like them. Mike Bray does a really good job with those guys. They're very disciplined. They do a really good job, help side defense, staying at home, and they recover well. I saw a lot of you had a two defensive teams going at each other, and I think they both kind of said we're going to have to score. And so they kind of got out of character a little bit last night because that game was really high scoring in the first half, and then you saw them clamp down on each other as the game got later because they still what was the final of that game last night? It was 89-87, but that was in two overtimes. The score at the end of regulation was 69-69. So after scoring 41 and 36 in the first half, they only scored 33 and 28. So they really clamped down on each other as the game drew on. And I just see the way that Alabama plays. They play really well. They score well. They play really solid offense, but they can't stop anybody. Like it's a problem. And I think that Notre Dame has a really good chance of knocking them off. So I'm saying all that to say that there are a lot of teams in this tournament that have that capability of knocking off one of the giants, but they also have the chance of, and LSU is one of them. Like I got my, this camera's reversed, so you got to forgive me. But I got my LSU logo gear on here. I'm repping the set, but I think LSU could lose in the first round to Iowa State, and I also think they could go to the Final Four. Like they're that good when they're playing at their best. The whole Will Wade thing, I don't know which way to play that. It's like this is like a marble on a glass tabletop. It could go either way, really, really hard, really, really fast. Either they do like they did a couple of years ago, if you remember. You probably don't because you're not an LSU fan like I am. But Will Wade got suspended in 2019, and LSU took that as motivation. They went into the tournament without their head coach, and they proceeded to knock off, I think it was Yale in the first round, and then knocked off Maryland in the second round, and really gave Michigan State all they could handle. And that was a really good Michigan State team that year, and just came up a little bit short. I think the closest they got in the second half was to within like 4, but they had that team was very similar in that they didn't have their head coach, and they were kind of playing in a way for him. Now, the difference between this year and that year is Will Wade's gone. He's done. He's not coming back. In 2019, he was still he was just suspended and was still they were still kind of playing for him, so to speak, if you want to give it that credit. So there was that potential to kind of have a little bit more hope, but I don't know. You know how this is. Sometimes you just respond to something like this and you just say, "All right, what's done is done. That's water under the bridge. We're going to wipe the slate clean, and we're going to go win this. Well, we're going to do this for Coach Wade because that's regardless of all the other stuff. It's kind of funny because some of this stuff is like totally legal now that he's been and that LSU has been found guilty of. They could have done this with NIL deals and stuff this year, and unfortunately this stuff happened back in like 2016 2017 when there was this big FBI investigation. So they could very easily just say, you know what, we're going to go out there and we're going to play for us. This is about us. This is about this squad, this family. Let's go out and get it done, and we're basically going to play through this trauma or whatever you want to call it that has been foisted upon us. So I could see them. They're one of those teams that could go all the way, or possibly losing the first round. And back to Notre Dame, I think they're another example of that, where Notre Dame could go very deep into this tournament, but they could lose to Alabama. Alabama's that Jekyll and Hyde that if they come to play, they could be more than enough for Notre Dame to handle. So moving on down, I see Kansas as kind of a Jekyll and Hyde team too. I've seen them play really bad against some really inferior teams. They got beat by Dayton early in the year, and I watched that game. They were never really even in the game. Like it was like they were disconnected. Their heads were somewhere else or something. So I don't know. A lot of times with some of these teams, you get the wrong matchup. That Creighton or San Diego State. I have Creighton winning in the first round of that game, that bracket, and facing Kansas in the second round. Creighton could knock them off. Iowa or Providence could certainly knock them off. And I want to talk about that Providence team and San Diego State. I mean, I'm sorry, not San Diego, South Dakota State. South Dakota State is ridiculous offensively. Like, they are ridiculous offensively. The problem is they've put up these really gaudy numbers against next to nobody. They have the 198th strongest schedule in the country. And I don't know how that's going to translate to a team like Providence, who, playing in the Big East. It's not the Big East of old. So granted, that goes without saying. But South Dakota State has only played one team in the top 25, and they're 0-1, whereas Providence has played 6, and they are 4-2 against those teams. So I think it could be it could be really easy for either South Dakota State to come out and just bomb away like they have all year. Because listen, I'm not gonna shy away from this. They played a terrible schedule, and that may be part of this. Maybe they're just getting a lot of open looks. But even the quote unquote bad teams in college basketball, they got size, they got athletes. It's really hard to play a consistent schedule against colossally bad teams that make your numbers look better than they really are. They might make your numbers look a little better by like a couple of points a game, maybe a half a percentage point to a percentage point on your shooting percentage. But listen to these numbers. South Dakota State, 52.5% from the field. That is second in the country. 44.9% from three, first in the country. And their free throw percentage, they knock them down from the free throw line too, at 34th in the country, almost 76%. Now, the problem is they give up 73 points a game. They score 87 points a game, but they give up 73. So when you're playing against a team like Providence, who has gone through that tough Big East schedule, again, granted, it's not the Big East of old, but it's still a really solid conference. And Colorado State, by the way, is leading Michigan right now, about halfway through the first half, 18-13. And here goes another three. Oh, all right. So Michigan gets the rebound and they're headed back the other way. I got to be careful. I can't do play-by-play, but I'm just going to be watching this stuff, looking forward to the reactions. It's going to be really fun when some of these games get tight, get close, and hopefully when some of our guests start to join. I've invited, obviously, AG, one of the OG I Got Next guys and Men of Order guys. He's been with us from the jump, and I've invited the Pick and Winners guys and also John Ryan. Wasted Talent said he might pop in. Who knows? We'll see. Try to get some of that Raider Nation love in here, and then we'll see if Ant, after he gets off work later today, if he can pop in. But I appreciate you guys coming in. I see y'all chatting it up in the chat. Thank y'all for joining us. This is going to be a fun day. I'm really looking forward to it. Oh, I just got a message from John Ryan. Let's see what he says. Oh, let me just hang on just a second. Whenever you're ready. No rush. All right. Sorry, y'all. Gotta keep taking care of the details. But yeah, so let's keep going through this bracket while this first game is going on, because right now there's only one game live, but we've got another game set to tip off in a minute or two. That is the Providence South Dakota State game that is set to tip off any moment now. So we talked about Kansas, talked a little bit about Baylor, Kentucky. This is what's crazy. So LSU was 15-1 to start the season. They were number 12 in the country. And a lot of the bracketologists and whatnot had LSU as a number 2 seed at that point in the season, projected. And they had beaten Kentucky in Baton Rouge and actually did a pretty good job of putting them away. It got close late, and then the LSU pulled away again. And then LSU beat Tennessee. Tennessee was and here we go. This man knows about some SEC basketball. Let me finish my story here.
You rang the bat signal when you said Georgia.
Oh, you got one for the one win y'all had. That's right. I see it. I like it. Y'all had one win in the SEC. You wore the number 1 jersey. Number 1. You gotta flex it whenever you can, right? This is good. I might actually be able to eat my. Check out. They're not a sponsor of the show, but I got my Raising Cane's box combo here ready to go later on. This is kind of the deal. But welcome aboard. Thank you for.
Thanks. I want to pop in for a couple minutes. Say what's going on. You
awesome.
You mentioned Georgia, and that's my trigger word, so I'm here.
I got you. All right. Well, let me finish this little synopsis I had about LSU and Kentucky. So at that point, LSU beats Tennessee in Baton Rouge at home, and but in that game. And LSU beat their ass. They beat Tennessee bad. And Tennessee and Kentucky were both look at where they are now. Kentucky ended up with a number 2 seed, and Tennessee ended up with either a 3 or a 4. Tennessee ended up with a 3 seed. Okay. And at that point, LSU's only loss all season was against Auburn at Auburn. And at that point, Auburn had 1 loss on the year, and they were the number 1, 2, or 3 team in the country. Okay. So that's where LSU's season was. In that Tennessee game, Xavier Pinson slips on a wet spot on the floor and tweaks his knee. I thought he had blown his knee out, but luckily he only had a sprained MCL, but he missed 6 or 7 games. And in that stretch, that's when LSU went into the tank and lost 6 or 7 out of 8. And really, really kind of fell on hard times and started to slip in everybody's perception. But then when he came back, they started playing a lot better. Well, in the midst of that, Kentucky was actually one of the teams that they were talking about at the time that was possibly on the outside looking in. They were on the bubble early in the season, in early SEC play. Then Kentucky goes on this run where they end up being, one of the best teams in the SEC. And, look at where all that stuff ends up. They barely miss out on getting to the finals of the SEC tournament, and Tennessee wins the SEC tournament. How ironic is that? LSU knocks off Tennessee, knocks off Kentucky, and they're 2 of the best teams in the country. And you've got Kentucky at that time not playing its best ball. They had some injuries too, had people coming and going. But Oscar Tshiebwe has been a monster all year. And now you look at Kentucky, and as a 2 seed, had they played a little better earlier in the year, they're probably a number 1 seed in this tournament. And I think they are a very strong contender for one of those Final Four spots, and really one of the teams that could take the Nets down at the end.
Yeah, I got Michigan in this game too, by the way.
Oh, all right. Well,
Yeah.
South Dakota State and Providence just started too. So I got a TV up there. I have a laptop over here with 2 games going on it. Well, I have 2 screens ready, so it'll have 2 games on it when the next game goes live. But so who do you have in the Providence South Dakota State game?
Let's see. I think I took Providence.
Okay.
I just feel like that conference, as far as the basketball conference, is just too solid. Did Providence win the Big East? Oh no, Nova.
Yeah, and Villanova's still a stud team.
Yeah, I think I have Villanova going far just because I'm from Pennsylvania, live in Pennsylvania, so I gotta have some love.
That Philly love. Yeah,
I had friends who like go to Temple and stuff like that. And in that same period where they like burned the house down for when the Eagles won the Super Bowl, like they still got to experience being in Philly when Nova hit that game winner
against North Carolina. Yeah, that was so awesome. That was an incredible play. That's one of those.
Dude, that was unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't like a bunch of like I mean, obviously a couple that went to the league, but it wasn't like a absurd.
Well, what it was this is one of the things that Villanova kind of gets away with. There are a few schools like this. You have your Duke, North Carolina, Gonzaga, Kansas, Kentucky, UCLA. There's a handful of schools where Arizona's another one where a lot of their players are 1 or 2 and done.
Yeah.
And Villanova is one of those schools where a lot of those kids are 3 and 4 year starters. Or 3 and 4 year players, if not starters, and that really helped. Like
seniors and juniors playing,
right? So that stuff is really, people don't understand. Like that's how basketball used to be. Yeah, exactly. Virginia is the same way. Yeah, people don't I don't think appreciate what basketball used to be like.
I feel like NBA scouting really.
Yeah.
The way that NBA players scout. I remember because I had family that used to coach at UVA.
Mm-hmm.
And when Malcolm Brogdon was there, they were like, "Oh, he's not that good because he's getting drafted after his senior year." Sorry, he got a degree from UVA, and now he gets to play basketball. I mean, that's not like right. He gets to dunk on LeBron in his rookie year. So like, how bad could it be?
I
just think that like the scouting way of the NBA really changed that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like all of a sudden they're thinking that guys who stay for the whole time or like for a junior year or whatever, they just claim they're not as good because they're older. In what universe is 21 to 22 years old?
Well, not only that, but the other part of it is I think so much of this is tainted by, excuse me while I move, I got to get a napkin. But it's tainted by the AAU circuit.
Yeah.
All this travel circuit stuff. A lot of these guys, the scouting on them is done when they're like 13, 14, 15 years old, and they're watching them. And once you're kind of in your lane, in your path,
mm-hmm.
and your trajectory is set by the scouts, like you have to really fuck it up. Or
it's more like it's yours to lose. So at that point, mm-hmm. once like that mm-hmm. path is like set for you, like I remember like being younger, like the guys who had like the ball is life. Like I remember when Ben Simmons was in high school, when like Wiggins and them were in high school. Like you're mm-hmm. like, okay, they're going to the league. It's a matter of when. It's a matter of where they're going when they get drafted.
Right.
Like that thing is set early on. But I feel like more and more lately, there's that group of people who are like, oh, these many kids are already NBA ready, and how many of them turn out to actually be NBA ready once they get there?
Right. Well, I mean, you remember you talk about that Ben Simmons year, and the other guy who everybody forgets is Skal Labissiere. He went to Kentucky, and he was like, it was the question before the season started was, which one of these guys is going to be the number 1 pick?
Mm-hmm.
And by the end of the season, it's like, oh, is Skal going to even like get drafted in the first round? And Ben Simmons is number 1 overall. And all stories about Ben Simmons' mental health and his yips and everything else aside, he's definitely had the better NBA career, the better professional career. But yeah, to your point about like Brogdon, and there's so many other guys like that. It's almost like if you don't get drafted as a one and done,
you're not worth it or something.
There's like this stain on you. They're like, oh well, there must be something wrong. It's like he's the last fork in the cafeteria line or something.
To
It's
me,
like,
that means
there's a reason that fork is still there. Maybe somebody maybe there's a booger on that fork or something. I don't want it. You know what I mean? Like that.
Yeah, I'd rather have a 22-year-old rookie in certain circumstances than a 19-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you're a teenager playing against 30-year-old men versus you get to stay around and play with guys your age for a couple more years. I don't know.
Right. Yeah.
Like you really have to be ready for something like that.
Yeah, I can't stand him, but Rex Chapman was talking about that last night, where he was talking about like there's this guard for Rutgers who's like 24 years old, and he was talking about Rex was talking about how like when he was 24 years old, and this guy's in college playing against like a 19-year-old. He said he was 19 in his last year at Kentucky, and by the time he was 24, he had already been in the league for 4 or 5 years.
Isn't that crazy? There's who is it? It's Jordan Bohannon. He plays for Iowa, right? No, Purdue. There is this Jordan Bohannon. Yeah. He's like 25. I think who won the Big Ten this year?
Oh shoot, man! I was watching the other day.
It was Iowa, right?
It was Iowa, wasn't it? It beat
Purdue.
I think
there's a 25-year-old on.
Yeah, Iowa beat Purdue in the Big 12.
Oh yeah,
I mean the Big 10 championship.
There's a 25-year-old, I believe he's on Iowa, who he's getting all of these like just random college kids in his DMs just attacking. It's like, you old, get your walker. You like, why are you doing here in college, taking our ring from us? And he just keeps sending the ring emoji to every single one of us. He's just like, yeah, well, here I am with my championship trophy. What are you gonna do about it?
They're mad at him for still being there and making them, bro. Well, so much for our Michigan pick. They are getting smoked right now, bro.
Yeah, I just thought that I feel like the seeding here was more to that loss at the end there. I don't know. I feel like if they lost to Indiana, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I feel like if they didn't lose there down the stretch, they probably wouldn't be seeded below Colorado State. I don't know.
No, I mean, I think they were one of those, like, I don't know, last four in, first four out for a while there. They were, in a way, they were almost kind of lucky they even got into the tournament.
Yeah.
But they played a really tough schedule.
Oh yeah. Oh, by the way, I do have Providence going. Oh, and by the way, so you were talking about Kansas. Do you actually think that they're like? Because I remember just in my life, Kansas gets that #1 seed so much and doesn't do much with it.
They don't do anything with it.
Yeah, I can remember years and years and years of them being that #1 seed and then just not going anywhere.
Yeah, they're always a #1 seed. It seems like almost every year. Like it's hard. You'd be hard pressed to find a year in the last 15 that they're not like at least a 4 seed. And I have to go back. I think they were maybe an 8 or a 6 seed. I think they were a 6 seed when Danny Manning was there and they won the national championship. And then, of course, they won it. I think they were a 1 or somewhere between a 1 and 3 seed back in. Thank you, Wasted. Yeah, see, that's Anthony Wilson. One of the that's one of those, back to that thing we were talking about. That was back when seniors used to have like these senior laden teams.
Mr. Leitner was a 4-year player.
Yeah, exactly. Leitner, Bobby Hurley, Grant Hill. Like these. Or did Grant Hill go 3 years or 4 years?
Grant Hill.
I want to say he went 4. I'd have to look it up.
Coach K used to keep all those guys over 4 years.
Yeah. But the other thing is too, like, that was back in an era where coming out early at all was like a big deal.
Yeah, when Jordan did it, it was like because he went out after his first, right?
No, he was a sophomore.
Was he sophomore? Okay.
Yeah. But I remember there was Moses Malone and there were like a couple other guys who had skipped college, and it was like insane and unheard of. And then you had all the other guys start doing, McGrady, KG, Kobe, all those guys start doing it. And I think Allen Iverson maybe played a couple of years.
He played at Georgetown.
At Georgetown before he got drafted. So
yeah, that was another kid. There was a kid. His name was it was like this white boy named Matt McClung. He could dunk. He broke Iverson's point record in the state of Virginia. He literally had his senior night was him throwing down a windmill in a Georgetown Iverson jersey. And then now I don't think he even starts at Texas Tech anymore.
No,
I know he's in the league, right? He's in the league.
Yeah, but he was actually playing well for G Tech. What is? What?
Yeah. By the way, Chad, when you tweeted me last week, I thought I was like, what did we go dogs? And I was like, it's March. What are we talking? I was like, why is he tweeting me now? I thought it was like a leftover tweet from like the national championship. I was like, and then you're like, you sent me that score. I was like, well, good thing we're out of basketball school.
Right.
It shows how much I'm paying attention.
Yeah. Well, y'all suck.
We do, and that's
you had Anthony Edwards. That was you had a
I still don't quite know how that happened. Tom Curry. They say that Tom Curry is a decent recruiter, but like I don't know. Like I don't know much about our basketball team because we are that bad. The only thing I really remember from our basketball team. Remember that year when that tornado went through Atlanta during the SEC tournament?
Oh yeah. Okay,
yeah, now I remember
where like the power went out and everything, and
like the things were falling from the roof, and so that's what really Georgia basketball stuff. That's any noteworthy in the last since I've been alive.
That's funny. Funny. Pardon me while I continue to eat my canes.
You're good.
But
I had Chick-fil-A before.
I gotta eat lunch at some time, and I'm gonna be on here all day. So
good for you, man.
Yeah.
The boys plan to stop by. I want to get in here nice and early.
Yeah, there you go. I appreciate it. It's good to see you come through. But so we're approaching halftime in the first game, and then I'll kind of switch my focus to that South Dakota State Providence game. But Michigan, I haven't looked to see what the score is now, but all right, they're down 10 with about 4 minutes left in the first half.
That's nothing.
So they're at the under 4 timeout right now. I don't know. I had high hopes for Michigan, and like I expected with South Dakota State, they are just they're the jackrabbits, and they are jacking up shots. And right now they are going in because it's 17-15, and they're up, and they're only 7 minutes into that game, or no, 9 minutes into that game. Into the first half. So
did you pick South Dakota in that game?
I did not. I picked.
Okay,
I think I maybe picked them in one bracket, but not in the other.
No, so did you draw? Who's your winner?
Who's my winner overall?
Did you say who you picked to win the whole thing?
Yeah,
well, so you have like a million brackets, so it's probably like
I didn't do that many actually. I ran out of time. So what's up, Cassius Cam? I did. I have Auburn as because I'm just going with like I put money on Auburn like back when they were like plus 1,000, and so I'm just going to kind of ride that. So I have Auburn winning. I think I have Auburn actually winning in you guys' pool.
You're the Tiger.
But the year of the Tiger that worked out great for us with Clemson. I mean with Cincinnati, right? Damn.
Worked out great for me. We didn't get to talk about that. Anyway.
Yeah, shut up. Yeah. we did, but just not on TV. But damn, Colorado State's just bombing. They just hit another three.
God, dude, Michigan's big man is surprisingly like he could get wherever he wants to on the court, but he is not fast.
Yeah, no. And they're doing a good job of doubling.
That's a good.
You gotta get out the lane, man. And the thing is, they're gonna have to knock down some shots.
Yeah.
And there they go. He just let himself get manhandled to the floor. You can't do that. I mean, you can't. You're that big, and then he got beat down the court. And to your point, like it's on offense, he can get wherever he wants and set up. But if he's chasing somebody down, he ain't getting there before they do.
Yeah. Well, geez, in Colorado, all these skip passes are going for Colorado. They're just skipping it across the whole defense right now.
Yeah. So what were we? Shoot, we were. So I have Gonzaga winning. I actually think like this is probably Mark Few's year, honestly.
Yeah.
That like as the season. So like I made that prediction with Auburn back 2-3 months ago, and I'm having some second thoughts right now about that, obviously, because
they haven't been playing not bad. I mean, they got a decent path.
Oh yeah, I know, but it's more about how they're playing. It's not about what path they have. Like the way they were playing early in the year, it didn't matter who was on on their side of the bracket. They were going to run right through them like a buzzsaw.
Mhm.
The problem that I see is how they've been playing. Like the fact that they let Florida beat them in that game. Now, granted, it was in Gainesville, but still, like I don't know. It's just there's their road. I just wish LSU would have gotten another crack at them, because I think we actually could have taken them out late in the season, but we didn't get that shot. Arkansas has been playing lights out for a while, and I'm actually surprised they only ended up with a 4 seed, because back to that, when I saw him, it was my son's birthday. We went and saw him play. I got like courtside seats and everything for his birthday for him, and we watched LSU play Arkansas, and with like 9 minutes left, we went up 8 on a breakaway dunk, and Arkansas went on a 17-2 run to close out the game. We scored 2 points in the last 9 minutes of the game and lost by like 7 or whatever the hell it was. It was bad. And we actually, like, with 30 seconds or so left, we stole the ball with like down by 3 with a chance to, or down by 2 or 3 with a chance to either tie or take the lead. And Milwaukee Wilkinson like fumbled the ball up into the air and lost it. And then they got it. And we had a foul, and then they made free throws. And then we missed a shot. They made free throws. And then, that's how we lost by 7. But no, so I went with Auburn there, and I think so I have Gonzaga, and then I think that's it. I think I have Baylor repeating in one of them.
Yeah.
And that's assuming that they get healthy in time for the games where they're going to need to be at full strength. I think they can survive, obviously, their first round matchup without everybody, and maybe even their second round matchup. But when you get into that playing that 4-5 winner, that's going to be tough.
Which is, I just like it. Like, I remember watching that national championship, and like, I don't know, it's almost like I've never seen hustle show up so much on television before.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how to describe it, but like, I've never like watching like, like you see, as a coach, you say, "Oh, we gotta work hard." Like, I've never like seen it. Like, you could see, like, I don't know. So I feel like that style of basketball is just fly all over the court. Like, they got to be, and peak. They can't be hurt trying to play that way. Oh, also, I remember you said you had Alabama losing. So do I. I picked Notre Dame and Rutgers to beat Bama in the first round.
Well, it's the Georgia connection, actually. That's what did it. Georgia has one win, and it's against Alabama.
You rang the bat signal. I'm here.
Yep.
It's only Beetlejuice. I only got to say it one time.
No, I don't have to keep telling you that they only won one game all year in the SEC.
Oh, it's okay. We're not a basketball school, and that's all I have to say. I'll just keep sending you that picture of Stetson holding the national championship.
I mean, that's fine. Sun shines on a dog's ass every once in a while. So, even a Bulldogs. So Providence has taken the lead in that South Dakota State game. They're up 19-17 with like 9 minutes left.
Yeah.
I realize some of this stuff might be delayed. I'm streaming all this stuff, so.
Yeah, I'm on YouTube TV, so like I think I'm even behind you by a minute.
Okay. Yeah, and I don't know who still watches like cable TV or any of that kind of stuff, but
we moved into a new house, so we don't have cable this time around. We just said no.
There you go. Yeah. So if you are watching this on cable, I apologize for being a little behind you, but it is what it is. I think tomorrow what I might do is I might actually set up for the CBS games. I might set up my antenna, because that's like the fastest. Like, if you want to be ahead of everybody, it's kind of fun actually to troll people.
Oh yeah,
because you can like tell them what's going to happen before it happens.
36-29 half. That's not, like Michigan cuts a few mistakes and they're all right.
Yeah,
those skip passes can't get through. That's my thing. Like, I don't know.
Oh, you missed that free throw? Come on, man.
Those skips can't get through. I mean, yeah. I just so this is great. I remember you told us that Watchmen story when me and John were on when you told us that, and I just like that versus like our teachers could have the projector.
Oh yeah.
I remember pretty much any study hall would have kids begging their teachers to put the games on the Thursday, Friday. That was some of the most fun. Or you're in the back of the study hall with it on your phone.
Yeah. Now I did have a couple of cool teachers that, like, for the SEC tournament or something like that, when LSU was playing, they would actually roll the TV in, and they'd just be like, "We're not having class today. We're watching the game," because they wanted to watch the game, and they're like, just don't say anything to the administration, and
we
we're
were
good.
working hard. I was yelling at you the whole
Right.
time.
Right. Like, yeah, what we're going to do is we're going to have the game on, and I want you guys to work independently at your desks while the game is on. That was kind of the thing. And it was like, I'm working independently on nothing.
Have a piece of paper and a pencil on your desk.
Exactly. Just doodle something every now and then. But yeah, it was like that. But then there were those stretches where it wasn't LSU playing, so you didn't have that full buy-in from everybody else.
Yeah.
I would have been that teacher, though. I'd have been like, listen, guys, we're going to have class, but this is going to be on, and I'm going to be checking scores and stuff. Because, like, this is, for a sports junkie, this is like an orgy,
This is the pinnacle.
There's so many games and so many teams and so many types of finishes. Like, it's an amazing spectacle for like any sports fan, any sports junkie to be able to witness this.
The pools, like our pool.
Oh yeah, the pools.
We appreciate the shout out for our pool, by the way. It got some.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Participation.
You guys have been putting in work, with Men of Order and everything, and so we appreciate that. And I wanted to give you guys a shout out. And plus, like, you guys actually saved me a lot of trouble, because I had intended on putting all this stuff together, having our own, Men of Order pool and everything. Mm-hmm. And Uncle Hotep actually asked about it like Tuesday, I think. And I was so I had I've had some stuff go on in my personal life. I'll just put it that way. I'm not going to get into the details because I don't know where it came from, and I don't want to, anyway, I don't want to give anybody any ideas or anything like that. But those issues sort of resurfaced on Sunday, and then I had a huge thing at work on Tuesday that I had to prepare for all day Monday, and so like it was just like the worst timing possible for the March Madness stuff. I was like, I wasn't really able to fully like focus on that because I was dealing with this other stuff, and then like as days go by, and then I'm doing the stuff for work and everything, and I'm preoccupied. Next thing I know, it's Tuesday night. And then I had stuff to do all day yesterday with this thing that I'm dealing with, and had to kind of get it all ironed out. I was up until like 1 o'clock in the morning, finally like getting to the point where I feel like, all right, I'm ready. I'm still going to do this thing. And so that's why I put the show together last night, right before I went to bed at like 1 o'clock, and posted it because I was still kind of like, it was up in the air a little bit whether I was going to even be able to do this. And I had always wanted, when I decided a couple of months ago that I wanted to do this show, this, stream all day doing this and have like a watch party with everybody. Part of that was I wanted to have a bracket pool, and I wanted to be like pulling up the standings and showing, like showing like who picked who and all that kind of crap. And it just like, it didn't materialize. So I was glad that you guys had a pool already set up and everything.
We got a decent amount here.
Okay.
But we'll see what happens. We're just excited that people actually, cared enough to like. We just started getting all these DMs like, "Oh, people are here. Let's do this," But yeah, we just want we just simply wanted to get it out there. Like, we're not, here to make money off it or anything. We're just like, we'll make it a free entry. Mm-hmm. Top bracket gets a little bit of money.
Okay, all right. Hey, look, that's a good little giveaway.
Yeah. And so just give us some love. That's
all
you
want. I can throw in on that. Help it out a little bit. Give y'all boost that. What's the prize pool? Do y'all have a number on a little bit of money?
Like, you'd be surprised what people would do for $75. So that's what the prize.
Okay,
is.
$75. All right. I'll throw in 25. We'll make it 100.
Make it even 100. Okay.
Yeah, make it an even 100. All right. So.
Deal.
All right, so I got to win this thing so I can get my money back. I don't know. Am I eligible to win? We probably shouldn't be eligible to win as the people who are kind of running it.
We weren't going to take the money. At least I wasn't going to take it. I wasn't.
Give it to whoever finishes behind you. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure AG. AG finished one of his brackets he made last year was in the 98th percentile.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
He went top 350K last year, and he made a lot of brackets. But he went high last year, and then Providence is back up on Dakota State by a couple points.
Yeah, I see that. I wanted to. So did my youngest son get his in there?
What would be his name?
You'll see. Well, it'll be the same last name as mine. If that helps, I won't.
Yeah, that's fine. That's a good point.
Yeah. I'm not trying to. But anyway, I tried to get my oldest. tried to get my oldest to do it, but I think
I see
he
you.
kind of ran out of time.
I
Okay.
don't know if I see anybody with the same name. No, I'm sorry.
Oh man, that stinks. All right, let me look. I'll see.
So
He
now you're
might
trying to double down, try and get 2 winners for your money. No, I'm kidding. It might
Hey,
be in
look,
there. Maybe it's
if
just a different
wins
name.
it, if he wins the whole
Ask him
thing,
off the air.
What? Did I not submit?
You're in
the
ours.
hell? Okay, I'm trying to see. I thought I had other brackets.
Yeah, I see you.
All right, let me. Shit. My groups. Where's my groups? All right, so this is all right. Yeah, so this is my thing with you guys. All right, let me see if I can find because he might be in here, but you just don't know what to look for. I see AG. I gave him the whole thing, but he might not have. Yeah, it looks like he didn't get his submitted. No, I don't think he got his submitted. Oh,
Yeah, well, listen. There's this. Luckily, this thing happens every year, so we can
right.
make it even
We'll
bigger,
do it
better
again.
next
Yeah, we'll
year.
do it again next year. Yeah, and there's some other stuff I want to do too. With our streams too, where I want to do a bunch of different things. Some Super Bowl stuff, some college football stuff, and everything.
Yeah, we do.
And we want to step up our fight coverage too. Wasted and I were talking about that.
Keith and Tom would be more
today.
than
Yeah. So we were talking about doing some more in-depth stuff, especially around the boxing stuff, because that's Jonesy's.
I heard that's just his forte.
Yeah. So, but yeah, we gotta just keep doing our thing. But yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing out of Providence so far. South Dakota State came out of the gate firing like I expected, but if you look at it, so there's 5 minutes left. Just want to put this in perspective for everybody. Remember, we were talking about. I told you all about what I thought about, Providence playing that Big East schedule and South Dakota State being this high-powered offense and what it would mean when they actually had to play some competition.
Yeah, high-powered against who?
Yeah, exactly. And that's the point. So just to put this into perspective, okay, South Dakota State is averaging 86.7 points a game. There are 5 minutes left in the first half. They have 19 points. Okay, I'm just saying, like, they're on pace for about 24 points in the first half, which would be a 48-point clip.
They were dropping 86 a game in
86.7 points a game, but they're giving up 73, and there they go. They missed again. Oh no, he missed that one.
Yeah, let me see if I can put that game on real quick.
But yeah, so I'm just saying, like, you could put up all these numbers, but who are you putting them up against? You got the 198th best schedule in the country. Like I said, I definitely don't discount teams that put up numbers, even if it's against an inferior schedule, because I think sometimes the schedule strength thing can be overblown, because a lot of times people just think, oh, well, you only played in this conference, so you must not be any good. Well, if we've seen anything in the last, several decades,
it doesn't matter.
These mid majors, they get it done. Everybody's got talented players, and especially these schools that they don't get to really develop chemistry because of all the one and dones and two and dones and everything. Mm-hmm. All the guys leaving early. A lot of these guys at these mid majors, actually, so they hit a 3. They're only down 2 now. So South Dakota State, they got an open look. That's what it was. Providence, they overhelped and didn't rotate a guy over and left a guy wide open on the wing, and he banged a 3.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, no, I was just saying, like, these mid majors, you can still be capable of going up against a really tough team and a really tough defense, because it's not like you're playing against nobody. They're not playing against high school kids. They're playing like legit
Division I athletes.
They're all D1 athletes,
basketball players.
And that's what, because I got boys that they play basketball. They play one plays. He's a sophomore in high school, and the other one's in 7th grade. and they both play basketball. And so, like, they're looking at this and they're self-conscious about like how tall they're going to be, how tall they are right now, and all that stuff. And so we watch these games, and we're watching like two of these lesser schools play against each other. And I don't remember what game we were watching the other night. It was Indiana against whoever they were playing in that play-in game.
Indiana played like Texas State. No,
no, I
forget.
don't remember who it was, but I have to go back and look at it now. Now that I opened that can of worms, I have to. Oh, Wyoming, that's what it was. So they're playing Wyoming. Now, is Wyoming a Power 5 conference team? No. Are they like a juggernaut basketball team? No. But I'm just gonna pull up their roster real quick.
But are they a Division I basketball team?
Right. Well, that's what they were noticing. So I'm just gonna run through their roster: 6'5", 6'4", 6'4", 6'5", 6'5", 6'7", 6'3", 6 foot. That's their shortest guy. 6'7", 7 foot, 6'9", 6'9", 6'10", 6'8", 6'10.
That's like the size of my division. I went to Division III college. That's like the size of our basketball team.
See what I'm saying? And granted, like sometimes size doesn't necessarily mean that you're skilled at that size.
No, it doesn't.
You still gotta be able to play basketball. But the point is, it's not like a school like South Dakota State is going out there and hanging these big numbers against a bunch of 5'4" kids who can't play basketball. They're playing against a bunch of D1 athletes, right? Yeah. They're playing against D1 athletes, so it's not. So I don't often discount that stuff, but we have to recognize also that there's like this razor's edge between getting open looks because the teams are well coached enough and they have the athletes who are also disciplined and mesh well together and all that. And there's a reason if you're playing the 198th best schedule in the country, you're probably playing against some schools that don't really come with all of those pieces together at the same time, night in, night out. You might have a team really have it out for you and you run into it, but it's
because they have to predicate because they can't get 5 guys who can all do all those things well. They kind of have to predicate it off their best quality among that group.
And who's available after the Dukes and the Kentuckys and the Arizonas and Kansases get done, and then all the schools that are in their conferences get to pick over. They get the leftovers recruits wise. Typically it's going to be more local kids. I was looking at LSU's roster. They have like the only kid who's from Louisiana is a kid who's like, the 12th, 13th guy on the bench. Everybody else is from all over the country, Northeast, out West, everywhere. So, that's the other thing too. You end up with a lot more of those kind of local products,
which happens. It's fine.
Yeah. But
I just love that like anything is possible. Do you think that there will be a Newman major that shows up this year? Like I feel like
school. A Newman major school or
you think it'll be a new like Loyola Chicago's back.
Yeah, but I have them winning that first game, but I have them
losing to Nova second round.
Losing to Nova. Yeah, Nova's good, bro. Like so San Francisco, I think, could make a run. They got Kentucky in the second round though. That's the only problem is Kentucky in the second round is going to be a bear.
I like San Francisco against Murray State, but then Kentucky is going to be difficult.
Yep. St. Mary's, I actually think could make a run.
How do they get the 5? I don't know much about them at all.
Oh, they're good. They have. Let me go back and look at their.
I'll be honest. I know zero about them.
Yeah, so I got to see when they play so I can pull their numbers up. But they're solid
tonight. They play tonight. They play this afternoon. No, they play. They're a night game. They're 7:20.
A lot of where they I got it. So a lot of where they get there. So they're 25-7, and those 3 of those losses are to Gonzaga.
They played them 3 times.
I think they played them 4 times. Oh no, wait, they beat them once. So they're 1-2 against Gonzaga. All right, they beat Gonzaga at home, lost to them in the conference finals by like 13, and lost to them in Spokane. I think that's where they play. Don't they play in Spokane? I don't remember exactly where
somewhere in Washington.
In Washington they play, but I think it's Spokane. Let me look.
Second in the W.
Yeah, it is in Spokane. Yeah. So they lost to them there. They lost to Santa Clara by 5, and Santa Clara is not terrible. they went 21-12. I mean, that's just, that's your conference. Like, that shit happens. They lost a really low scoring game at BYU, 52-43. They lost to San Diego State, who's a tournament team. They lost to Colorado State. Colorado State, another tournament team, and Wisconsin, another tournament team, a high-seeded tournament team.
So that's like those are some good losses when you look at them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They don't have really bad losses, and they've played competitively with Gonzaga. Now, I will say this:
played them 4 times in a season, 3-4 times. That's crazy.
Three times. They played them twice in the regular season and then once in the conference tournament.
That's a lot to play against one of the best teams in the country.
Absolutely. Well, in my opinion, the best team in the country.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, just to caveat that, I wouldn't necessarily say that them playing as well, getting one win against Gonzaga necessarily means as much as it would for, like, for instance, Alabama beating Gonzaga early in the year, the only time they played them, when Alabama hasn't built their franchise, so to speak, their program modeled after challenging the best team in the conference. St. Mary's has been dealing with this juggernaut for 25 years, ever since Mark Few got there, and they have built their roster and recruited around
Gonzaga, pretty much
beating Gonzaga. So I take it with a little bit of a grain of salt, because there's nobody else in that conference besides those two teams. I was looking at when that conference championship game was televised, they put up a graphic. This is crazy. I think it's like in the last 20 or 25 years, the conference championship matchups, the top conference championship matchups, there's no other matchup in anywhere close to double digits. Gonzaga, St. Mary's have met in the finals of the West Coast Conference 12 times.
And that's the most of any conference in the country.
Yeah.
Wow.
And that's not like forever. That's not in the history of that's in like the last 20, 25 years.
Oh, wow.
Like, that's like half the time they're playing each other in the conference finals. So they're clearly the best two teams, best two programs in that conference.
That's wild.
So naturally, like, they're built to play against each other, right? It just goes down that way. So I take a little bit of that with a grain of salt. However, let's throw a grain of pepper in there, and let's say that when you build yourself to challenge one of the best programs in the country, and you consistently do it, and you beat them like practically every year, like every year or so,
at least a third of the time, you can beat them.
A third of the time, they're getting a notch in the belt off of Gonzaga, So they're not. This isn't like, well, they suck, but they are built to beat Gonzaga. No, like, if you're built to beat Gonzaga, you're pretty fucking good.
You kind of have to be.
You have to be, right? So I don't want to like shit on them completely, because they are a very talented and very well constructed, designed program, and very well coached. That's the thing about those two schools, and there's a lot of those schools in the West Coast Conference that it's all these like California kids. It's a lot of white kids. Let's be honest about it. But like, there's a lot of size, and there's like some skilled size, and the way that they play, like, they run and they score and they turn you over a lot. Like, they put either some half, 3/4 court pressure to try to force you to burn up a lot of shot clock or turn the ball over, and every now and then they'll full court press you to try to turn you over. Mostly just to kind of try to get you to only have 10 or 12 seconds to run your offense. But they score a lot of points, but they also, like, they play really good, disciplined, help side rotation defense to where it's hard to get. And then, you combine that with, they've always got a big man or two. And so even if they're not,
they always just get one guy who can be your paint.
Yeah. Even if they're not like playing great, on ball defense, you still got to go in there and try to get a shot off without Chet Holmgren blocking it.
Providence
this year, anyway, or Timmy.
31-23 now.
30. Okay, so they're up 8. All right, yeah. So, but how much time's left in that?
About 9 seconds left in the first.
Yeah. See what I'm saying? They averaged 86.7 points a game.
On pace to score literally half.
On pace to score 46. That's why I brought that up before this whole thing even started. It's like, I don't know. Like, they may surprise me and come out just bombing.
Like you said, the Jackrabbits,
get
they're
it
just
done.
jacking up shots.
Yeah. So let's look at the numbers here real quick to see if it's more of a so they've only turned the ball over 6 times. Providence has 5 steals of those, but they are 10 for 26 from the field, 38.5%. Now 10 for 27, 37% from the field. The first half just ended, and they've only made 2 out of 8 threes, and they've made 1 out of 2 free throws. So they haven't gotten to the line much either. How many fouls has Providence committed? 5 fouls in the first half. Providence committed, so no foul trouble whatsoever. Only 1 foul for South Dakota. Very clean game. That's interesting. But yeah, so like that one's going according to plan. But the Michigan Colorado State game. Come on, Wolverines. Y'all got to get it done, man.
Is my bracket already going to be done in the first game? Let's find out.
Oh, you mean as far as having a chance at a perfect bracket?
I want my Millie from Mr. Warren Buffett.
Good luck with that, man. Good luck with that.
Is it a bill? What is he offering? Is it 10 million?
Oh shit, I don't know. I didn't even look at that. Like I said, I've been so sidetracked with this. All I have is my oh shit. Here we go. Colorado State scores right out of the chute. We're not even 20 seconds into the second half, and it's already
pick it up.
It's already a 9-point game. It's already a 9-point game. Oh geez, man. Come on, Michigan. But yeah, your boy Dickinson is just not really asserting himself. What's he got so far? Hunter Dickinson. All right, he's got 12 points, 5 of 7 from the field, but I don't know, I don't know when he's gotten those points, because when I have been looking at the game, he just is like standing out at the elbow and letting other people jack up fadeaways, and he's not in position to rebound them, and they miss, and it just goes back the other way. So
yeah, they're literally just pulling him out. Like when Colorado State's on offense, they're literally just pulling him out of the paint.
Feed the post. Oh my God! There you go. Finally, there he goes. The little lefty floater, man.
Yeah,
it drives me nuts to watch teams. I realize there's some of these teams that are playing solid, interior, front in the post defense. But Jesus, man, you gotta try to find a way to create the angle to feed him.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. So we got a charge, a 7-point game. Michigan going the other way now. All right, here we go. Yeah, I need this. I want my bracket to stay perfect as long as possible. I'm not delusional enough to think I'm actually going to finish.
Oh yeah, no, I just want to see how long it can go, and I prefer at least. I think the farthest I got was like halfway through, like the first day, maybe. Like a couple of games into like the first day. I think I got never have gotten very far, but
yeah. I've gone 32 for 32 once.
Wow.
And then I think in the second round, it's crazy. There was one year where I went 31 to 32, and I was like pumped. I was like, I got this. I'm going to win this whole bracket. And then I think the second round games, I went like 8 for 16. Like everybody I picked to win the second round lost just about. It was terrible. But so by the end of it, like a bunch of people had caught up with me. But one of the things I did, so I had a couple of different. My mind works a little differently from a lot of people's. If you haven't noticed that, you hadn't been paying attention. But here we go. Michigan got a rip. We go another way. It's a 3-point game. Let's go. All right. Let's go.
Okay.
But so in the 80s, all right. So this is like 87, 88, 89. My friends and I, we used to do this thing. It was 50 cents a pick. All right. And we'd put all this. So at the end of the day, there's like $30 in the pool. All right. Because there's 64 teams. This was back when it was just a 64-team tournament before they did the first 4. Expanded it to 68. So what we did is we wrote down we wrote down every team's name on little slips of paper and folded them up and put them in a bag. And we'd go around the lunchroom, around the cafeteria at lunchtime, the couple of days before the tournament started, and you paid 50 cents and you got to pull a name out of the bag.
Mm-hmm.
And then that was your team. And like so you bought however many chances you wanted.
Yeah.
And like you know, if you pulled Kansas or you pulled Wright State or some shit like that, like you're like, damn it, I got a 16 seed.
I think my team used to do that, where everybody in the class got to pick one team, and that was like your team for the tournament.
One team was tough. I liked doing it where you got to pay. If you wanted to pay $4 to get 8 teams. Now granted, you're paying $4, you're only got 8-1 odds.
You got Wright State 6 times. What am I doing?
Well, no, you can't, because there's only
you keep it.
There's only one in there. Yeah, there's only one team.
Okay, I thought you mean you put it back. Oh, so you just keep.
No, you pulled, and that's your team. You hold on to that little slip of paper or whatever, and then and we wrote it down. We had a little ledger where we kept track of everything. So we did that, and then so I have a whole different way, and I wish there was a way to make this type of bracket happen online where you could actually pull this off. But back in the old days in the 90s when I was in college, and even in high school, I had started this, but it really took off in college because I like my whole dorm, like I got everybody involved in it. What we would do is you filled out your bracket, but the way that it worked was you got the point system was 1x for the first round, 2x for the second round, 4x for the third round, 8x, 16x. You see where this is going, right?
Yeah.
So the points kept doubling, but then it was a multiplier, and it was the points for the round multiplied by the seed. So that if you picked a 12 seed to win in the first round and they won, you got 12. Whereas if you picked the 5, you only got 5 points if they won.
So it's like
now you get 0 if they lose. So it doesn't matter if you know
like a confidence pool type thing. Like
so it's like a way of making it to where like if you pick a bunch of upsets correctly, you're more rewarded than
you pick all the favorites.
Just picking all favorites and losing 7 of them, but you don't care because the people. It made it to where it kind of balanced that out to where if you
that's cool. That's a great way of doing it.
And so if you had like when Loyola of Chicago went to and George Mason, when those 11 seeds make it all the way to the final or the Final Four, that's 11, then 22, then 44, then 88. Like you're banking points there as it keeps increasing. So that's kind of how I enjoyed it. That's how I built my stuff.
That's wild. Yeah,
that's on the guard.
You want to talk about crazy brains? So out of high school, there was the offensive coordinator for the football team. He's like, this is an interesting fella. He had like this like Rain Man type sports mind about him, and just personality. And so like I heard like when he was like in the 80s and the 90s, him and like his brother used to run like this like bracket challenge, which was like there was thousands of dollars running through this whole thing.
Wow.
It's insane. I remember this guy. We would sit in classes. He taught sports marketing. I just took it for whatever reason. And he would just pick one of our kids. He would ask them to pull up a sports almanac. He just tell him pick a year, and the kid would say, "Okay, let's pick a year." And he'll tell you who the Final Four was, who was home, who was away, the color of the uniforms they were wearing, the starting 5 from each team.
Wow.
Stuff like that. Like
that's pretty crazy.
Like whenever I watch stuff like this, that always it brings me back to that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I used to like the stuff that I've paid attention to. I've done a pretty good job of committing to memory, but there's a lot of that stuff that like I don't know. You get older, you have kids, other things kind of seep in and take priority over some of that stuff, and it just becomes a little less.
My brain can only handle Georgia football. Like if you want me to go as far as I can, I got you. But other than that,
I used to remember I could remember how many seconds were on the clock and how long the field goal was and what the score was and everything. Like yeah, I remember we were because I was like at the game. So it's like we were at this game and it was David Browndyke made this 42-yard field goal to beat Mississippi State 19-17 or whatever, at the Horn. And My parents used to always go crazy. They were like, "How do you remember this stuff?" I was like
41-38.
11, huh? Oh yeah,
Oh,
it's close. And Michigan's
41.
got the ball too, so be interesting. Oh, Dickinson just turned it over.
He's definitely not my boy because he can't handle the ball.
Get that rebound. Come on.
I feel like,
Man.
mm,
Yeah, these long shots and long rebounds are getting a lot of offensive rebounds. Michigan's a much bigger team, but they're getting out rebounded on some of these. Like the fact that it's as tight as it is, it's 18-17 total rebounds. That's an indication that they're spreading the floor on them, and they've got them. They've got them out of position to rebound. And so many of these deep threes, the rebounds are coming off long, and they're getting extra chances at it. And if you're shooting, they're 9 for 25 from three. Colorado State is like that's a healthy clip when you're shooting that much. And if you're also getting offensive rebounds and you're getting multiple trips, now at 36%, you give me a couple of trips, I'm scoring half the damn time. I'm scoring 3 half the trips down the court. It's and they've only shot 41 shots overall, so they've only shot 16 twos, and they've made 7 of them. So they're shooting under 50% from inside the 3-point line, and they're shooting almost 40% from outside the 3-point line, and they're getting offensive rebounds. So they got their work cut out for them. I'm just glad I don't have to listen to Rex Chapman talk. I can't stand him.
It's okay. At least you don't.
I just wish I didn't have to look at
listen to Gary Daniels anymore, Chad.
Yeah. Oh gosh. Wait. So, I mean, not for now, but like, we're gonna have to listen to him next year.
I know, but I just enjoy the times I don't have to.
I was like, I'm not wishing the dude to no longer be with us. But if he didn't get his contract renewed with CBS, that would be cool too.
You know what? It's like the thing where it's like we love to hate Gary Daniels. We don't want him to go anywhere. Actually, we just like to make fun of. We just like to be mad at him the whole time.
All right, so let's put this in perspective, because I got people who tell me that I'm just being biased because I'm an LSU fan, and he seems to shit on LSU very often, but it seems to me more about a bias towards Alabama than it is about necessarily being anti-LSU. It's just like whatever, I don't know, Saban has like naked pictures of him somewhere or something. I don't know, but he's like nothing but good things to say all the time, and they can't do any wrong.
Yeah.
That's the main reason why I can't stand him.
I don't know. I just think that Gary Daniels just doesn't like Georgia because it doesn't matter who we're playing. It's just like he just doesn't like.
Yeah, well, it's the same with us. I think so. Maybe he's got it out for a couple of, but see, he doesn't seem to hate like Mississippi State, Ole Miss, or anything. It's just like the teams who are a threat to Alabama. That's who he's like. We're gonna throw some shade that way. We're gonna fade these guys.
What's Kirby? Because think about it. Also, Kirby Smart is Saban's assistant, so of course he's not gonna.
True, I didn't think about that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Kirby Smart and Jimbo Fisher, beating Saban.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the first. It was they're 2 for 2 this year.
Yeah.
Well, those two guys anyway. And it's kind of funny because right here on I Got Next, back several months ago, I made a prediction that was criticized as not being bold at first, because I said I thought Saban would no longer be coaching Alabama within 3 years. And they're like, 3 years? They wanted me to say like he wasn't going to coach next year. So I'm like, well, I think he is going to coach next year. But I think it's kind of a bold take while he's at the top of his game for him to just be like, yeah, peace. I'm out of here.
I got Bryce Young. I'm just going to sign on.
But what I did predict is, and I think I might, there's a chance that I could be right about this. It depends on how Georgia, Texas A&M, if Auburn can kind of resurge, and if Florida can, with Billy Napier can kind of come back a little bit. I predicted that Saban's never going to win another national championship.
Since just at all, since we
won, just at all. Like that was before y'all beat him. That was before y'all beat him. I was like, I'm going out, and truth be told, if that kid at Auburn takes a knee, Alabama's not even in the playoff.
Dog, like Alabama should have lost to Florida. Alabama should have lost to Arkansas. Alabama should have lost to
They
Auburn.
definitely should have lost to Auburn. They could have lost to us. We had a pass in the end zone on the last play of the game that if we catch it, it's over, we win, and didn't complete it. 44-40 with what do we have? 15 minutes left.
They're making it competitive now. Let's keep that.
Yeah, for sure.
Providence is still at half. They got a decent lead going into the second.
Yeah. All right, let me check something.
I'm intrigued.
You're intrigued? What? Intrigued by what?
I was saying just to see what's going to happen. Like I was gonna say, like I always notice, like you go into the half with the lead. Just in this tournament, it doesn't really matter like what your lead is going into the half.
No. I mean, unless it's 30 or something like that.
8 points is nothing going into it.
Well, especially when you have a team that can assert themselves inside, if they can actually, if they can do a better job of when one of these threes goes up into the air, marking up. That's great D. That's great D, Dickinson. All right. They forced a shot clock violation. That was really good defense. He just stayed. I love. It really frustrates me to watch these guys. Huh?
I don't know if I'm behind you or ahead of you.
Oh, okay.
What score do you have?
It's 44-40, I think, still.
Oh, then I'm a little bit ahead of you.
Oh, okay. Oh, all right. So we gotta. So Michigan.
Jalen Rose in the audience. I see.
Oh my God! Seriously. Wow. How did you throw the ball right to that guy? That was terrible, bro. Bomb 3. All right, here we go. All right. So yeah. So I guess that's what it was. 44-43 when I said it was 44-40.
Yeah.
So you are a little ahead of me.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah. I didn't know because like when the guy shot that layup when he stole it in the backcourt, I thought that's what you were doing, and then it didn't go in. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah. But no, like if they can when those three go, it's always frustrating for me to watch. So 2 things: when Dickinson kept his feet on the floor and blocked that shot just by being tall and long,
being taller than the other guy.
No, listen, I know you laugh, but I coach kids that they're a solid foot taller than the kid that's shooting on them. And they still jump. They still jump, and that kid, and then they reach like this. I'm like, you don't need to reach like this. Just stand there with your hands up and make that kid shoot all the way over that. And if he still makes it, tip your cap, clap, go back down and make another play. But I don't need you fouling out of the game because you're trying to do this on kids that are half your size.
Yeah, I had to learn that when I was a kid too because I was on the taller end, so I had
to be tall. That's all you. That's one of your number one talents is you're tall. Just keep being tall.
You can't teach height.
No, and you don't need to jump. Shot. Yeah. That's one of the things that's so with my boys being a little on the smaller side. My oldest one is he's growing into his own. He's almost as tall as me now, and he just turned 16, so he's probably got another 3 or 4 inches in his trajectory. So he could hit that 6'2", 6'3", maybe 6'4" range. But my youngest one's a little smaller than that, and I don't know. He may top out around somewhere between 5'10" and 6'1" or something like that, if I had to guess. But what I've told them is shot blockers love to jump. They love to block shots. Leapers love to leap. Leapers love to leap.
Yeah.
Let them leap. When you come down, stomp 2 feet, and that's all it takes. You don't even have to pump. Sometimes you just do that, and they'll jump just because that action, like our body is designed when we've seen the same things over and over again. The assumption is when somebody does that, they're getting ready to go up strong. And so if you just stomp and hold, they'll jump by you. And if they do stay home a little bit, if they leave their feet at all and they don't blow by you, as soon as they're up in the air, you just go up into that body and then create some space, give yourself a chance to try to make the and one.
See, that's
use that shit against them.
My mom used to call it big man discrimination just because because I'm 6'2", right? My younger brother, he's 6'5".
Oh, wow.
It's
Okay.
like they call it big man discrimination. We're like, if you happen to touch somebody and they end up on the ground, there's flag penalty, whatever you want to.
Right. No, that was the Shaq. That Shaq got a lot of that when he was at LSU. What's up, Hotep Jesus? I see you. Thank you for joining us. But yeah, Shaq dealt with that a lot. And it actually was one of the reasons LSU, I think, would have had a really good chance at making a run in his last year at LSU. But they were in the SEC tournament, playing against Tennessee. And this had been happening. They started Hack-a-Shaq basically in college, where they were just, people were grab him, and it was that same thing. It was that big man discrimination where they'd hit him, and because they just bounced off of him, and it didn't really, but it would still affect, like, you hit him in the elbow, it's still going to affect his shot.
Yeah,
even that slightest little bit where it comes off the rim instead of going down, and they wouldn't get the call because he was so big. It didn't look like it made that much of an impact. And then all you had to do was, if Shaq came near you, if you just like made it look like he hammered you, they'd call the foul. He fouled out of so many games, but that Tennessee game in the SEC tournament, Shaq gets a rebound and he's going up with it, offensive rebound. He's going up with the ball, and the guy, I can't remember his name, but he like bear hugged Shaq from behind, and like it would have been a flagrant 1 or 2 under today's rules. And instead, we just got a 3. Michigan took the lead for the first time with 10 minutes left. So here we go. Let's go.
I'll ride with you to get in the Michigan game. And then I got
there you go. All right, good deal. But anyway, Shaq just like, because this guy's pulling on him and he thinks he's pulling him to the ground, Shaq just kind of swings back like this. What happens? Shaq gets ejected, and he's suspended for
trying to shrug him off.
Yeah, and he's suspended for the next game against Kentucky. And so we lose the SEC championship to Kentucky when we probably would have won the SEC championship. We end up with a 7 seed and another 3. They're up 4 now. So we lose that game. We end up a 7 seed, and of course we play Indiana and Bobby Knight with, I think that was when they had Calbert Chaney, and they beat us. We beat BYU. We had to play BYU and Sean Bradley in the first round, and Shaq blocked a bunch of shots. Like, Bradley was like the shot block leader that year, and Shaq just like owned him in that game. Naturally, I mean, it's Shaq against Sean Bradley, Jesus. But anyway, then we go to that game against Indiana, and Shaq got in a little bit of foul trouble, and then I think he got gassed. LSU had like a 10-point lead on Indiana, and Shaq got gassed and asked to come out just to rest for a little bit. And Bobby Knight was just like, "That's it." And they came all the way back. And by the time Shaq came back in, the momentum had. And we ended up losing that game. But it's kind of crazy that team we were like top 15, and how we got a 7 seed with Shaq, I have no idea. Like I'm still convinced that the NCAA selection committee hated Dale Brown and hated LSU, and we would get the shaft on seeding like every year. It seemed like Providence is up 8 already as they start the second half. So and Michigan's starting to assert themselves a little bit. Maybe they'll be pulling away.
Let's see.
I'm gonna go ahead and share the show one more time. Oh, let me hit up John Ryan. So he asked me, that was an hour ago. Damn. Shit, I just responded. Oh well, my bad, John.
You're working right now. You're working hard.
Yeah, I know. He's gonna be coming on later. I'm gonna share this out real quick. But undo. I hit not interested. Let me not do that. Because I'm doing this from my own account. But all right. But yeah. So what are your takeaways so far? Like you feel like we're gonna get these 2 in the win column here that we've got in these early games that we were feeling a little nervous about early on?
Well, I think that Providence. I'm not so much nervous about Providence. I am as Michigan. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I feel like as long as you like, if South Dakota State is that run and gun, I feel like Providence, that Big East, well-rounded team is gonna hold down a team that's if they can't score, 80 points, which I think is actually crazy. They're averaging 86 points as a college basketball team.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's, I'm not too worried about that, but this game is still very much in the air.
Yeah.
Because our boy might throw the ball away in the post a couple more times, and then we're in trouble.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't know. He's still holding it down. He's 14 points, 5 boards, but he does have 3 turnovers. He's got 4 blocks too.
He just throw it over that one guy's head. Like guy tried to cut. He caught it in the paint, turned. The guy cut the baseline. He threw it over his head.
Yeah. Well, and then he tried to like cross somebody over, and they're like a foot shorter than him, and he just like dribbles right into their hand. I'm like,
it's like here's the ball.
Yeah, you don't have the handles to be able to cross the kid like that in close quarters like that. He's trying to act like he's Kyrie Irving.
Michigan just got the turnover.
Oh, all right. Yeah, you're a little ahead of me.
Memphis, Boise just started.
Yeah, I see that. They just tipped off. So
I think I took Memphis.
I took Memphis. Yeah, I took Memphis. I watched them play Houston at Houston, and they actually played really well. Houston's a really good team.
Mm-hmm.
I tried to do as good of a job as I could of actually seeing these teams play.
Mm-hmm.
At least, part of a game throughout this last couple of months, but it's been a challenge because all these games aren't televised, and so you end up getting a lot of whatever it is that ESPN wants to show you,
like the tickers and stuff like that up top.
Yeah, so I've done everything I could to get as much. Oh shit! Well, there's that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Michigan turned it right back over as soon as they got it. So. That was not good. Providence still holding that 7-point lead with the ball.
I'll just let you react. I'm not going to say anything anymore.
It's a 9-point lead now. That dude just threw down.
And then also, I want to get what's your pick on UNC Marquette?
So I'm split on that one because I did multiple brackets. I have UNC winning in I think all but one, but I actually did pick Marquette in one bracket. Marquette's an interesting team. Like I think they present the type of matchup that could be tough for North Carolina, but it just depends on what North Carolina team shows up. Is it the team that beat Duke at Cameron Indoor in Coach K's last home game?
I saw you about that. Like there's just like no like basketball gods or like just like TV studio could have been just like, hey, let coach. Like there was none of that. UNC said, screw this guy.
It was the equivalent of how they have those things where they have like the kid on the football team who like never gets to play, and then like they hand him the ball.
That kid.
They hand him the ball. Yes, exactly. They hand him the ball, and then everybody just gets out of the way and lets him go score or whatever.
Yeah.
North Carolina didn't just tackle that kid; they clotheslined and then dogpiled on him. That's what they did. They were like, "Fuck this kid! You are not doing that on our turf.
Make it with my ass. Just sit there."
Exactly. Then they like jumped up and down on top of him. Providence has now taken a 14-point lead. There's a timeout, just under 16 minutes left in the second half of that one. So that's looking real good. And I will remind everybody, South Dakota State averages 86.7 points a game. There are 15 minutes and 51 seconds left in that game. They have 29 points. So
Chad and I just got to keep reminding everybody of that.
they've got to score 60 in the last 15 minutes to match their season average.
So they were 86 points, and then they only gave up 70. Well, they're about to give up 80 on the run. They're about to give up.
Yeah, 80. For real. But yeah, so here's Marquette. Very similar team to North Carolina, but in their common opponents, North Carolina is 4-7 and Marquette is 6-8. So like that's a really big sample size if you think about it. 11 games for one team and 14 games for the other team where they played the same opponents.
Yeah.
And you have that much info, and the info tells you they're both capable of beating some of those teams, and they're more capable of losing to those teams. So it's really about which Marquette team and which North Carolina team shows up, and how they actually get it done and perform against each other. North Carolina's got that one big redheaded kid. I can't remember his name. And they've got the Baycott, who like really like he's the reason why they beat Duke. Armando Baycott is like a legit. He's kind of a big power forward. Reminds me a lot of, there's a guy, I think it's Paul John. He plays in the NBA now. He played for Tennessee. I think it's Paul Johnson. Anyway, like that, like where he's not super big, but he's big enough.
But yeah, sometimes
and he throws his body around. And in the college game, 6'8", with a little length and a little beef to you, and you got touch around the basket. And you have a couple of moves where you can make some moves facing the basket, and you got some back to the basket moves. You're a good rebounder. He's really good at like finding his way into position while the ball's in the air. That sort of stuff makes it to where I like North Carolina overall, but I could see Marquette 11-8 in the Big East, but North Carolina was 15-5 in the ACC, and those two conferences are they're. It's kind of like they have stepped back, whereas those used to be the two premier conferences.
Yeah, because the Big East, half the ACC teams used to be in the Big East, right? Like,
right, and vice versa. It's like there's like this weird crossover where like ACC teams went to the Big East and Big East teams went to the ACC, and then like the Big Ten absorbed a couple of the Big East teams, and then the Big East absorbed some teams from some other lesser conferences like the A10.
Some people got called up into the Big East.
Yeah, it was weird. It's weird, like the way they restructured all that stuff. And I don't think it's necessarily great for basketball, but it's made the Big Ten and the SEC really, really powerful. I think
there's a freaking documentary on the Big, it's like the rise and fall of the Big East. There's something like
Big East, yeah,
about the Big East, yeah.
But I'll say this: Rutgers really like.
Shout out AG.
They showed out last night. I thought they were going to win, and that Ron Harper's kid is Ron Harper Jr. He's solid. he's legit.
Yeah,
but they just didn't have enough. Yeah, shout out AG. All right. So what we got here is this. That's somebody else in the minute order chat. All right, I'm just making sure that I don't have
John Ryan waiting for 3 out. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, no. I'm making sure that I'm not getting a message that somebody's trying to get in. All right, so Michigan's still up 3 with 6.5 minutes left. Just need them to hold on, and we're set up for at least we can have the pipe dream that we can still have a perfect bracket, Tyler.
2 picks in. 2 picks, baby.
2 picks in, baby. We're not even 2 picks in. We're talking shit, and there's 6 minutes left, and we're only
that's a lot of time. It's like, what are we doing as SEC fans talking this much shit with this much time left? What are we doing?
I know, right? Like you gotta. All you had to do is back to that Auburn Alabama game. Like I was like, oh yeah, this is it. Like this is the beginning of the end for Saban. And then I was like, oh God, here we go.
Yeah,
it's gonna like
if people don't know, and don't let Chad and I talk about the SEC football. We could do a 5-hour show about just that.
Whoever the monster is in the SEC at any given time, they are the Rasputin of sport, because just when you think they're dead, here they come again. It's like, God, go on. Oh man,
Michigan up.
Yeah, Dickinson just got a really, really healthy and one. So, all right, made the free throw too. Let's go. Up 6 with 6 minutes left. So yeah, that's the stuff right there. And Memphis is up 8-4 on Boise. They're in a timeout right now. That is the under 16 timeout. So for people who don't know, college basketball has this thing where every 4 minutes, if there hasn't been, as soon as there's a stoppage of play after 4 minutes, so it's at 16, the first time there's a dead ball after 16 minutes, after 12 minutes, and after 8 minutes and 4 minutes, they do like an obligatory TV timeout for that. So it kind of gives coaches like an extra timeout that they don't have to spend. And so that's why they only get like 5 for the whole game. But you have, there's one of those timeouts that is automatically burned. So you have 5 timeouts for the whole game, but if you don't use any in the first half, you start the second half with 4. So there's this, it's the use it or lose it timeout. So every coach is going to call a timeout in the first half, no matter what, because what's the point of keeping it? You don't get to bring it with you.
Can't take it with
you. so you might as well use it.
That's a good bucket.
Oh shit. Okay, good. Well, I'm glad I'm about to watch a bucket because I didn't see it.
I'm just gonna.
No, it's all good. No, I don't have a problem. I'll put it this way. I don't know if it's superstition or what, but I don't like hearing bad news early. I don't mind hearing good news early.
Fair enough.
You know what I'm saying? Like if you tell me, "Oh, touchdown," I'll be like, "Oh, sweet! I can't wait to watch this touchdown." If you're like, "Damn it, interception," I want to just turn the TV off. At that point.
You're just like, I don't want to see it.
I already know there's going to be an interception. Why would I want to watch it? You know, it's like, why would I want to endure torture?
So, South Dakota State brought it within single digits, I believe. I mean, it's 43-30. No, I can't read.
43-32. It's 11. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well. Was that a 2 or a 3? It was a 3. Okay. Yeah, so it's a 4-point game now with 5 minutes left. Michigan and Colorado State. Shout out to the Wolverines trying to keep us perfect.
Through one.
Yeah. And shout out to my son, my oldest son, who picked Michigan in 0 of his brackets. So he might start off 0-1.
Okay, if you make enough brackets, you at least pick him in 1. You can't just
yeah. Well, so here's my challenge with that. Like, without getting too goofy about it and doing too many different iterations where it's so crazy.
The same.
Yeah, it's hard to not just like be like, all right, I'm gonna flip these because this is one that I actually like had some trouble with, or if it's one where I'm like, I'm really confident in this pick, but I could make a case for this other outcome happening.
Like 8-9 games, the 8-9s,
exactly. Yeah, so sometimes it's good to make some of those different combinations where it's like, all right, I kind of feel like I feel like Joe Lunardi, you know, where like they gave him all this credit. They're like, he is 65 for 68. I'm like, yeah, but like the whole universe could have been 61 for 68 without even trying. Because those last 7 teams are like where the money's made if you're the guy who's the expert on that stuff anyway.
Yeah.
And so I'm rarely impressed unless he gets them all right. You know, like if you don't get all of the teams right, like he had Texas A&M making the tournament. Well, Texas A&M did not make the tournament. So I'm like, all right, so you got to take that L, bud. I don't give you credit for picking Kansas in the tournament. They're a number 1 seed, you know, like now the other thing where he gets the seeds right on however many, whatever percentages, that's a lot more impressive. Like, all right, so if you broke the thing down and you got the seeds right on like
that is very impressive
on 45 out of the 68 teams or whatever, I'm like, all right, that's pretty good. Like I know we were going to get like the number 1s, but when you get into that last number 1 seed versus those first couple of number 2 seeds, and then the last number 2 versus the first couple of number 3s, and you keep working your way down, it's easy to miss some of those by 1 or 2 seeds. So that's not anything to be downplaying. He's pretty good at that. But yeah, Michigan's playing a lot better here down the stretch.
Providence, South Dakota State 43-35.
Yeah, South Dakota State has the ball too. South Dakota State trying to challenge that 87-point average. They've already scored. They've already scored like 6 points in the last 2 minutes.
What was the call?
Oh yeah, that's a reach. Yeah.
Yo, they're like so. What's his face? The Michigan's big man is like
Hunter Dickinson. Yeah,
he's in the post, but they're bringing down that like the Colorado State is still like sinking in that guy on the key.
Yeah,
they're still sinking him down to try to pick, like not even just deny the ball entirely.
Yeah,
so they're like half doubling him.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's how you got to play a guy like that. You got to squeeze, just kind of bracket him like that. It was the same thing that you would do if you got, you know, I don't know, whether it's Antonio Brown or whoever, you know, your stud receivers, Devontae Adams, you know, you're not going to let him just run 1-on-1 what you're going to do is you're going to have like your corner set up, and he's either going to have inside leverage or outside leverage. I would tend to when you're talking about like bracketing a guy, my strategy would generally be if he's outside, I'm bracketing him with inside leverage on the corner so that he can't get that quick slant, so that you're able to jump that. And then I'm having some help over the top, kind of shading him to the outside. So that way you can jump that inside. And if he cuts outside, you're trying to stay with him, but you're not getting beat deep on the outside. You do the same thing with this, where you're gonna have somebody play. Have somebody either play behind him, and then have a guard just kind of sag off of the wing and prevent that entry level or that entry pass. But then the other thing you want to do is sometimes you want to front the post. And so then what you'll do is you'll just kind of help from the side. So
that's what they were just doing. Like they're fronting him and then dropping the guard in.
Yeah, drop the guard from the corner or from the wing to just kind of double team from behind and strip him when he gets the post feed. Yeah.
Like I got a soft spot for tall, uncoordinated, goofy white guys playing. That's
a soft spot. Boise State tied it up. It's 12-12. About 12 minutes to go in the first half.
I identify with that very much.
With the Boise Memphis game, or
no, with being uncoordinated and white.
No, I was trying to give you an out, man. You.
Oh no, listen. You got to own things like that.
I got you. What? I am white, but I didn't have the uncoordinated problem. I just I wasn't super tall, so.
45.
Gonzaga over Iowa in the final. Okay, all right. So we have our first. Somebody finally came in and like gave us some feedback on what they're picking. That's it. So I like the Gonzaga pick. That Iowa pick, though, man, that's you got to have a lot of stuff go right for you. Let me. All right, so
don't they?
Let's pull this thing up. So yeah, I have them making it all the way to that matchup with Kansas, and then I have Kansas beating them. But so that's actually not a terrible pick to get to the Final Four. Who would they have to face? Okay, no, I looking at this bracket now, I could see that. All right, so I kind of dig it, Dana. Like I sort of dig it. So you got Iowa's got to knock off Richmond, then they've got to take on the winner of this Providence South Dakota State game, which I think they're equipped to do. I think they have the type of squad that could beat Kansas. And then we've already talked about Auburn and how they've just been Jekyll and Hyde late in the season, and it's not necessarily a guarantee. Man, there is an emergency broadcasting going on during the game in my ear. I have the game audio playing in the background. So what is this? There's some sort of storm warning or some shit. Let me see what this is. Just in case it. Oh, okay, it went away. All right, now I can unmute that. So I had the game audio and it was like going in my ear. All right, so we talked about, and so it's Auburn or LSU or Wisconsin coming out of that other side of the bracket. So I could definitely see Iowa coming out of that bracket. That's feasible. And then the top of that side of the bracket, the South. So that's Iowa taking the Midwest. All right. The top of that bracket, the South, is the Arizona, Houston, Illinois, Tennessee, Villanova bracket. That is not like there's no juggernaut there. Like that's a very winnable bracket.
I'm just hearing stuff upstairs in my house right now.
Okay. But that's so I actually kind of like that pick. That's I'm not saying it's super likely, but if I'm picking a 5 seed to win to get all the way to the finals, Iowa's not a bad 5 seed to pick. That's actually not a bad pick. So if you were playing in my style of bracket, you would get
a lot of
5 multiplied all the way through if they actually got there. But like I was saying about that, if you play that, and Baylor and Norfolk have already started, so it's 5-3 early in that game. I don't see I'm probably not going to talk about that one much because Baylor should not have any trouble. But it is first day of the tournament day, So
UVA.
you know how it goes. I've watched those games. I watched one of the best games in the history of college basketball was Georgetown Providence back when Pete Carrill was the coach at Providence, and you had John Thompson, and that was the Alonzo Mourning team.
Oh yeah.
Providence took them down to the wire. Providence is shooting at the buzzer to win the game, and Alonzo Mourning gets a fingertip on the shot, and they get the rebound. And this is a 1 versus 16 game.
Wow.
This is way before the Maryland. What was it?
UMBC.
I mean UMBC versus UVA. Yeah. Way decades before that.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was a wild one. But
oh wow, that's good.
But yeah, so it's a 9-point game. Looks like Michigan is starting to pull away. 2 minutes and 40 seconds left. They're up 9. That one's looking pretty solid, and Providence is still holding a sizable lead, 8 points.
Memphis up 4.
Yeah. Okay. Memphis is up. All right.
Oh my.
Let me. Hopefully, I'll get John to because I can't listen to this right now, but I'll get John to share that. I mean, to give us his takes on some of these games.
I'm sure he'll have something for every. I can't even imagine what.
Yeah, I know. It's yeah.
Trust me, I'll jet out of here, and then you'll. Yeah, I'll jet after this Michigan game is over.
Uh-oh. We had a charge, so
yeah, you saw that. That's why I was just like
Colorado State's going to get the ball back with. Did
you see that pass that give and go that layup?
No, I missed it. I was looking at my phone when that happened.
That happened right before the charge.
Okay. All right, there we go. See, Michigan's doing a much better job of rebounding now.
Yes, and not turning over the ball.
When those shots aren't going down, they're not all ending up in. Yeah, so remember when I was telling you it was 18-17 in total rebounds?
Yeah.
Since then, it is 13-7 in favor of Michigan. So yeah, so they've been cleaning up the glass a lot better, and that's big time. And they're up 10 now with a minute and a half left. So barring some major catastrophe, looks like we're going to start off 1-0, Tyler. So shout out to us. Getting it done.
Woo! That's, listen. Now I can go over for the
match. They just got the ball back. They're going to be up a dozen under a minute.
Oof.
That's off Colorado State. Yeah. Okay. There we go.
What is happening? Okay.
Oh, I'm probably still behind you a little bit. So the play that happened before that, like maybe 15 seconds ago or so, was that ball going out of bounds off of.
It's just so much. It's just so funny. Like, in the last one of the college basketball game, how much chaos! Like,
oh yeah,
all of a sudden, nobody knows how to dribble. Everybody's diving on the floor. Like,
so do you know how they have this win probability predictor deal set up?
ESPN, yeah.
There was a year, I think it was like 2018 or 19. I want to say it was 2019, where I swear they had in just a week's time, like 7 games that were 98+% win probability in the last 2 minutes of the game that lost. LSU Missouri was one of them. They were playing LSU was playing Missouri at Missouri, down by 14 with like a minute and a half left. Came back and won.
Jesus.
And so I was like, your win probability thing needs to be adjusted, because clearly you don't understand how college basketball works.
It's like
you can do so much with the 3-point shot, and with the and if you look, like, you try to do live bets, they'll lock the game at a certain point.
Oh yeah, they do,
because they're just like, nah, we're not fucking with that. Like, we can't keep up with calculating the odds
over and
this could an 8-point lead with 17 seconds left could evaporate. I've seen it happen.
Yeah,
and in no universe should that be happening, but you can't say it's a 99% win probability, because clearly it's not. That's why I was saying, like, they had 7 of them in a week. And I don't remember what all the
crazy.
games were, but it was crazy. It was just wild how many of those games went the opposite direction of the win probability predictor. Yeah, so Memphis is up 8, Providence is up 11, and Michigan is putting Colorado State away as we speak. They shouldn't have fouled there. I'm of the opinion, like, when you're up 10 under a minute,
Don't
let
foul.
the clock keep running. Stay in front, just move your feet and keep your hands up. And if they make the shot, they make the shot. But you keep the clock running.
Don't go for turnover. Don't go to try to take the ball away.
Well, this was he tried to block the shot and he just bumped him. But like, no, just like trust your help and let him try
Colorado
to shoot
State
over
is in a full court and they are swarming.
Yeah, well, so that's the other part I was going to say is when you have a team that does a really good job of backcourt trapping and pressing.
Yeah,
and they can turn, and that's because that's what LSU did to Missouri in that game. They came back from down 14. I don't think Missouri got the ball across half court like 4 possessions in a row before they turned it over. And then we're knocking down threes and getting layups and getting and ones and stuff. So a 14-point lead.
Michigan's in the bonus now. Okay.
Yeah. It's an 8-point game, 54 seconds left. And they're just going to be reaching, trapping, and fouling. And that was really close to being a turnover.
You see that trap in the corner?
Yeah, well, he bumped him, knocked him out of bounds, though.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to answer Dana's question for my biggest upset in the first round. Let's see, I've got Notre Dame beating Alabama.
I have that too.
That's only an 11. I think that's the biggest. And I have Michigan winning this game. That's also an 11. Neither of those is really big upsets. And I would even argue perhaps not even upsets if you really are frank about it.
Fun, I took Davidson or Michigan State.
I did too. I actually didn't pick that just for fun. I actually think I watched Davidson play in their championship game, and I think that they lose to Richmond. I think they lost to Richmond in like a heartbreaker. But they were already in, and that was like Richmond playing for their lives. Because if Richmond doesn't win that game, they're not in the tournament. That's the only way they got in. So some teams that I think could win, who I didn't pick to win. I actually think.
And it says Longwood over Tennessee.
I think New Mexico State could beat Connecticut. That's a 12 over a 5.
Yeah, Longwood over Tennessee, Dana says.
In Indiana, that would be really interesting. I don't see that because Tennessee's got a really, really good team, and they're playing really well right now. Now, could they fall after winning the SEC tournament? Possibly. All right, so I liked your pick, Dana, of Iowa going all the way to the championship and losing to Gonzaga, but I actually think Richmond, coming off of that win in their conference tournament, I think they could actually potentially beat Iowa in the first round. That would also be a 12 over a 5. The A-10's not a terrible conference, and they went through that one. I don't like Colgate. I think that's pretty much it. I don't have any big upsets. I think a lot of times some of this stuff, we can kind of overthink these things, and it seems really chic, I guess, to pick a 15 to beat a 2 or a 16 to beat a 1 or whatever. But we got to be honest with ourselves. We're just pulling shit out of our ass, like just guessing, like, I don't like the way this team. And so often, it's a team like that UVA UMBC game. Virginia was the number 1 overall seed in that tournament.
Yes.
There's no way they should have lost.
I had them winning that year. I had them winning the whole thing that year.
Yeah, I did too. In a couple of brackets. I had other teams winning in some other brackets, but I had them winning the whole thing.
Yeah.
And it destroyed my bracket. Now, the only thing that saved me was practically everybody else had them go to the Elite 8 or the Final 4. So it ruined that part of their brackets too. It's just that it took a whole lot more because the points get bigger as you get into the later rounds.
Yeah, they
so
killed my
it really
bracket.
crippled me there. But very rarely is it like I talked about. there was an Arkansas team one year when Nolan Richardson was there. This was like in 1994, I think, when they won the national championship. They were the number 15 seed, or the number 2 seed. The number 15 seed, it was one of these Texas schools, like Texas Southern or something like that. Took them to the wire. Arkansas like held on to win by like maybe 1 point and went on to win the national championship. So I think a lot of times it's real easy to get trapped into this mindset of, oh, well, this number 2 seed is probably overseeded and they're vulnerable or whatever you want to call it. And to kind of point in that direction is like, that's the one. And then that's the team that usually like just handles business and they get bounced like in the second or third round or fourth round or something like that on the way to the Final Four. The problem is when it's one of these teams that like everybody is expecting is just going to chalk their way to the Final Four, and they kind of come into the tournament thinking their shit doesn't stink, and then some team that has like, you know, they've got this David and Goliath, me against the world mentality,
nothing to lose and everything.
Yeah. All right, so Michigan's going to win this game. Providence is in a little bit of trouble.
They're bringing it back here.
Yeah, in a little bit of trouble. 6 minutes. And a 5-point lead. So that's
Michigan's going to dribble it out here. Hey, 1-0, baby.
Yeah. Hey, look, your jersey is that's how many games you were here for. One game, one.
That's all I'm good for.
One win. All right, bro. Just like Georgia. I hope that's not the only game we win.
You know what? It's okay. I'll just text you Stetson holding the national championship trophy again. All right.
There you go. That's all fine.
It was good being on, bro.
Yeah, it was awesome having you, man. All right, bro. Peace.
Later.
All right, guys. So it's down to just me again, but hopefully we'll have some other folks coming on here a little later. I know AG said he was going to be coming on a little bit later, and John Ryan as well. So Michigan gets that victory, 75-63 in the first round against Colorado State there in Indianapolis. Big win for them, and I kind of saw that one coming. Like I never really liked Colorado State, and I figured Michigan was going to impose its size over the course of that game. Let's see what the rebound totals ended up at, because I think as the game went on, they just kind of pulled away there. Yeah, 35 rebounds to 24. And they were pretty much neck and neck in the first half. So Michigan really, they made their adjustments. Juwan Howard got him. He wasn't punching anybody, so he got them back in good shape. And Providence is back up by 9 now. So that's good. 4.5 minutes to go in that game. That's a good indicator that we might be going 2-0 here. I don't know. What do you guys, Dana? You've been pretty vocal about your picks. I don't like the Longwood over Tennessee, and there is always a big one. It's just trying to pick it. I think sometimes can be folly. I've watched Tennessee a lot this year, and I don't know, man. They've got a lot of different ways that they could beat you. They can play good pressure defense, turn you over. The Vescovy kid, and they've got a couple other shooters, and they've got some bangers on the interior. And I don't know. I'll be perfectly honest. I don't know a whole lot about Longwood. Let me pull that matchup up, and I'll see if I can see a path to a Longwood victory. If I had to pick, all right. So let's see. Let me go through the 3-14s just to see if there's a better upset that I could pick. I don't know. Let's look them up. Let's pull these up and see what we got here. So, because I don't like any of the 14s, but I haven't really dug into them that much. So maybe that's a good idea to do that here, even though my bracket's already locked in. Tennessee played the 4th best schedule in the country, and was 7-5 against the top 25. Longwood played the 343rd best schedule in the country. Obviously, they didn't play anybody in the top 25. That's how they pulled that off. They're a good shooting team, almost 38% from 3. That's good, but it'll be interesting to see how they do that against Tennessee's length and perimeter defense. Kennedy Chandler's just a stud. Let's see. Did they play any? Okay, so common opponents. Longwood is 3-0. Tennessee is 2-0. If I had to guess, those are probably some pretty, I don't know, iffy common opponents. I would say they're probably towards the bottom of the. Looks like I lost my connection there for a minute. I'm back. Y'all see me? All right. We're back. I don't know what happened there. Lost connection there for a moment. But I'm going to pull up Tennessee schedule because that one's going to be starting here shortly. Not Tennessee schedule, Longwood schedule. Let me hang on just a second here. I got some issues with this. Okay. I don't know what's going on. My connection is glitching here the last couple of minutes. I think I'm okay now, though. Thank y'all all for coming in. We are ready to move into these latter parts of the first set of games. We had 3 to start things off. So I'm looking at Longwood's schedule, and I don't see a whole lot to write home about here. They had an 8-point loss to Georgetown, but this is a down year for Georgetown. They lost by 33 to Iowa. I don't know. Like, it looks like if they played any similar opponents to Tennessee, it was probably like the Winthrops, the Radfords, teams like that. I'm not. It doesn't say what the common opponents were. Well, no, it doesn't look like it's those. But anyway, it's some of these lesser teams. Whereas Tennessee was playing Villanova, North Carolina, Texas Tech, Arizona, out of conference. Like they played a really tough schedule. That schedule toughness doesn't just come from, if somebody overinflated the SEC's strength. I don't see it. I don't see that one happening. All right, so let's pull up some of the other 3-14 matchups. Texas Tech, Montana State. Montana State with the 244th toughest schedule. Texas Tech with the 35th, 7-4 against the top 25. Good shooting team. Montana State's shooting 37% nearly from 3. Texas Tech does not shoot the 3 well. They are more of your standard lock you up on defense. They're giving up an average of 60 points a game on the season. That's elite level. Really, really good defensive team, as Texas Tech always is. They always seem to find a way to ugly the game up, especially on the interior, but they play really good perimeter defense too, good help side defense, very disciplined, don't over-rotate too much. They don't get out of position. You've got to work, and they're going to force you to burn a lot of the shot clock. That's one of the things I like about this LSU team this year too. I know I keep talking about LSU. Look, I'm wearing the gear. I got the stadium in the background here. That was from when LSU won went to the Final Four, knocking off Kentucky back in 1986. That's Anthony Wilson right there. So what I like about Texas State, let's see what their common opponents. Montana State went 2-1. Texas Tech went 2-0 against common opponents. I think if you really dig into this, let's see. Yeah, so Montana State's given up 68.5 points a game, averaging 77. Texas Tech is just going to play. It's going to slow down, and they're going to play a much more defensive game. So I think you could see something very similar to what we're seeing right now with Providence and South Dakota State, where South Dakota State did a lot with not much competition, not much resistance, and Providence played a much better schedule. Now, South Dakota State is making this game very interesting. 2.5 minutes left to go, and it's 56-52, and South Dakota State is at the line, finishing the and one, and it's a 3-point game now with 2.5 minutes left. Providence was up 9 just moments ago, so a nice little run. While I was looking at all this stuff, I missed apparently a heavy little 6-0 run. Oh, there's a foul. All right. So Providence go to the line to shoot a couple of free throws. All right, so let's go to the other two 3-14 matchups. So down to the bottom in the Midwest and East brackets. Let's go to the Midwest first. Wisconsin-Colgate. Now, this one could be interesting. See, again, Colgate, 317th best schedule. It's really hard to gauge. And, yeah, I get it. You had to pick an upset, so I get it. And that's what I'm saying. Like, a lot of times, it's like you feel like somebody's going to – one of these 12s or 13s or 14s is going to win. And it seems like every year an 11 wins. And a lot of times – you have a couple of 12s knocking off 5s, and you might have a couple of 13s beating 4s. Here's the thing, though. I think if you go back and you look at the history of the tournament, this is something that I would have to actually go through and like do some serious research to find out the real answers to this. Excuse me while I adjust this little headset. I'm listening to game audio in here so that I don't have to play it over the microphone because I don't want to get nabbed for reproducing or retelevising their broadcasts. But early in the tournament's history, or at least in the history of me watching the tournament, the 80s, 90s, early 2000s, before these mid-majors really made their push to become like on par with a lot, at least the top teams in the mid-majors, on par with these major conferences. Just put it in perspective. That Michigan-Colorado State game, you take that game back 30 years, Michigan is the 6 and Colorado State's the 11. That's the difference, is that now what we have seen is the game has evolved in such a way that what used to be seen as upsets were these games where the teams were just seeded improperly because the selection committee didn't value the mid-major conference quality of play and quality of athletes. And so you would have like a Ball State beat Illinois in the first round or something like that. And it was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe this. Well, Illinois probably shouldn't have been a 5 and Ball State probably shouldn't have been a 12. And maybe that's why that happened, because that Ball State team had 3 really good athletes that, and the way basketball works is you can make a run with a couple of guys who are really good. And then 5 other guys who are solid enough to play defense on that end and hit the open shot when they're given the opportunity, when the double teams come on your 2 studs. So, and it's a 3-point game again now with a minute and a half left, but Providence has the ball. So I think that's where some of this stuff comes from. And I think that what you're seeing now is the upsets, quote unquote, these big seed based upsets are not as frequent as they used to be, in my opinion. And like I said, I'd have to do some research to and Providence just hit a shot to open the lead back up to 5 with a minute left. That was a crazy little scoop. What you have now is, I think, the committee just doing a better job of selecting who belongs in the tournament and seeding them properly. So if they're doing their job correctly, we shouldn't see so many of the upsets, or they shouldn't be as shocking. And there's a lot of these things where, like, that Michigan game, I don't think that's an upset. Like, I was like, I don't see it. I don't see Colorado State deserving that seed. I think they got that one wrong. So, like, even when they get it wrong, it's like you look at it and you're like, I don't know about that. So I tend to look for those kinds of games, and I don't get sucked into trying to guess which 3-14 matchup is going to be an upset. If I see one that I really like, I'm going to go with it. And if I don't see any that I like, I'm going to go chalk with all those 3 versus 14 games, because I'd rather go 3 out of 4 than go 2 out of 4, because I picked the wrong upset and I picked the wrong favorite to win, and I got them both wrong. Now I've doubled my my pain in that sense. So Colgate and Wisconsin, let's go back to that one. Colgate's won 10 in a row. They're 23-11, 16-2 in the Patriot League. Wow, they went 23-11, so 9 losses. They're 7-9 outside their conference. So let's see. Yeah, Wisconsin's 12-6 against teams in the tournament, and Colgate has not played any common opponents with them. So let me see real quick. I'm going to pull up that one to see That one looks like it's tomorrow. I want to see who Colgate's losses came against, because to go 7-9 outside your league and 16-2 in your league. So they lost to NC State, Cornell, Niagara, Northeastern, Pitt, St. John's, Monmouth, Vermont, and Lehigh. Yeah, that ain't it. We're not good with Colgate. Colgate is not the 3-14 matchup you are looking for. So the last one is Purdue-Yale. This is one that intrigued me because Yale has had a couple of teams where they've got like a scorer or two, and they can actually play. Like they maybe they'll have like a big man who can really get it done. So I want to look into this one a little bit. All right, so this is the best schedule that we've seen of any of these 14 seed teams. 72.3 points a game with the 122nd strength of schedule. Purdue is the 29th strength of schedule. Purdue's averaging almost 80 points a game, 7 points more than Yale is, and they're both giving up the same number of points, and Purdue has played a much tougher schedule in that loaded Big Ten. I would say, let's see, so they don't even have any matchup notes on this one. Yeah, I don't see it with this one either. I'd have to look. Let me see who Yale. They're 11-3 in their conference. They're another one. 11-3 in their conference. 8-8 outside their conference. So, I just have a hard time. What'd you say? Let's see. Should expand? I don't think so either. I don't think it should expand. I kind of like the idea of the first four. And I'll be perfectly honest. I was partial when it first started. I was like, this is stupid. It should be all either 16 seeds or 15 seeds playing their way into the tournament. And you shouldn't have these 11 and 12 seeds. But I get it now. Like some of these 15, 16 seeds are automatic qualifiers because they won their conference tournament or they won their conference championship if they don't have a tournament. And I think making some of these at-large teams that were on the bubble who barely made it in, make them play and prove that they deserve to be with the big boys. It's like giving them that extra, like if you're looking at two teams and you're like, I can't decide which one of them to put in and which one of them to leave out and burst their bubble, have them play each other. All right, go. One of y'all survives. It's a way of giving them that little strength of schedule boost or whatever you want to call it that breaks the tie. It's a built-in tiebreaker for those types of decisions for the committee, and so I get it. I'm trying to see, is that one today? The Yale Purdue game, is that tonight or this afternoon? Shit, where is it? All right, it's not today. It's tomorrow. Where is it though? Oh, here we go. Yale Purdue. I want to see who Yale lost to because they went 8-8 outside their league. Lost to Seton Hall by 36. That's not pretty. Lost to Vermont by 8. Southern Utah. Stony Brook beat them. They lost by 22 at Auburn. I mean, that's not terrible. Just the fact that they hung around that close is admirable, I guess. They lost by 27, though, to St. Mary's. Remember, we were talking about St. Mary's earlier and how they play against Gonzaga and how they're kind of built for that. Yeah, I don't know. That's a tough one. Monmouth and Iona. So that's kind of where I fall on those. Providence is up by 6 now with 18 seconds left. So looks like we're going 2-0. Let's go. All right. I'm starting off this thing 2-0, and it looks like it might even be possible to start penciling in 3-0 because Memphis is rolling up 38-19 at the half against Boise. So that's a big one. So no, Dana, to answer your question, I do not see a 3-14 upset. Of course, what that probably means is I'm gonna have egg on my face, and we're gonna have like 3 of them or something, and I'm gonna get them all wrong. But no, I just looking at those matchups, I see some really high quality 3s, and I don't see enough from the 14s. What fueled VCU to the Final Four? Oh, that play-in game. Yeah. No, you're right. And it wasn't just them. It was Virginia Commonwealth, and there was somebody else who went to the Final Four as well, but or maybe the Elite Eight. But yeah, there have been some teams that like that's their momentum starter, and that's what I think Notre Dame. I think we might have seen that last night with Notre Dame, like the way they played, the way they fought in that game, and they played really well as a team, and they really locked down on defense as that game got late. I don't know. I think I like what they were able to do in that matchup, and that Rutgers team was no joke. They had some ballers on the floor. I actually thought whichever team came out of that, George Mason. That's it. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, George Mason was the first 11 to make it to the tournament or to the Final Four in a while. Thank you very much, Victor. Ya tu sabes. Oh, West Virginia teams. Yeah, there you go. That's right. Yeah, you got to be repping those guys. I know. All right, so Providence pulls it off, knocks off South Dakota State. That was expected, a 4 versus 13. You expect that to happen, but it's good to see that they actually pulled it off and didn't choke it away. So what's the tally? South Dakota State scored 57 points. Their season average was 87.5 or 87.9, something like that. 86 or 87 points. I can't remember what it was. Let's pull it up. Where is that game? Down here. 86.7. So they, oh shoot, yeah, keep streaming, fool. My TV's about to turn off on me. But yeah, they were held almost 30 points below their season average. And that's kind of what I expected. Like I looked at that and I was like, all right, this is one of those could go either way sort of things. Like either they're legit and we just haven't been able to see it because their schedule's so ugly, or that schedule is a big part of the reason why they were able to put up the offensive numbers they put up. And as it turns out, it was the latter. Their schedule is a big part of why they hung the big numbers that they hung up, because they finally faced a team that can play defense and is equipped to handle some of that stuff. And Providence just washed them. I say washed them. Providence shut them down offensively. Now they still did a really good job of staying in that game, and they had it close late. Hit some big shots. I'll give them credit for this. They went into halftime with was it 26 points, maybe 29 points? I know. So they ended up basically scoring roughly the same first and second half. Let's see, what were the splits on that one? I think it's about even. Oh no, they had 23 points in the first half. Okay, 23 points in the first half. They scored 34 in the second half. So they really put it together, and were within 1 point of Providence in their second half scoring, but that 8-point lead going into halftime, they just never could get close enough. So now what we're looking at is you've got Tennessee and Longwood coming up in 10 minutes. And we have right now ongoing, we have the Baylor-Norfolk State game, which is 34-20. Another Virginia team, Victor. And then you got Memphis up 19 on Boise at halftime. So kind of been a little bit of a dull stretch until that Tennessee Longwood game starts, and then we'll be able to see if Dana may have pulled a rabbit out of the hat, because that's I don't know. I guess looking at those matchups, Longwood's got just as good a chance as any of those other 14 seeds to pull off the upset. I don't see it happening, but I'm not saying it can't. Hey, what do you guys think? Who does everybody have winning the whole thing? I got Auburn in most of my brackets, because that's just, I'm kind of trying to hold true to what I predicted about 2-3 months ago, and I have Gonzaga in the other brackets. I think I may have one bracket that has Baylor winning, but I don't think so. Let's see. Hang on. Oh, wait, what? Okay. All right. That's a different conversation. Oh, let me see what. Give me just a second here. Let me check something out. But yeah, I like the way these first couple 3 games are going and have gone because it's helping my bracket out. But um, we still got a long way to go. A 2-0 or 3-0 start does not a does not a tournament bracket make. Let's see, we got. Okay, yeah, I need a couple. All right. I gotta do some. I might have to do some work here while we're streaming. When I get one of the other guys coming on, to where it's not all dependent on me to do all the talking. I'll try to have one of them post that stuff up, or keep the conversation going while I take care of a couple of things work wise. But looks like Memphis had one of their guys get hurt. I didn't see when that happened. Let me mute this one and bring this one up to full audio here. Yeah, Memphis is playing really good defense in that game, holding Boise State to 19 points in the first half. That's crazy. That doesn't bode well for the second half. Yeah, see, all right. So I talked about this before, Victor. I see that as well. Here's the thing, though. Either they're pulling like the ultimate okey doke, which makes me want to put a little bit of money on them to take advantage of the massive odds against them. But Duke, Coach K's last game in Cameron Indoor Arena, gets his ass handed to him by North Carolina, their biggest rival. With practically every player who's ever played for him in attendance, they got embarrassed. I mean, it was ugly. Like they were trying to fight back to like keep it in double digits for that whole second half. Then they go into the ACC tournament. They go into the final at Barclays, and then Virginia Tech beats them. And so I'm like, okay, so either they're setting this up for like Coach K's Phoenix to rise from the ashes and win the whole thing, or they just ain't that good, and they're riding a lot of the Coach K mystique, I guess, to this number 2 seed. I don't even know. Like I just question whether they're even worthy of that spot. I think that's Duke pedigree. I think if that's Miami that has that season that Duke just had, I don't know. Like let's go through it. Let's go through and break it down to see if they're truly worthy of that. Hang on just a second. Let's see. So here we go. Let me pull up Duke's. Here we go. I'll just do this. North Carolina. Bear with me, folks. Bear with me. So yeah, they beat Duke. North Carolina beat Duke by 7, but it was really not that close, to be perfectly honest, because North Carolina was up like 13, 11, 12, like they were up, and Duke was barely keeping it in double digits for like the entire second half. So let's look at Duke's schedule just to see how worthy they are. Now they beat Gonzaga early in the season. That's big, but Alabama beat Gonzaga early in the season too. I'm going to go back to that just to look at who Gonzaga. So Gonzaga had beat UCLA by 20 at home. Then they lost to Duke at Duke by 3. Then they lost to Alabama at home by 9. So when Duke caught, Gonzaga only beat Tarleton State by 9 at that point. So at the time that Duke beat Gonzaga was not playing their best basketball. Then they went on just a juggernaut run. Now, granted, it's through their conference, which it leaves a lot to be desired. Let's face it. And they had the one loss to St. Mary's, who's the only other real quality team that can challenge them to actually hand them a loss in conference. But I just don't know. So let's go back to Duke's schedule again and see who else they played. They beat Kentucky very early in the year, but remember, Kentucky was not at their best early in the year either. They're playing much better basketball now, and everybody's starting to get healthy again. And Ty Washington and Wheeler, they're back and ready to rock and roll. And Oscar Sheway is just a monster. And if that Grady kid and what's the other kid's name? If they can hit threes from the perimeter, Kentucky's tough. But at that time, they were not playing that well. Duke loses to Miami at home. They lose to Florida State on the road. Both close games. They lose to Virginia at home. Then they lose to North Carolina at home. And then they lose to Virginia Tech in the finals. Now, this is a down year for the ACC. And Duke put together that record. I don't know. It could be the ultimate comeback. That's what I'm saying. It's like the okie doke of the century to get us suckered into to thinking that, oh no, this isn't Coach K's year. If it was his year, they would have let him have that magic moment in Cameron Indoor for his last appearance. But no, it wouldn't surprise me to see a similar contingent show up in New Orleans in the national championship game or for the entire Final Four to give him his send off. And then, he gets sent off cutting down the nets. But I also think there's probably enough money people are betting, expecting that to happen, that it could be a real good way to trap people into thinking it's worth it. So, third time is a charm. I don't know, man. I could see it going either way. The other thing is, I just don't think Duke's that good. I've watched them play, and Paolo Banchero is a really good player, but if you defend him well and stay in front of him, Duke struggles to really get other people involved. And they don't play tremendous defense either. They give up, 75, 80 points way too frequently. I don't know. I'm going to be interested to see how they come out in the tournament early on. This is going to sound crazy, but if Duke comes out and struggles in their first round game, and pulls out a 8 or 10 point victory or something like that against a team that they should beat by 20 or 30, I actually think that bodes well for them. If they come out and just blow out whoever it is, we don't completely know yet. But I like to see the teams that are good, that are expected to do a lot. I like to see them struggle early, because usually what that serves as a wake up call, and it helps you get your shit righted really quick, really early in the tournament, get things set. You want to have that. If you're going to have a slip up, you want it to be in the first or second round and escape with a narrow victory, and then get your shit together and make your run. If you come out and blow the doors off of your first round opponent and come out and handle your second round opponent, I don't know. I kind of feel like, especially when you're a team like Duke that is not without flaws, they can turn the ball over a lot at times. They can go cold, and I would kind of think if they come out and really handle their first two opponents, they're due for a setback, and it's going to happen against a much better team in the second or third round, or maybe going into the Elite Eight, and then you're done. Going into the Final Four from the Elite Eight. So the Boise State game with Memphis is at halftime. The what's the other game that's going on? Norfolk and Baylor is almost at halftime now, and Tennessee and Longwood are starting as we speak. So that one's getting ready to tip off. Tennessee is a 17.5 point favorite in that game. So we'll see, Dana, but I don't see it happening. But this should be fun. This is a great day. It's a fun day. It's my favorite day of the year. Okay, so there I see Lomax turned his ankle, looks like, right at the end of the first half to up 19. Dang. That's not good. 38-19 at halftime in that one. All right, so Tennessee, Longwood got the opening tip and went down and missed a shot, and Tennessee's got the ball now. So see, they're working it inside already. Looks like Longwood's got a little bit of size on the inside, but they're not real big, like maybe 6'8", 6'9". That guy might be 6'10". Yeah, how do you? So that's another one. They went 15-1 in their conference, and then they lost 5 games outside their conference. I always look at games like that. I'm like, why didn't you do better? Why didn't you do better outside your conference? You're in the tournament now. You need to do better outside your conference, because the teams in tough conferences, because that's, I look at like these teams in the SEC, which the SEC ended up with 6 teams in. Texas A&M just missing an opportunity to. They could have played their way in if they had won that SEC championship game against Tennessee. But you look at those teams, and there are a lot of 500 teams in the SEC, a lot of 500 teams in the Big Ten. These big, stud conferences that are really deep. A lot more chances to lose games. I think if you look at it, like really only Georgia and Vanderbilt, Missouri were like kind of the gimme. Maybe Ole Miss were the gimmies. The other 10 teams were all like tournament caliber teams. They just there weren't enough spots to go around to get all 10 of them in there, and the way that the games went, at the end of the season, just kind of separated the top 6 from the next 4. Your top 4: Tennessee, Kentucky, Auburn, and Arkansas they're a lot to handle. And then you get to Alabama, LSU, South Carolina, Texas A&M, Mississippi State, and who am I missing? Someone in there. Anyway, it's a really tough. Oh, and Alabama. Did I say Alabama? Anyway, it's a really tough group of teams. So if you're Longwood, you go 15-1 in your league. Who did you schedule? How come you didn't beat more of your out of conference opponents? That's all I'm wondering about with this. So let's look at it and see, who did they lose to. They lost to Iowa by 33. Western Carolina. Oh yeah, I already went through this. They lost to Western Carolina, Old Dominion, Georgetown. They lost to Abilene Christian by 16. See what I'm talking about? Like how you go 15-1 in your conference? You can't beat Abilene Christian. Conference just ain't much. That's why. So I don't see it happening. But we're gonna watch. We're gonna see. We're gonna see how it happens, how it goes down. But so far, my bracket is looking nice. I got to refresh this thing so I can get my credits on here. Yeah, so that's what's up. And now we're just kind of letting the day play its way out, seeing where the chips fall, where the dust settles. Pick your cliche. Let's see. Who do I have here? Do we have? Where's the results? Okay, yeah. So I got my little check for Providence, and I got my little check for Michigan. Yeehaw! Let's get it, boys. So anyway, so Victor said he had Duke winning the whole thing. I see the rest of y'all in here. Who you got? Drop it in the chat. Who you got winning the whole thing? Who's your Final Four? Let's do that. Let's so we can have a little bit more stuff to talk about. I want to see what crazy teams do you have getting into the Final Four. Because I'm not gonna lie, I got one bracket that has these boys in the Final Four, just in case. I got to have it in there. I also have a bracket where they lose in the first round, because I think that's actually like legitimately their range. LSU could lose in the first round; they could go all the way to the Final Four. If Auburn stubs their toe early, or they could even stub their toe against LSU. They haven't been playing their best ball, and LSU is just starting to play theirs. And it's all going to be, to me, it's all going to be about how does LSU respond to Will Wade being fired and all those allegations, and like what it means for the future of the program. And are they starting to already think about where they're transferring to next year? How does all that stuff play out? If they come out like the team did, so like Ben Simmons was a one and done at LSU, and his 1 year, LSU was projected to be like a 5-6 seed in the tournament. They had just knocked off a really good Texas A&M team, the Texas A&M team that had Alex Caruso on it, and LSU was looking really good. They were like a lock to make the tournament, and then they lost like 7 out of 10, and Ben Simmons stopped going to school, and it just became like a whole scandal almost of like how that team just kind of folded at the end. And they missed the NCAA tournament, and they get invited to the NIT, and the team like has a meeting, and they say, "Nah, we don't want to play." So if that's the attitude that this LSU team has of, when they go into this tournament, Iowa State could knock them off in the first round. I also think, though, LSU is definitely good enough to beat Iowa State in the first round, then Wisconsin in the second round, and then Auburn in the third round, or if somehow Auburn loses to USC, or if Miami somehow wins that game against USC, it's not out of the realm of possibility for LSU to knock off Auburn, and then you've got one more win that you need against Kansas to get to the national championship. So, or to the Final Four. I mean, and I have not been impressed with that Kansas team. They can play really well. They've dealt with some injuries, and I think, like Tyler was saying earlier, it's almost like it's this built-in thing where Kansas is just sort of guaranteed a number 1 seed every year, whether they deserve it or not. And they seem to always. Now, granted, I have to try to always couch this stuff in a realistic perspective. Like, okay, so you're Kansas. That means that every team that plays you, no matter how good they are, how prestigious their program is, you're the school that has some of the greatest players of all time that have come through your doors and played on that court at Fog Allen Fieldhouse. Okay, Wilt Chamberlain, Danny Manning. Like you've got one of the guys. There's a guy, Ron Kellogg, who actually helps out coaching my son's team, and he played. He was a couple of years ahead of Danny Manning, so he was there when Manning was young, and then they won that national championship, I think, when Manning was a junior or senior. But Kansas they've had some monsters come through that program. Okay. Like Rafe LaFrance. No, just maybe he's a good player. But so I don't want to like completely downplay the difficulty that it is playing with that target on your back. Duke, same thing. North Carolina, Kentucky, you name it. You go through Arizona, UCLA, Gonzaga now. You get everybody's best shot, regardless of what time of year it is or anything like that. In your conference, it might be a little different because you get to play each other a couple of times. So you might not get somebody's best foot one game, but you're going to get it one of those two matchups if you play them twice. But it seems like Kansas always has this way of like losing 3 games that they should not lose, that they have no business losing. And then they win enough games that they should win, or that they should be competitive in, because if they're a number 1 seed, right? I don't care who they're playing. That should be a good matchup, right? Well, Kansas lost to Dayton November 26th. They lost to Texas Tech by 8. They lost to Kentucky by 8. They lost to Texas by 3. That Kentucky game was at home. They lost to Baylor. They lost to TCU by 10 late in the season. So now they've got a lot of really good quality wins. So I don't want to take anything away from that. And Bill Self is a really good coach. But I don't know. It seems like there's as you get later on in the tournament, a little deeper in the tournament, I've seen them have some lulls, I'll put it that way, where they've made some games more competitive than they needed to be, where they should have boat raced some of these teams, and it's been more competitive than it needed to be. And I just don't trust them. So yeah, that's I think LSU somewhere between getting knocked out in the first round of the Final Four is all within the realm of possibility. I think it gets tough when you get beyond, get into the Final Four and you got to go beat either an Arizona, Tennessee, Illinois, Villanova level squad. Although that I think that is the bracket or the end of the bracket that if I had to point to a region that has the least chance of producing the national champion, I'm going with the South. Here are your top 5 seeds: Arizona, Villanova, Tennessee, Illinois, and Houston. I don't know. Like, I just don't see it. Whereas, look at the West. Okay, you got Gonzaga, Arkansas, Texas Tech, Duke, and UConn. UConn's kind of, but Gonzaga, Arkansas, Duke, and Texas Tech. Those are 3 legit like Final Four caliber teams. That I think you put them in any region and they could come out of that region as the Final Four rep. And are capable of winning the national championship if the matchups fall right in the Final Four and the final. Then you go to the East, you got Baylor, St. Mary's. We've already talked about St. Mary's a little, a good little bit. Kentucky, Purdue, like Kentucky, Baylor. I don't know about Purdue. Purdue's got some flaws, but they're one of those teams that they could just like boring their way all the way to the Final Four by just being boring enough and annoying enough and good enough to force some of these teams like Kentucky and Baylor into not their best games. St. Mary's is intriguing. And then like even Texas as the 6th seed is solid. And look, UCLA was in the Final Four last year. That's a really tough region. Compare that to the South, it's not even close. And then we go to the Midwest. We already talked about Kansas. I've talked a lot about Auburn. Wisconsin's not a great 3, I don't think. And LSU as the 6 is really like they're an enigma. So we're gonna have to see how that plays out. But LSU is still there. Providence and Iowa. We already talked about it with Dana's pick. Like Iowa is sneaky. They're sneaky good. They're not like super pretty. They're not sexy, but they just get it done. So anyway, that's my look on things. So I could definitely see coming out of that South Regional, I could see whoever wins the Midwest. I'm not going to say they're a lock to make the national championship. I just don't see the national championship representative and definitely not the national champion coming out of the South region. I said it here. You can clip it if you want to use it against me later. That's fine, whatever. But yes, Victor, this year, like, what's your Final Four teams? I want to see who everybody thinks is going to make the Final Four this year. My Final Four that I have picked in my CBS bracket is Auburn. Shit, where is it? There we go. Auburn, Tennessee, Gonzaga, and Kentucky. Yes, I went SEC heavy, but I really think that those 3 SEC teams are 3 of the best teams in the country. And it's just a matter of time before everybody else gets to see that. So anyway, that's what's up. Y'all hit me up in the chat and see what let me know who you think. All right, so you got Gonzaga, Duke, Auburn, and you don't know. All right, so you don't like that. You don't like that South Regional either. You see what I mean? It's ugly, bro. You're going off hype. Okay, all right. I feel you. Like it's all good. Like you can go off hype. There's no nothing wrong with that. Nothing against that. Did my TV time out on me again? Well, I might have to start this thing over again. See, I got this Roku TV. It's like streaming, and it's if I don't do anything for a while, Fulkerson just threw down. I don't know if they have an answer for him in the post. That's a big body to have to deal with, and I don't know that Longwood is capable of it. Yeah, no, you're right on the storyline thing, but I got to go back. So I'm going to read. AG dropped this hot take on me before we went on, before the game started. It was right when I went on the air. So he says, all right, here's a gem for your tinfoil kufi. He said, Michigan versus Colorado State to kick off the tournament in the region where Arizona is the number 1 seed. Brady unretired right after the bracket was released. Russell Wilson just got traded to the Broncos in March. The last Super Bowl in Arizona was Russ versus Brady. This year's Super Bowl is in Arizona. And this is how they start the tournament. If Michigan and Tennessee win, they meet, and it's Peyton School versus Brady School. And remember, Peyton ended his season with the Broncos, where Russ just got sent. So it's a lot of twists and turns that thing takes, but it is funny and interesting. So that's the potential tinfoil kufi take there. Now, what does that mean for how the tournament ends up turning out at the end? Yeah, that's your guess is as good as mine. I tend to think this Gonzaga team is really good. They're legitimate, and they lost late enough in the season that last game against St. Mary's at St. Mary's. That's one that could very easily. I could see the script being Mark Few finally gets his title. He's been grinding, and he's like they're constantly a threat to go to the Final Four for the better part of I don't know 2.5, 3 decades. So I think it's only a matter of time before he finally gets his title, right? I mean that's what it seems like to me. So I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, I like your Gonzaga, Duke, Auburn, and I don't know. At least you're honest about it. Respect for that. So I'm going to step just for a second to go. It's getting hot in here. I'm going to go turn the AC on real quick. Y'all hang tight. Keep enjoying the games. I will be right back. I'm not going anywhere. Just give me like 10 seconds. There we go. Yeah, that wasn't bad. Oh, yeah, last year too. Yeah, I feel you. All right, let me get this earbud back in here. I'm trying to, so what I'm doing is I'm listening to the game, or to one of the games anyway, that I have on my computer over here. So I can switch, and I can just kind of switch audios depending on how I want to do it. So that's why I got to keep that plugged in. But yeah, that's what I got going on with this. I'm gonna ping a couple of people and see who, because I want to spread the love here. Invite some. Oh shit, wrong way. I instead of invite guests, I hit enter studio. I did not want to do that. But let's see. Today and tomorrow. All right, so let's see. Just give me a second. We're in timeouts on all the games anyway. So let me check. Let me hit up AG real quick, see where he is. All right. So where were we? Yeah, if we weren't learning anything last year. Yeah, I knew what you meant though. Anyway, like over the course of the last, I don't know, 12, 18, 27 months. Like it's been a whole lot of crazy scripted stuff that I would not have expected that has transpired. So little update here. Memphis and Boise State have tightened up considerably. We have gone from a 38-19 halftime lead for Memphis to Boise State has proceeded to start putting a little pressure on, and they're playing good defense, and Memphis is not knocking down shots, and Boise State has cut that lead to 13. It's 40-27. So a little 9-2 run to start the second half. Getting it a little tighter, but Memphis plays really good defense. They're really long and really active hands. So, and wow, that was a really good job, that double team. They just stayed feet on the floor. I love it. I love it when guys who have the length and height advantage keep their feet planted on the floor. If you got the height and length advantage, you don't need to jump. If you're connected, if you're connected, you got your hands up and you're long and tall enough, make that guy pass or shoot over you. Make him throw the ball through your hands. Make him throw a bounce pass, and keep your hands active so you can even get a piece of that. So that's something I always like to see. That's something I always coach too. Is like we were talking about with Tyler. Is if you're big, if you're taller and longer than the other guys, keep your feet connected to the floor. Because when you come up off your feet, especially when it's not completely necessary, all you're doing is now you can't move. So if he pump fakes and he gets you in the air, you can't move and he can. So you're going to commit a foul, or he's going to blow right by you and take the baseline or take the end cut off the wing. By contrast, you keep your feet connected to the floor. Now that guy pumps, he picks up his dribble, whatever. Now he's stuck. You just keep your hands up, stay there, stay connected, and he's got to get rid of the ball. On the offensive side, leapers like to leap. That's what I always tell my boys and all the kids I coach. Pump them, make them leap. And then when they leap, either they blow by you and you end up being able to score that way, or you pump them, get them up in the air, go into that body, and then finish. Tennessee's up 5 now over Longwood, and Memphis just took a 15-point lead now. They extended that a little bit, got a couple of free throws. So what's the foul situation? 3 fouls for Boise State, 2 for Memphis, about 5 minutes into the second half. Oh, there's another foul. Hey, I don't know about that call, ref. He went straight up. You have in the college game, as long as you are in good defensive position and you go straight up, you can move laterally and you can move backwards. As long as you're not moving into the shooter or the ball handler, you can be moving. And that seems like what happened just now. And this guy got an and one. He didn't make the shot. He's got 2 free throws though. So Tennessee Longwood, it is a 7-point game now, and Tennessee is shooting free throws about halfway through the first half. So let's see, which game do I want to put on here? Iowa Richmond. That's at 4:30. No, not yet. What did I have on here? Memphis Boise State. No. Give me just a second here, folks. Bear with me. We can put the Baylor game on here. All right, Baylor Norfolk will be on that TV up there. So anyway, yo, what's up, Papa Hotep? I see you. All right. Everybody who's in the chat, y'all let me know. I see that we got more than just Victor and Papa Hotep. So shout it out in the chat. Let us know who you are, who's in here watching. And what we've been doing is I want you to give me your final 4. Victor, I gotta get you. I gotta pin you down on this. You gotta give me a team out of the South region. All right. What's up, Natasha? I see you. All right. You still here. All right. I love it. All right. So Baylor is up 13 against Norfolk early in the second half. That's a closer game than I thought it was going to be. So that's interesting. I still think Baylor's going to pull away, but it is interesting that they're doing that. And Tennessee is starting to exert themselves and impose themselves on Longwood. They're up 10 now, a little over halfway through the first half, and Memphis is up 13 still on Boise State, playing good defense. Oh, that's backcourt. Yes, sir. All right. So You know nothing about the subject. Oh, come on, Natasha. Just throw something down. Pretend like you're playing spades and just I don't know, make some shit up. No. I'm just joking. All right, so Papa Hotep, I want to hear your final four. Who you got? And Victor, give me somebody out of the South region. All right, I'll give you your choices that I think are like the best chances of getting there. Villanova, Tennessee, Illinois, Houston, Arizona, and maybe Michigan if you think they can turn that opening round victory, that upset over Colorado State, which I don't think was an upset. I really expected. I thought Michigan was the better team going into that. I don't consider that an upset at all. Not by my measure of the quality of the teams. Baylor opened it up a little bit. They're up 18 now. But yeah, so I want to see. Oh, look, we got to pull up the bracket. All right. That's good. That's good. You can pull up the bracket. Speaking of which, I'm going to just go ahead and I need to get a bracket on screen anyway, so we can kind of. I'm going to get one that maybe has like live scores or something like that. I want to pull that up and have it on screen while we're doing this, so that we can keep track of this stuff. So let's see. All right. And hopefully we'll get our man AG, maybe even Wasted Talent, maybe Ant coming in a little later on. John Ryan said he was going to come on at some point, so we're gonna try and get a little crew of people coming through. Have some lively discussion here. All right, so let's do live bracket. See what they got for us on the Googs. Uh-oh. Boise State not going away. A little full court pressure, just one-on-one pressure, no trapping. But Memphis clears that pretty. What? That is not what I typed, Google. Gee whiz. I typed too fast for the live bracket. There we go. This is sporting news. Okay. We'll see. The sporting. Long live the sporting news. Papa Hotep's got LSU. Okay, you just trying to kiss up to the host? Come on now, Papa Hotep. You trying to kiss up, putting LSU in there and Miami? I mean, look, I get it. I have Miami losing their first round game, but that being said, it wouldn't surprise me if they get. Oh, he admitted it. Damn, I was kind of hoping that maybe it might not be him just kissing ass, but he doesn't really believe in LSU. He saw the logo on the shirt and knows my history, so he's just kissing ass. All right, well, look, that'll flattery. I'm just telling you, flattery will get you everywhere. So don't stop. Oh shoot. Anyway, all right. So Villanova. Okay. All right. I respect it. It's good stuff. And it is a 12-point lead for Tennessee now. So see, Dana, I told you it was. I know it's still early. It's very early in this game, but I just don't see Longwood having enough to keep up with Tennessee. I've seen this Tennessee team play too much, and they've got too many active playmakers. And look, what's his nuts? The guy who used to be the coach at Texas, who's Tennessee's coach now. I can't remember his name. Rick Barnes is a really good coach. Really, really good coach. Very, I think, underrated. Yeah, I'm a Saints fan. I got to be perfectly honest about that, though. Like, I was a much bigger Saints fan when I was a kid, to the point that, like, there was one year, like 84, 85, somewhere in there, where we missed a field goal to end the game. and we lost by like a point or two and missed the playoffs. And I like cried about that shit. That's how bad it was. I was a huge Saints fan as a kid, and then fantasy football happened. And I'd be lying if I told you I didn't have some times where I was like, you know what? Fuck the Saints. I need these fantasy points, my team over the Saints all day, because the Saints weren't any good anyway. So I was like, to hell with them. I wanted my fantasy team to win. So I would be rooting for the Saints to get numbers hung up on them. I would never draft Saints. Every now and then, I think I had Jamie Winborn. Not Jamie Winborn. No, who was the guy? It wasn't him. Oh, shoot. I can't remember the guy. The Winfred Tubbs. That's who it was. Winfred Tubbs. I had him on my team. Traded him for Rob Moore and somebody else 1 year. It was back when Rob Moore was good with the Arizona Cardinals. But yeah, I would generally like avoid Saints players just because this bracket is not live. You lying sacks of shit. Oh no, it is. Okay, my bad. They got scores on here. Why you didn't advance Providence though? All right, well, we're gonna keep this. We're gonna use this thing. This will be my bracket that I'm gonna share. All right, so y'all ready? Here we go. I'm about to share this screen. But yeah, so I used to be a diehard Saints fan, and then you saw, that went for Tubbs throwback, yeah. And what was that? Tyrone Hughes, remember him? Kick returner. I think I had their special teams 1 year, and that it was all because of him. And then Mike Lewis a little bit later on. But yeah, Tyrone Hughes was he was a corner, and he also ran back kicks. All right, so here's our live bracket. So I'm just going to keep this up here. But what we're looking at is, so we got Providence here that already knocked off South Dakota, as I predicted. Shit, I can't see the rest of the screen. Let me do this. Yeah, there we go. All right. Come on, Google Ads. Jesus. They're killing my stream. Get this shit off my computer. I don't want this. Where's the X? Some bullshit. I did not want the FDA cleared Plenity to be advertised on my show. Jackasses. All right, so there's Baylor up by 18. You see that? What else we got? Iowa up 7-6 on Richmond. All right, at least the ad's clear right now. Okay. Close. I don't want to see these damn ads anymore. Please stop seeing ads at all. How's that? All right, so you got Providence with the win, and then we had Michigan. Where's that Michigan game? There it is, right here. Michigan beating Colorado State. Tennessee up on Longwood. This is a little behind, actually. Tennessee's up by 12, actually, in that game. So I guess I got to keep refreshing the screen for this to be live. Thought it was live. Y'all lying. Here we go. Well, y'all bear with me. Next year on the Men of Order site, we are going to have our own live scores, live bracket. Yes, the beer truck delivery guy. Yes. Yeah, and Tyrone Hughes. Yeah, number 33. Yeah, so you remember. Do you remember when the Saints didn't field a punt in the end zone? And they had, I don't remember who it was. Was it Andre Hastings maybe? I don't know. Somebody didn't field a punt that rolled into the end zone. And the ball's not dead if it goes into the end zone. It's an automatic touchback if nobody fields it. But they let the ball just like bounce around in the end zone, and then everybody just started walking off the field, and somebody went and scooped the pitch up. It took it the distance. I'm pretty sure it was against the Saints. But anyway, that's kind of it. Anyway, so to finish that story about my tenure as a Saints fan, I went through that period of not really caring because of fantasy football. And then right in the middle of that, it had been like, 13, 14 years. They go on that run in 2009. They win the Super Bowl. And I mean, I'm watching this game with some childhood friends of mine and stuff, and some, newer friends of mine. And one of those childhood friends of mine was like crying when they won that game, and he like called his dad and everything, and it was like it was an emotional moment, and I didn't feel anything. I was just like, "That's cool. I'm glad y'all are happy." that's how my Saints fandom has evolved over the years. I don't know. I got to before I even knew Hotep Jesus, I had already removed that favorite sports team from my bio. So I'm still a big Cubs fan. Shout out to the Cubs. Shout out to my a little. Speaking of which, if you're a Cubs fan and you want to watch, I got a new channel, a new show where we talk about the Cubs. It's called Wrigleyville South. You can go pull it up. I've already done a couple of episodes, one last week and one earlier this morning. So you can go check that out if you're a big Cubs fan. Growing up in Louisiana, I couldn't help but become a Cubs fan because I couldn't stand the Braves because I couldn't stand Skip Carey and Wayne Larrivee. Their voices were annoying as hell, which is weird because Skip Carey is Harry Carey's son, and I loved Harry Carey and I loved Steve Stone and the way they cut up. And actually, like I've appreciated the last few years how like Len Casper and Jim DeShays were like that. And it's not the same with John Sciambi now, but it's still good. Like Jim DeShays carries it, honestly. But yeah. Anyway, so that's the history of that. And yeah, so I'm doing I'm sorry. I will be doing an LSU SEC type thing with Tyler, who was on here earlier, Tyler Hohenschelt from Pickin' Winners. We're going to try to do something upcoming for like maybe spring football. We'll do a couple of shows, kind of getting ready for the college football season, and then going into like summer practices leading into the season. And then obviously once the season starts, it's on. But we're huge SEC fans, huge LSU and Georgia fans. And so we got a lot of stuff to talk about. We've had some great conversations, off air related to that. So that should be fun. But yeah, so all right. So you have, let me pull it up again. So you had LSU, which is your ass kissing pick, Gonzaga, North Carolina. Wait. Hang on. Then who's? Hang on just a second, because I thought maybe I'm off my rocker. All right, y'all. I don't dick around. I'm gonna keep going. I don't know what's going on with the games. My internet just went out, but I got internet on my phone, so I am here. I'm here for the people because that's just how I roll. Let me see if I can get my green screen to work. I doubt it, but just in case, I'm gonna try anyway. No, it looks like I'm not gonna be able to do that. So y'all are just gonna have to see my green screen in all its glory as it is. I wish I had. Let me see if I can just prop this up on my computer here. That might work. Yeah, that's a little bit better. Now you get to see how it looks from behind the scenes. So anyway, let me. Now I can hide that comment. I've been trying to do that. I don't know what happened. I just called my my internet provider and they're like, hey, yeah, we're having an outage in your area. So, oh wait, hold the phone. Are we back? Are we back? Oh shit. Okay. I might be coming back right now. They said it was gonna be 6:30 tonight before the internet got fixed. So let's do this. I'm gonna try to get this stuff set up again. Thank y'all for sticking around, even though I went dark there for a second. But we are trying to come right back at you. Let me get my stuff set up on here. Let's try again. It says the connection timed out. Yeah, this will be great. If I can get this shit back up and go. Yes, we are back in business, folks. All right, let me get out of here. I'll be with you shortly on the main computer. Thank y'all for sticking around. It's tournament time. We don't relent. We keep going. This is how you make it all the way to the dance. This is how you make it all the way to the Final Four and pull down the nets at the end. You keep going no matter what. Don't let anybody fuck with you. That's right, Victor. Ya tu sabes, we do not get knocked down. Or if we do, we get right the fuck back up. Because that's how you roll in Hotep Nation. Where's my Hotep Nation hat? Shit. I don't see. Well, look, I'll throw my Hotep Nation tinfoil kufi on. How's that? The tinfoil kufi says the man was seeing that we were having too much fun and he tried to shut us down. And we just said, we're coming back no matter what. But anyway, I would like to thank God and all the blessings that He foisted upon me to make this thing come back alive, because I definitely did not do this myself. I literally just got off the phone with my internet provider, and they were like, "Yeah, there's an outage in your neighborhood. It's going to be down for a minute." And I was like, "No." They said it was going to be like 4 hours. I was like, "This is terrible. This is right in the middle of my stream." But I got to say this too. So StreamYard, there are a lot of other services out there and everything. I'm going to give a little bit of love to StreamYard because I'll throw their little logo up here. StreamYard actually makes it to where as long as you have started the stream, even if you don't have any of the devices connected anymore because they all lose internet service, the stream keeps going so that then you can join it back instead of just shutting it down and then you have to start over and start a new stream. So I really love that feature. And so I got to give credit where it's due, because StreamYard is who powers this podcast. I got next, and you've seen all the stuff that we've done with me, Jonesy, Ant, AG. We've had John Ryan, Hotep Jesus, Uncle Hotep, all those guys. They keep us going. Shout out to MC Bravado too, and Tyler and all the guys, Tom and Keith from Pickin' Winners. We've always been able to put out podcasts and keep them going, even if somebody drops out or anything like that, because despite the fact that I completely lost internet and I had to go through my cellular network to pull it up on my phone, the fact that I was able to keep streaming and you guys were able to stay in here and I didn't have to kill the stream and start a new one is a big shout out to StreamYard. So I will take their logo down now, but I'm gonna see if I can. This is the bat signal. AG, where you at? I'm gonna put your logo up at the top so that you get the signal that you're supposed to be in here, and we need you to join. No, but anyway, that was my little tinfoil kufi moment. I thought the man was trying to keep us down. It's probably because I was talking too much shit about Duke not winning. Which game did I have on this one? I think I had Baylor and Norfolk. Did Richmond, Iowa already start? Did I miss the start of that game? That's one I actually want to watch. I don't really care about that Baylor game so much. All right, let's refresh this one. Give me just a second. I got to refresh all these games that I had streaming on this other TV or this other computer over here. Well, yeah, start watching. That's why I refreshed it. Damn fool. Anyway, thank y'all for sticking around because we're gonna have a lot of fun here today. I'm still having fun. I got to finish eating my lunch. But anyway, so we got Drew Brees changed fantasy football forever. That's facts, bro. Like that. Well, that whole era of passing quarterbacks, it was just crazy. All right, so Baylor is up by 23 now. There's 10 minutes left in this game. Yeah, that game's. So I'm actually going to switch out of this game, and I'm going to go to that Richmond game. What the hell? So True TV. All right, let's back out. Bear with me while I change the channel. There we go. All right, and I'm still waiting for this thing to refresh over here. I got one game working here, but all right. So Iowa is up by 3 with about 7 minutes to go in the first half of that game. Let's see what we got on this live bracket that Sporting News had for me. Oh, I know what I was going to do. I was going to actually go see if I could find another one that doesn't have a massive, annoying ad right at the top of the screen because that was really pissing me off. I'm just going to go with CBS because that's who I'm doing on one of the brackets that I have. I'm doing it through them. Let's see. Live bracket. There we go. Hopefully theirs isn't overrun with idiotic ass ads. Okay, there we go. That's more like it. Yeah, this is way better. All right. I really apologize to y'all for even putting that other BS on the screen earlier because that was terrible. I should have known. Go to CBS, the network that's actually broadcasting these games, because they have the best coverage of this tournament. Always have. I mean, that's one thing. And I used to work for the CBS affiliate here in Baton Rouge, and that was some fun time too when I was working there, like in the sports department, just like watching the games. All right, so here's our live bracket. So now we can just kind of keep up with it this way. So here's your Boise-Memphis game right here. Well, all right, there I go again. It's a wild day to try to stream, people. They're trying to keep me down. I keep getting knocked off of here, but my internet connection is Tennessee's up by 25 at halftime. You see Michigan already knocked off Colorado State. So it looks like we're going to be seeing Tennessee, Michigan in the second round. That's actually who I picked for that matchup. Memphis up 9 on Boise. Already talked about that one. And then let's see. What else we got? Baylor, Norfolk up by 25 in that one with about 10 minutes to go in that game. Iowa, Richmond, that's the one I'm watching up here. It's actually 22-20 right now. And now it's 24-20. So Iowa is starting to pull away a little bit. It's still very early, though. I shouldn't say they're pulling away because it's a 4-point game. They could be down by 8 in 5 minutes if it doesn't go right for them. Providence knocked off South Dakota State already. So I'm 3 for 3 so far. Oh, well, am I 3 for 3? Providence. Let's see. Providence and Michigan. I'm 2-0, but I'm looking like I'm going to be 3-0 if this one continues in this direction. Although it's only a 7-point game, that's tightening up a little bit. And 2 minutes is a long time with a 7-point lead in college basketball. The way that it's set up, not quite as long as it is in the NBA, but it's still a long haul. Actually, I'm going to change this screen format. Let's see if does this make my screen bigger? Okay, yeah, there we go. All right. Yeah, I like that. I got to get my shine on, man. Let me, or maybe, let's see. What if I do this one? Is this better or worse? Oh, yeah, I don't like that. I'm just playing around here, so bear with me for a second. Actually, I kind of think this is the best one, even though it makes my screen very small over here. I like it better. I like the bracket being more visible. So I don't know. What do you guys? Let's see. Where's the? I got some more comments here. Your Longwood pick was fun while it lasted. I tried to tell you, Dana. I didn't see it happening, but I was rooting for you, for what that's worth. I was rooting for you a little bit. Not too much though, because I do care about my own bracket more than I care about your one shot in the dark pick. I get it though. You got to take some chances. You got to roll the dice a little bit on these games so that you can give yourself a chance, because the one thing that it does is it creates some separation between you and all the normies. So I get it. I respect it. But I just didn't see that being the pick for that upset. I don't see any 3 versus 14 upsets today. But we already went over that. This Iowa-Richmond game is interesting because, like, Richmond is good enough to, if they hit some of these perimeter shots, which there's a miss, but they've been hitting shots here. They've got a chance to actually take Iowa out. And Iowa is another one of those teams that, like, I like your pick, Dana, of Iowa going all the way to the national championship game. I think it's feasible, but I also think it's feasible they could lose in the first round. So it's just going to be a matter of them dodging this first early bullet. And then after that, I think they actually create some somewhat favorable matchups for themselves where they're not the Goliath in the matchup that has the target on their back. Because at this point going forward, they're pretty much going to be the underdog in every game that they play in for the rest of the tournament after this one. So I could definitely see Iowa, if they can take care of business here, which they're having a hard time protecting the basketball. But if they could take care of business here, they could make a run for sure. What the hell is wrong with this? I can't pull up this Boise game. I don't understand what the hell's going on. What the world? No. Sorry, folks. Thank you all for joining and coming in here. Hope y'all are enjoying this as much as I am. Little watch party. So I don't know. Watch the games, but turn the volume down and turn this up so you can get in on the commentary. Let's see, who was that? That was AG. Oh, okay. Yeah, AG said he's going to be hopping in about an hour. So all right, that'll be good, because that'll be right around the time that I might need to stretch my legs a little bit. Sitting in this chair all day is it's a grind. It's fun though. Like, I'm not gonna lie, this is a fun day. I would be sitting here watching this stuff anyway. I might as well do it with my friends. So thank y'all for coming in and joining the party. Okay, this is useless. Why do you even have that channel? All right, I gotta scroll all the way up or down. Sorry, y'all. I'm trying to find this Memphis Boise State game so I can watch the conclusion. Watch my team go, or my bracket go 3-0 real quick. Knowing I could talk trash to my sons when they come home for not being as good as me. You know, there's always that. You always got to remind them that they are your sons and that they're not ready for the big time just yet. No, I try to be nice. Okay. All right, I got to log back into this thing just so I can watch this game. Damn, come on. Yeah, my back's starting to bark a little bit. Yeah, Memphis, 40 seconds left. Oh. Y'all, my internet's bugging. Why are they hating on me so much? Okay, so Memphis is up 9 now with 41 seconds left. That one's all but done. Tennessee. Yeah, see, Charles Barkley is speaking my language. Kentucky's the most dangerous team in this tournament. I agree, Charles. Chuck. Baylor's up by 28. Iowa, 25. And Tennessee's still up 25. All right, that's still halftime over there. So let me don't understand what's going on here. Yo, y'all, they're killing me over here. What is going on? Hang on just a second here. Espera un momento. What is this? Yeah. Oh, yeah. All right. Now I remember. Okay. Okay. I'm going to have to just try to re-log in on that, I guess. Sorry, guys. This is it's just wearing me out over here. They're trying to take all my shit away from me. Make sure I got that right. Hang on. Come on, TV people. There we go. All right, we back. All right, so trying to watch this. Even though it's going to go final and it's going to be an easy victory for Memphis here very shortly. I still want to see it. Which one is this one? Is this that game? Perhaps. Yeah, there it is. All right. So I got it. Now I'm just waiting for it to mute that. All right, we back. So let's see. Has anyone ever picked a perfect bracket? I think somebody did a few years back. I think one guy did, or maybe I know there's been at least somebody who has gotten all but one pick right. It's been a while, but that's a good question. I'll create a little tab here, and we'll let the Googs answer that question for us. Not that you can't Google this yourself, Dana, but I aim to please, so I'm going to do everything I can to make that happen just for you. Come on, new tab. Don't be page unresponsive. I think I got too much stuff streaming at one time. I'm streaming 3 games, and I got 2 computers working. My internet is stretched to the limit. But, I don't know. Kind of thought I could handle it. I've done this sort of thing before. This dude almost ran in bounds with the ball. Y'all still going to lose, though. Good try, though, at Boise State. Y'all tried. I'm 3-0, baby. Let's go. Let's go, Memphis. All right. We're gonna let me click the cursor in here. All right, look, I'm gonna stop sharing until this damn thing says it's gonna let me actually click on the screen. Damn. This computer acting a fool now. Oh, now it's gonna work. Now that I stopped sharing. As soon as I stopped sharing, the cursor started clicking in there. This is crazy. Oh shit. Well, anyway, all right. So okay, here we go. Yeah. All right. So here we go. I'm going to pull it up for you. I asked the question, and the Googs provided an answer. Thank you, Google, for providing us with an answer to this question. I'll read the answer live here on I Got Next for the people. Back in 2019, Greg Nigel, I'm assuming that's how you pronounce his name, picked the first 49 games correct. And it was the first time a verified bracket had ever remained perfect through the Sweet 16 and well surpassed the previous record of 39 straight correct. But the answer to your question is no. No one has ever had a perfect bracket all the way through. The best they've ever done is, that's pretty close. That's within 14 games of the end, because you got to get 63 right to have a perfect bracket. There's 63 games, 64 teams to win it down to 1. It takes 63 perfect picks, or 63 games to be played. So you have to have 63 perfect picks. But so far, your boy is perfect. What channel am I watching? I am watching CBS, True TV, and I don't remember which one this one is. Let me see. Hang on. That's True TV up there. Okay, this one is which one? TNT. So TNT was the Boise State Memphis game, and that game has concluded. So now we are looking at, oh gosh, make me scroll again. So the games are on CBS, TNT, TBS, and True TV. That's where you're going to find all the matchups. And so this is Norfolk and all right. So the Marquette, North Carolina game, that's going to be a doozy. That one's coming up after this. I'm watching Richmond and Iowa up here. That one's on True TV. And I've got on CBS here. I can't remember which game this one is. Let me see. I can probably tell you in just a second here. CBS is Longwood and Tennessee. That one's at halftime. So yeah, I got Longwood and Tennessee at halftime here on CBS. And then I've got Norfolk and Baylor here, and Iowa and Richmond up there. So does that help? But yeah, RIP to the Mountain West. Yeah. Was that it? Was that it for them? They Boise and was it Colorado State? Was that it? Dana, is that all that we had in the Mountain West? Big Ofer. It's tough though. Like it's always funny to me to watch these guys like bring up these records and everything, and they're like, "Well, this is the best conference because they're 7-1 or whatever, and it's 2 teams, and they're both like 1 and 2 seeds. And it's like, well, y'all only had a couple of teams in the tournament, or it's like a 3 and a 4 or something like that. Y'all only had 2 teams in the tournament. Of course, or maybe 3, and 2 of them are still alive, or something like that. And I'm like, yeah, it's not the same as when you have like the Big Ten this year. You got 9 teams in the tournament. There's no way they can possibly finish with the best winning percentage. It's impossible, because all another conference has to do is go like 2 or 3 and 1 with one team, and that's it. Because if you have 9 teams in the tournament like the Big Ten does, 8 teams are going to lose. So you're going to have 8 losses no matter what. And the best you can hope for is that those 8 teams that lose make it all the way until they're playing each other in the Elite 8. And then they all knock each other out, or Sweet 16 to Elite 8, somewhere in that range. And then that one team that wins the national championship is the one that goes 6-0. I guess with the Big Ten, you could get a little bit of a bump from the fact that Michigan had to play that play-in game. But even that is a little bit of a stretch. Who else? Who were the other? There were 2 play-in games. It was a 12. It was Indiana. So you got another one. So Indiana and Michigan, the Big Ten. So the Big Ten is so Michigan wasn't a play-in game. It was Indiana that had the play-in game. Notre Dame was the other big school that got a win in one of the play-in games, one of the first 4. So yeah, Notre Dame makes it to where the ACC gets a little bump for having an early victory that will count towards their record. But yeah, it's really tough. It's tough to have a really good record as a conference when you have a lot of teams in the tournament, because only one team can win the whole thing. And so, San Diego State is left. Yeah, that's going to be a tough one. I thought about picking San Diego State in that game. Where is that one? I got to find it. It's an 8-9 or a 7-10. Which one? What is that matchup? Shit. Yeah, 8-9 against Creighton. I have Creighton winning that game. I like San Diego State a little bit, but I like Creighton better in that game. But that's one of those ones that, like we were talking about before, anytime you're doing this, if you pick more than one bracket, you kind of have to go against yourself on a couple of those games. You just have to be smart about it. You don't want to shoot yourself in the foot and pick all of your alternatives in one bracket and all of your first choices in the other bracket. You probably want to do like 3 or 4, maybe 5. If you're trying to win like prizes or something like that, you want to pick some iterations that include some of your first choices in some of those tough matchups and some of your alternative choices, and then kind of flip-flop them. All right. I apologize. My like I said, I'm probably just streaming this shit too much, overworking my my internet. But I may actually do something different here in a second, just to see if I can improve that a little bit. Let's see what I got here. Okay, that's not great. I'm just doing a speed test on my machine to see how I'm doing. I want to see what my upload speed is, though, before I make any changes. My download's not that bad, 125. Upload's not bad either. I'm in the 20s. That's not bad. I think it just keeps my connection keeps kicking. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to do this little tweak that should make it to where maybe I don't bounce in and out. So it's gonna briefly like kick me off here for a second, but I'll be back in just a second. Here we go. All right, so no guarantees, but hopefully that fixed that, and I'm not going to have this issue anymore. It'll just keep kicking me out anyway. I don't fucking know at this point. Why is Thursday not showing up on here? This is crazy. I gotta kill this little Yahoo app, get back into it so I can see the scores. Ah, well, hopefully it'll repopulate soon. But everything else looks good. I don't know what any of you guys. How are you guys brackets doing so far? Everybody 3-0 as well. Let's see. You remember, when the Big East had so many teams, Syracuse and Marquette matched up in the round of 32. Look, it's set up like that right now. In the SEC, I haven't looked. I'm a big SEC fan. I'm an LSU fan, so naturally this stuff just like sticks out to me. But let's see, where is it? It's LSU and Auburn. That's what it is. Now round of 32 is crazy. Because that's your second round. Like you're automatically having two teams from the same conference. But over here you have LSU and Auburn would meet in the Sweet 16 if they get there. And have to play each other where only one of them can make it to the Elite Eight. Now, this is what's stupid about that to me. If you're the committee, and I'm not saying you have to do this as a committee to spread it out, but it seems to me like one of the objectives you should have is let's make it to where we really get the best representation of who deserves to be there at the end. Well, what you should do is you should make it to where at the last possible round is where anybody from the same conference could play each other. You would force that to be the last possible round that they would be able to match up, where if basically make it to where if everybody in that conference wins all of their games up to this point, there's no way that they can't end up facing each other. So that's the point where they would actually face each other. Otherwise, how do you have 6 teams out of the SEC? You have Kentucky, Tennessee, Auburn, Arkansas, LSU, and Alabama. Okay. Those are a 1 seed. No, I'm sorry. No 1 seeds. 2 2 seeds, a 3 seed, a 4 seed, and 2 6 seeds. Okay. They shouldn't play. If there are 6 of them, they shouldn't play each other until the Elite Eight. And then if there are 6 out of the Elite Eight, then they have to play each other because you don't have any choice at that point. Because they make up 3/4 of the Elite Eight. But look at this. So you have Arkansas and Alabama. Well, they could play each other in the Elite Eight. That's okay. All right. So you got Arkansas and Alabama that are separated, and they would have to meet here in the Elite Eight. All right. That's tolerable. All right. I get that. So they did a good job with those 2 teams from the SEC. And like I said, I haven't looked at this for other conferences. If anybody wants to bring up that for other conferences, I'm all ears. I want to see it because I want to point that out too, because that also is stupid. And so down here you have Kentucky in the East region with no other SEC teams. So you got Kentucky and nobody else from the SEC. All right. Well, you have 4 regions and 6 teams. So it makes sense that you're going to have a region that only has 1 SEC team, and you're going to have another region that's only going to have 1 SEC team. You're going to have 4 regions, one in each region, and then you have to put the other 2 somewhere else. Okay. Then you come over to the South region, and all you have is Tennessee. All right. So cool. You got these 2 over here. They meet at the Elite Eight where they should. You have these 2 over here. This one over here, Tennessee, and this one over here, Kentucky, that they won't meet unless they meet in the national championship. But then over here, instead of putting LSU as a 5, or maybe putting LSU in I guess that maybe that's why it was, because the LSU was a 6. But I don't know. I'd almost rather. Yeah, that's what it is. It's the seeding. All right. Well, so I guess I'll give them a little bit of a freebie there, because it was a 6 seed, and it's hard to put them somewhere else. But I don't know. It's almost like it would have been better for LSU to be a 5. And they probably should have won another game, and they would have ended up there. But if LSU had been a 5, or if Alabama had played well enough to be a 5, that would have been possible. Otherwise, you would have ended up with that same sort of situation. You'd have had like Arkansas as a 3 playing Alabama here, or some nonsense like that. So, all right, I get it. I will withdraw my my objection, Your Honor. I get it now that it was the seeding that did that. It just sucks. It's really stupid. But yeah, I mean that has happened before. And let's go through and see what the Big Ten is looking like. Because I want to pull up just so that I can make sure I remember, because all this realignment has really made it tough to keep up with who's in what conference anymore. And my old brain keeps going back to some of these old Big Ten schools that have moved to other conferences, or some of these old Big East or other Atlantic 10 or whatever teams that have moved over to the Big Ten, like Maryland from the ACC, Rutgers. So Maryland, Rutgers, and Nebraska, and everybody else is old school Big Ten. Okay, all right. Well, that'll be easy enough to keep up with. So you got Wisconsin, Illinois, Purdue, Iowa, Ohio State, Rutgers, Michigan State, Michigan, Indiana. Those are your Big Ten teams that made the tournament. So let's go through and see who plays each other, because you got 9 teams. Let's see how good of a job the committee did of keeping them from playing each other. So right out of the gate, you have 8 teams, and none of them are from the Big Ten. That's a problem, because I'm sure there's somewhere where they have they're overloaded in another bracket somewhere. Okay, so 16 teams. Now you got 9 Big Ten teams, which means you should have 2 in every region and 3 in one region. There's 1 Big Ten team over here. It's Michigan State in the West. Now, over here in the South, Illinois, Michigan, Ohio State. So now here you have 3 in this one. All right, so we're so far so good. We've got 3, but this one over here, we're going to end up having either 3 in 2 brackets or 4 in 1 bracket. Let's see how they did. Indiana, they don't have to play another Big Ten team for a while. Purdue, they don't have to play another Big Ten team for a while. So they did okay. They got 2 in that one. That's well done, committee. Which means you know there are going to be 3 in this bracket. So we got Wisconsin, we got Iowa. Well, shit, where's the other one? What the hell? Who did I miss? All right, so you got Illinois, Michigan, Ohio State. That's the only Big Ten teams on this side. That's 3. Over here, we got come on, internet. Indiana, Purdue, and that's it. Wisconsin, Iowa, that's 2. I thought the Big Ten got 9 in. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh yeah, Rutgers. That's what it was. Rutgers had to play Notre Dame, so that was the other team. And so had Rutgers beaten Notre Dame, they would be playing down here. Where is it? This is this 6-11 up here. Yeah, no, this one right here. So you would have had Michigan State playing Rutgers if they happened to meet. So you would have had You'd have had 2 up here. All right, so they did 2. All right, so they did a good job with that one too. All right, I know it's happened before where it's been really stupid, but I think they could have done a better job of trying to keep teams in the same conference from playing each other. But this year was not that was not the case. The SEC with 6 teams and the Big Ten with 9. They did a pretty good job of distributing it. The SEC was the only, I guess, sore spot because you have 3. And you have LSU and Auburn having to play each other before they should have to. But I get it now because you would have had to upgrade LSU's seed too much to justify it, or you'd have to downgrade them all the way to an 8 to have them playing in this matchup here. So I get it. I can respect it. Tennessee has completely pulled away, Dana. I apologize on the behalf of whatever Longwood's mascot is. They really did you dirty, and so Tennessee just bombed another 3. This is how it goes, man. I try to tell you it wasn't going to be pretty. Oh shoot, but oh man, it's just one of those days. Sorry, man, it happens. All right, so what? Why? Oh, because it's only Big Ten. I gotta go back to this. Man, that sucks. I don't know why it's only showing that. Well, anyway. Oh, all right. So the Cubs did sign Chris Martin. Hey, got it done. All right, I got to pull something up here. But yeah, so I want to see. Let's see. The only realignment that makes sense is Gonzaga going to the Pac-12. That actually does make sense. I would actually see. Because we're probably moving in the direction of super conferences in football, and it wouldn't surprise me if we saw something similar in basketball. So I could definitely see like Gonzaga and St. Mary's both going over, and maybe it could even get bigger than that, where you could have. I really think those are the only 2, though. Maybe Santa Clara, and maybe you pull somebody else over from maybe the Mountain West or something. But Gonzaga and probably St. Mary's, because I don't think you want to break those 2 up, because that, like I was telling Tyler earlier a couple of hours ago on the show, that matchup, St. Mary's versus Gonzaga, out of the last, I got to look it up, but I think it's like out of the last 20 or 25 conference championships, there's no matchup that comes even close to appearing as many times as St. Mary's versus Gonzaga in the finals of the West Coast Conference tournament. And they've done it 12 times. It's like half the time it's those 2 teams. Not just half the time Gonzaga is in there, but half the time Gonzaga and St. Mary's are there. So that's pretty crazy. So I would think moving both of them to the Pac-12 and making it the Pac-14 would probably make the most sense. But we'll have to see. I think what's going to end up happening is just like has happened in the other realignments that have taken place over the course of sports history, especially in the last couple of decades, is the realignment has been football based first. And then you end up with some resemblance of that in basketball, and some of it, they try to hold on to these old vestiges of the old conferences, but it's not a guarantee that they're going to keep any of that stuff, keep the integrity of what used to be those conferences. So I could see some super conferences starting to develop, but I think you would end up having football drive a lot of that. And when you start talking about Gonzaga and St. Mary's, there's no football there to speak of. So you're probably looking at maybe one of these setups like they did with the ACC and like with like UConn and some of these different realignments where it got kind of weird, where you had some teams that stayed in their conference in football because they didn't have enough football to do it, and then they moved to a bigger, more powerful conference in basketball. You could see some of that, and that could be that you could have a Pac-14 in basketball and still have a Pac-12 in football, because you can't. There's no way that Gonzaga and St. Mary's would be able to hang football wise. That's just my guess on that note. So, well, he said he got it. I don't know why he didn't submit a bracket. That's my youngest son was supposed to submit a bracket, but I don't think he did. But anyway, so we are this Baylor Norfolk score is ended up being ugly. Oh yeah, Syracuse. Yeah, that's tough because they really wrecked the Big East, and that makes things tough. It's just not the same conference as it used to be. What other games do we have going on right now? So Baylor won. I need to refresh this thing maybe so that that game will show as final. I mean, it shows final, but it doesn't show the winner advancing. Still doesn't show it. Oh well, we'll be all right. We'll get something eventually. So I can't pull up my app anymore to see what our next matchups are. I'm kind of going off memory, but I remembered. Why isn't this? This is kind of crazy. UConn, New Mexico State, Georgia State, and Gonzaga is coming up soon. Let's see. Let's do all Power 5. Maybe that'll bring it up because for whatever reason it's not showing the NCAA tournament. Yeah, the North Carolina Marquette game. That's the one. It's on TBS. That is in 15 minutes. That's going to be a good one. And then Indiana St. Mary's tonight at 6:20. That's going to be a good one too. So that should be fun to watch. We'll see. How much did Ben Simmons frustrate you? Bro, you have no idea. I told like for a couple of years probably. I was like, bro, you're gonna hate Ben Simmons before this is over with. Oh my God. Look, I'm not trying to say like that I don't understand and respect the stuff that high profile athletes go through, and that like sometimes somebody not wanting to do autographs and everything doesn't necessarily like you don't know what they're going through. You don't know what's going on in their head, what other kind of stuff is going on behind the scenes. And so sometimes it's just not the right day. And it's, they just are like, no, I'm going to the locker room. I don't want to talk to anybody. I don't want to see anybody. You don't know what they're going through. You don't know what's going on in their head. This dude though, consistently, like the entire team, my boys, like we're huge LSU fans. My boys love basketball. They played basketball since they were little, and like it's a big deal to them. So, when you've got the number one overall recruit at LSU, that's a big deal. And they were like, what was that? 2017, 18, somewhere in there. Hey, I'm back. All right. So is Ben Simmons' only year at LSU. We went to several games. We went to a bunch of games. And my boys like to go down and they wait by the locker room. And, after the game, when everybody's done, anyway, they'll do autographs, take pictures with fans and everything. And so my boys really enjoy doing that. And even if not that, even if we didn't hang around for the whole time and do that stuff, what we would do is we'd at least stand by the rope lane as they ran off the court and went to the locker room and just kind of high five them, good game, way to go, that kind of stuff. They really wanted to do that. They loved their LSU Tigers, loved their basketball. Same thing that I did when I was a kid. I remember I slapped Jerry Reynolds' hand after LSU won the SEC and had beaten Kentucky. And I didn't, it was kind of stupid, but anyway, I didn't wash my hand for like the whole rest of that day. Cause I was like, I thought it was going to like rub off on me and I was going to become like, a 6'7", 6'9", whatever, long wing defender, small forward type. But Ben Simmons, when we would do that stuff, everybody would like high five as they were going by. Tremont Waters, who like he's played with the Celtics a good bit the last couple of years and done really well in the G League before he got his call up. Trenton Watford, Naz Reid, all these guys were like super gracious, took pictures with the boys and everything. Ben Simmons never even looked at you, didn't put his hand out, just went through. There might have been a couple of times where as he's going through, he would just kind of stick his hand out and just go. But he would never look at anybody. He never came out and signed autographs. He never took pictures with anybody, with any of the kids or anything like that. You got these little kids who were like, they idolized these players and everything. And that's another story for another day about whether that's appropriate or healthy or not. But the reality of the matter is like that's a thing that kids do. We look at these guys and we kind of, we want to be successful like that. We want to play like they play. That dude he would disappear after the games. Like I remember one time we waited a long time and he just never, I don't know, he'd like escaped through some hatch out the back door or something like that and never came out where the other players came out of the locker room. And I compare that to some of these other guys who ended up being NBA players. Like my Skylar Mays, who I can't even remember who drafted him, but he was a senior last year. But when he was a sophomore, he came to one of the leagues my kids play in, came to one of the clinics, and he's taking pictures with them and everything. And the year before that, like we had hung around after the game and everything, and I don't know, my kids were just kind of playing around because like they let the kids just like run around on the court and everything after the game, and they were like they had lowered the goals, so they're like, I don't know, 10-7 or something at that point. And so they were like hanging on the rim because it was only like 4 feet off the ground and stuff. And anyway, then Skylar Mays and Wayne Sims' son, were hanging out after the game. And R.I.P. Wade Sims. That was tragic the way he was gunned down in that little, I don't know, it was like a fight outside a Subway back a few years back. But anyway, they were hanging out. They were eating their dinner and everything. And, we were walking out and they were just like, they'd start talking to my boys and everything. And so then the boys introduced themselves and we hung out with them for about 10 or 15 minutes. When Skylar Mays showed up at that clinic a year later, my youngest son, he was like 8 at the time, maybe 9. He walks up to him and he's like, "Hey, do you remember me?" And he goes, "Yeah, Jace, right?" Like he remembered my kid's name after a year. Like we spent like 10, maybe 15 minutes with him. I compare that, and I'm not saying I expect that from Ben Simmons, because it's Ben Simmons. But I don't know. I just wondered, like very early on, I was like, somebody right with that dude, because he's just like, he was being weird. He was very, very prima donna-ish. And so no, I was not a fan. So does that answer your question? That was a really long. I'm trying to take up airtime here because there's not a whole lot of really good games going on. Although this Iowa-Richmond game is getting interesting because Richmond has taken a lead early in the second half, and so Iowa, your pick, Dana, to go all the way to the national championship, they just hit a 3 to tie it up. So they're doing a little better now, but they are definitely not out of the woods yet. And I told you, Richmond ain't no joke. So you'd have been better off picking Richmond to win this game than you were picking Longwood to beat Tennessee. That's for damn sure. But I see some more people are coming in to check us out. I guess everybody got off work, and see, that's what you got to do if you're like me. You got to ask for the time off a couple of weeks early, and that way you're already taken care of. So that's how you do it. You gotta ask for that time off. Oh, you missed the Ben Simmons talk. Well, I don't know. Rewind about 10 minutes because I went in on Ben Simmons. He's one of my least favorite college basketball players of all time, and that's saying a lot. Like I have some guys I wasn't a big fan of who went through LSU for other reasons because of the way they played or maybe some of the stuff like Lester Earl is a big one that I could not stand. because I don't know. Let me get my tinfoil Koofy again. Tinfoil Koofy take. I think Lester Earl. I think Roy Williams paid him to come to LSU, fuck the program up when Dale Brown was still here, because he gets LSU in trouble for recruiting violations. And also, like, one of the violations was tied to Lester's brother or cousin. I don't remember if his brother or his cousin, Lewis Earl, who had like a knee injury, and like they took care of it for him. And like they got in trouble for that. And it was like, bro, like this dude, like, what are you supposed to do? Just like leave the dude to fend for himself with an injury? Anyway, Lester Earl leaves LSU, goes to Kansas. And I'm sorry, y'all can say whatever y'all want to say, but I do not buy this idea that like the only schools that get involved in this stuff, because we've already seen it with Kansas and Arizona, where Bill Self and Sean Miller are, they're part of this FBI investigation that took down Will Wade too. So it ain't like this is the only school where this stuff happens, but it seems like it's always these smaller schools, and it's never North Carolina or Duke or Indiana or in some cases, Kansas and Arizona. Like they're finally just starting to see some of this stuff happen. You did have Kentucky get the death penalty before Rick Pitino came and resurrected that program. But there's been a lot of shady stuff going on. I don't buy this idea that these monster stud one and done players are just so attached to the color blue that they can't help but go to Kansas, Duke, North Carolina, and Kentucky. And I also have a hard time buying the fact that, or the idea, the supposition that Zion Williamson, for instance, that Zion Williamson was just like, you know what? All these other schools are cool. Nobody's offering me any money, but I'm just going to go to Duke. Like that. He telling them like, don't offer me any money because I'm coming to Duke anyway. Like, no, like you don't think Kentucky, Duke, North Carolina, Gonzaga, you don't think all these schools were like bringing duffel bags of cash to meetings and stuff to see who could get there? I just don't buy that. Like, of all people to be the part of a money-based recruiting sting, that Javonte Smart got offered money to go to LSU, but Zion Williamson didn't get offered any money to go anywhere. Come on, get out of here. So anyway, that's my if you want to call it a tinfoil Koofy take, and I don't even like hate it. I'm not even mad at it. Like, I get, like, these coaches are getting paid millions of dollars a year, and they got to go into some of these homes where these kids are waiting to get their recruiting talks and everything. And they can see that like these kids aren't, they're maybe a couple of years away from making millions, but they might not be. You don't know for sure. There's been a lot of these kids that their careers have not materialized, and they haven't gotten paid like they thought they would when they were coming out of high school. So he deserves a little scratch coming his way. So that's just my take, my tinfoil Koofy take on that. So any moment now, our man AG should be popping on. He should be home and ready to pop up. Email real quick. All right, so we have a 5-point game. Iowa is leading Richmond. So Dana, your pick is looking a little safer now than it was before. That's always good. That's helpful. And let's see, who we got over here. I'm trying to pull up these other games. So Tennessee has put the stomping on Longwood. It is 83-47. Wow, that's amazing. Let me pull this. Scroll this up a little bit. and I'll send this email. I'll let y'all at least watch a couple of scores. You got Tennessee Longwood down here, and you got the Gonzaga Georgia State game up here. Who knows? Georgia State might get it done. Wouldn't that be some shit? All that stuff I said about Mark Few finally getting his championship, and they get bounced in the first round. I don't see it happening, but it would be wild if it did. So let me do this real quick. All right, let me pull this thing up. Where is it? One and 143 all time is the 16 seed record against 1 seeds. 1 and 143. Woo! Oh man! Shout out to UMBC. That was wild. I couldn't believe what I saw that day. That was insane. Continue. All right, that is done. See, even though I took this afternoon off, I'm still out here working. I'm still out here trying to sell stuff and make stuff get where it belongs and all that good shit. You know how it is. We juggle, we multitask. We get the job done. And yeah, so Baylor is that game's already well underway. Why is it? Yeah, that game's over. Why is it the beginning of the Baylor game? Did I click on a replay of this shit or something? This is supposed to be Marquette and North Carolina, and it is not. Or are they showing highlights or something? The fuck is this? No, this is supposedly live coverage. All right, let me get out of this and figure out what the hell's going on with this game, because I'm not getting this is not the Marquette North Carolina matchup you were looking for. That's for damn sure. All right, there we go. Now we got it. All right, so Marquette North Carolina. Here we go. That's probably my favorite matchup for this early set of games, because I actually have, what do I have? I think I have 4 or 5 brackets. I have one CBS Sportsline or whatever it's called bracket, and then the others are, come on, am I not on here? There we go. Okay, that's probably what it is. All right, let's see. Let's do that, and then that. Where's my CBS or my ESPN? All right, so I have. Bear with me here for a second. I should probably log in to maybe when AG gets on here and I can be distracted away from my my streaming. I'll pull up. I'll try to pull up my my brackets so I can display those on the screen here. But as of right now, no such luck. All right, I don't know what the hell's going on here. No, well, just go ahead and kill that since it's not working. All right. Try to pull up for y'all real quick, see what my internet connection is not offline, you fool. I'm telling y'all, having three games streaming, and then two computers streaming this live is doing a number on the bandwidth of my internet connection here, but doesn't matter. We grift all day anyway. So I'm trying to pull this up because I want to see who. Oh my God, seriously? Well, it's going to be a minute because I don't know if it's the CBS, the ESPN thing that's offline, or if it's my internet connection. But I had that issue earlier today, and it wasn't my internet connection then, so it may not be now. But it wasn't letting me log in earlier. I don't know if have any of y'all had that problem. Y'all doing the ESPN bracket thing? I prefer the CBS one, but I had the Pick and Winners guys. They set theirs up through ESPN, so I went ahead and signed up there too. And I have like 4 brackets in there, and I can't get into it now. I was going to tell y'all, but I picked North Carolina in 2 or 3, and then I picked Marquette in 1, maybe 2. So actually, I picked North Carolina in 3 or 4 because I did 5 total brackets. 1 on CBS. Maybe I did 2 on CBS. I might have done 5 or 6 brackets. Shit, I don't know. But anyway, so UNC North Carolina right about to tip off in Fort Worth. So that one should be fun and interesting. And then if they win, they got to play Baylor pretty much at home. Not at home for North Carolina, at home for Baylor. Pretty much at Baylor because Fort Worth, you're right there in their backyard. You're gonna have your work cut out for you, your hands full in that game. But I'm not saying that that North Carolina is not up to the task. I think it's going to be tough. All right, so let's see. Is this thing? Oh, all right, good. It's working again. All right, so yeah, we got Marquette, North Carolina, and the conclusions of these other 2 games that the Richmond, Iowa, and Gonzaga, Georgia State games, which Georgia State, listen, guys, Georgia State is up 1 on Gonzaga right now. So, hey, it's not out of the realm of possibility. Oh, shoot. I remember one year Ryder almost beat North Carolina. That was when I can't remember the coach's name. He was the coach who took over for Dean Smith. Old guy. Oh, shit, I can't remember. Before Roy Williams came over. Okay, so I have St. Mary's and I have Creighton in those games. I think I do have San Diego State picked in 1 bracket, but I leaned very heavily towards Creighton in that matchup. And then Indiana St. Mary's. I have St. Mary's just pretty much running through. I have St. Mary's actually knocking off Baylor in a couple of brackets. So I definitely have them beating Indiana in the first round. And then I have UCLA losing to Baylor and knocking off Baylor, and I have St. Mary's losing to Baylor and also knocking off Baylor, but more often than I just don't know about Baylor's injury situation, so that'll be the determining factor, I think. Switch audios. I don't know what keeps going on, y'all. At least the live bracket gets to stay up on the screen while I'm my video feed is dipping out. But I don't know. It's just crazy. So North Carolina comes out the gate gunning. They're up 5. About all right, y'all. We already been through this before. We're gonna keep going. Yeah, the redacted is on my biscuit. Shit, man. So I don't know. Apparently, whatever they were working on, they're still working on it, and it keeps fucking up. Oh, every time I do this, every time I get back online on my phone, the shit comes back. I think it's coming back. I'm not certain, but anyway, we're gonna stay on here for a minute. Apologize for the green screen, but this is what it looks like when I don't have the virtual background up. I was digging in on my canes too, man. I've been having this shit sitting next to me for, I don't know, what is it, 4 o'clock, for like 5 hours now, and I'm just kind of finishing it up now. It's hell trying to eat lunch while you're talking the whole time. I should have eaten the whole thing while Tyler was here. Plus, that was a lot earlier. It was still hot at that point. But, oh well. It is what it is. I don't think. I still think I'm not connected. I don't know what the hell's going on. But, yeah. They're on my ass, man. shout out to all of y'all for coming through and watching. I don't know. Y'all are going to have to tell me what the hell's going on because I can't see shit. At least not at the moment. Although I do appear to have some resemblance of my signal beginning to come back. Let's see. Perhaps. Are we back, y'all? Are we back? I think we're back. All right.
We are back.
Oh, yo, Ant. What's up?
What up, bro?
You saving my life, bro. Like, my internet is like, of course, today, my internet service.
Yeah, I see that because you're definitely broken up. What up, everybody? It's your boy Ant. Just got out of work, so now we're tuning in. About to hop on this March Madness grift.
Say what?
Bro, I didn't hear anything you said, bro.
I said that my internet just decides to screw me over today of all
to
day.
Crap out today.
Yeah, but with all the other shit I've been going through, I don't want to get into details about it. But like it's hard for me not to suspect other things too. But I'm hoping that's not the case.
Understandably so. I tuned into the show for a little while. There he is. What up, everybody?
All right, here I am.
How many we got watching? 5 people watching right now.
Yeah,
there we go.
We've had some more. We've had like 10 or 11 or so. Yeah, I'm back. All right, so now if this shit goes down again, at least have you to kind of keep holding it down while we wait for me to come back. Maybe you can talk through.
I got to download the March Madness app right now.
For CBS or ESPN?
No, they just have the generic March Madness app where you can watch every game for free.
Oh yeah. The MMOD, whatever, the March Madness on demand or whatever. Yeah. I feel you. Yeah.
So I'm about to open that up right now. Got it on my Xbox.
Oh, on the Xbox? Oh, all right. Yeah, that's a good.
I'm pissed, man. I had Providence getting upset, bro.
I could have told you different, bro. Like I'm 3-0 already. I'm on my way to being like 5 or 6-0 at this point.
Perfect.
Yeah. So, well, bro, it was a very small sample size for perfection, but
yeah,
right. You what's that deal? When celebrate every victory because
survive in advance, man.
None of them are guaranteed. Yeah.
Survive in advance, bro. I also have Richmond upsetting Iowa, so that's looking good.
Yeah.
Wow, Georgia State is only. Oh, okay.
I mean, it's early, but I was still kind of surprised and impressed that they hung around like they did in that game. That was kind of crazy.
Yeah, I tuned in a little bit before, but obviously it's hard at work. I'm very hands-on at work.
Right. Yeah, I feel you. I figured as much. I figured it was going to be like not much, if anything at all, until you were able to like break free, and then you'd be in on here. But now it's been some good games. I don't know if you had a chance to check out any of the action.
I caught the end of the Memphis game. I was getting nervous.
Yeah, that was. I thought they had them done, and then they let them get back into the game. Shit.
Yeah, I mean, up 20, they probably got a little bit too confident.
Mm-hmm. Well, and the other thing is too, you can't ever discount the other team coming out and just being like, "Look, we're going to give them the most intense 5 minutes, and then once we do that, then we're going to give them another intense 5 minutes, and then all you have to do is if you can absorb those body blows,
right,
you can kind of hang on and just kind of lean on them a little bit." So, I don't know, this North Carolina team's interesting. Like, they've got some skill, and they've got...
Nah, bro, you want to know what the deal is at North Carolina? They flip a coin.
Oh, no, I know.
Flip a coin because they're the most volatile team I've seen all year. They spanked Duke in Duke at Cameron Indoor with Coach K's last game, and then they suck in the ACC tournament.
Yep. That's why I'm like, they're interesting. They could win a couple of games
Yeah.
Or they could lose this one.
I'm really interested in this Iowa game just because a lot of people have Iowa as their sleeper winning it all.
Mhm.
And, I got to turn on my TV a little bit. I watched them play, and basically they just have the twin brothers, and that's it. I wasn't too impressed with everybody else. I feel like it's really important to actually, and I'm not going to sit here and lie, I didn't watch a lot of college basketball this year. I like Syracuse, so I watched about 5 or 6 Syracuse games, and they suck, so it was hard to get into. I watched like 2 Duke games, and I watched like one Gonzaga game.
Okay.
So I didn't watch a lot this year, but whenever the tournaments come on, the conference tournaments, that's when I tune in and watch. And I actually went to the ACC championship game, Virginia Tech versus Duke.
Virginia Tech beat Duke.
Yeah, and I was not impressed by Duke by any measure. I mean, and the crazy thing is, bro, they're probably going to have 2 top 10 draft picks.
Yeah.
But, like, I don't know if, like...
That Banchero kid is a handful, bro.
Like, man, it was the craziest thing because they weren't even looking for him in the second half.
They did the same
running
thing.
The offense.
They did the same thing against North Carolina. He just, like, disappeared for, like, 5 minutes. And I was like, why aren't they... Like, this dude was killing him in the first half.
Yeah, I don't understand. Like, they were running a couple pick and rolls with him, but if I were them, I would have looked for a post up every single time down the floor. He was really unstoppable. But other than that, Virginia Tech was killing them. I mean, the one kid had the game of his life. He had like 6 threes in the first half.
Well, they hit a bunch of threes as a team. Like they were.
Yeah, he started off the game 6 for 6 from 3, bro. Like when you have a game like that, it's kind of hard to win. But but yeah. Anyway, back to Iowa. Iowa has like the 2 twin brothers who are very, very good. But outside of that, I wasn't too impressed. So I felt like, and a team like Richmond that's like high IQ and shoots the ball well, if they could get ahead of the game.
Yep.
And then force, Iowa to play from behind a little bit. That's when things start to get interesting.
Just stay disciplined.
And they got a small lead right now in the second half. There's about 8 minutes left. They're up, 5? Now they could, use the shot clock. And if they get some good threes, their coach said at halftime that if they were passing up a lot of threes in the beginning of the game, and they're like, Iowa's this big athletic team defensively. Like, we can't be giving up open shots because they're going to recover so quickly. So,
yeah. All right. I finally got to eat my canes. Thank you for coming in here because it's really hard to eat while you're the only person.
Yeah. I've seen you and what's his name before? Tom. Tyler, yeah, excuse me. What did I say, Tom? My bad, Tyler. I've seen you and Tyler chopping it up before.
But yeah, this has been fun. Like I said, when I first started this thing, like this is something I've been doing for almost 40 years now. Not streaming it.
Who do you have winning it all?
I mean, look, me, I'm not going to do just one bracket. Who do I have like winning? If I had to pick one,
if you had to do one bracket, who would it be?
So.
No, Chad, I don't want an explanation. If you have one team
3 months ago, it was Auburn, but entering this tournament, it's Gonzaga.
Wow. I was not expecting that answer at all. I'm on the complete other side of things.
Oh, yeah?
I have Memphis knocking out Gonzaga.
Oh, for real? Okay. Huh.
I'm nervous, though, today because the dude on Memphis just got tweaked his ankle, man. Ankles are nothing to play around with, bro.
Yeah.
It's not
and
like
it was like late in the
Well, he did it in the first half, and he was like screaming in pain.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, this guy's done. And then he had like a great second half, but he was limping the whole time.
Yeah.
So hopefully you can get the medical attention they need.
Yeah.
Oh, Richmond needs a bucket right
Tape it up.
Look, I don't understand. Have you been watching this Richmond game? Their big white boy just keeps bringing the ball down the court. I'm like, all right, get it to a guard.
This TV keeps like bugging out on me, and so it's not playing. So I don't know what. Let me get to where I'm back live again. I've been having some internet connection issues this whole time. So this game is no. That's a charge. He like just steamrolled that dude.
I mean, it was close, but
were they doing NBA jerseys on these guys or something? With the they got equality on the back of their jersey and stuff. Like what?
Yeah, it's always time to grift, man. Everybody's tuning in.
Well, no, that Richmond doesn't have any of that shit. But I think everybody for Iowa has equality.
Probably.
How could you think that's not a charge? Like the rules in college, you don't have to be set. All you have to do is be in defensive position and moving laterally or backwards, and that's it.
I don't think anybody knows
what the rules are.
Let's go.
So you're like probably 5 seconds ahead of me. I just see it now. Yeah. Right at the top of the key. That's
the streaming app is like actually very, very fast. I think it's almost fast as live television. Okay. Some of the streams are a little bit wow. I was 0 for their last 9 field goal attempts.
Well, the only thing is I have 3 games going at one time, so I can't use the streaming app for all of them. Right. So I got like a TV up there, and I don't have that I can't do the app there. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I can, but I didn't go look into trying to get it. Listen, I'm just going to throw this out there. Like, I know I picked Gonzaga. I just said I picked Gonzaga. The fact that they are tied at 21 with 7.5 minutes to go in the first half actually makes me think they're definitely going to win the national championship this year. Because I said this earlier. I don't know if you were listening during that part, but it happens every time. Like the teams that seem like they're like on the brink of disaster early get their shit together. They get that out of their system, and then they just go on a run. And the teams that blow out a couple of teams early, they end up losing to like the 5 seed.
I disagree, man. I really don't think Gonzaga is that good. People don't realize that they play in the West Coast Conference, and that conference is absolutely terrible. The only other team in that conference that ever gives them a chance is St. Mary's. St. Mary's is like that 40-year-old who's like at the YMCA still giving the young guys buckets. That's how YMCA. That's how St. Mary's plays.
That's how YMCA plays.
That's how St. Mary's plays. So like when I see Gonzaga, they always get the number 1 seed.
No, they
always
don't.
Like undefeated.
They've been grinding for like decades to try to get to where they got respect, and then when they finally got it, they started getting like 2, 3, 4s and an occasional 1. They've got ones recently.
Their team last year was very, very good.
Yeah.
All right, I'll give them that. But they always have the easiest road to the finals because of the position they're in. They don't play any real competition in conference all year. That's why when you go against the gritty, that's why I have them losing to Memphis. Memphis is one of those teams that could beat any team any day of the week, but they're also so like dumb at times where it's like,
I know what you mean.
You can lose, like they can lose to a lesser opponent.
That's how LSU is. LSU was up like, and this is when Kentucky was playing like really well. They went into Rupp and were up like 9 or something like that. They were up like 16 at one point, and they were up like 9 at halftime or something, and they ended up losing by like 7.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't like them. I watched them.
All right, so
I watched them a few times. Like they got what's his name, Timmy.
Yeah,
that's like their best player.
No, well, I mean,
you could argue Chet, but like,
no, but that
I'm not relying on
Nemhard is pretty good too.
I'm not relying on those guys to get me over the top. I'm just not.
So wait, hang on. So Drew Timme is averaging 17.5 a game. Chet Holmgren 14.2. Strother is 12.3. Andrew Nemhard 11.7. This Bolton kid 11.2. They're scoring deep. Like they got 5 guys averaging double figures.
Yeah, because they play in a horrible conference, man. Their average margin of margin of victory?
They play in a horrible conference, but look,
What is their average margin of victory?
I don't know.
Please look that up.
Listen,
yeah,
I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. Listen, I'm going to take you to their game against Texas. All right. So their game against Texas. Texas does not suck.
No, Gonzaga sucks.
They beat Texas by 12. Timme had 37. Bolton had 16. Nemhard had 9. Holmgren only had 2. That was like early. Like he was just getting his legs. Shit! I got off.
Oh man, Richmond might blow this game, man. They're making terrible mistakes.
Oh yeah, that was wait. How did that? Wait, he threw that out there? I thought he got tipped. I thought they blocked a shot or something. Because they did lose to Duke and Alabama, but they beat UCLA. That was at home. And in that game, Nemhard had 24. Timme had 18. Holmgren had 15 and 6 rebounds. Strother had 12. Like that's against a good UCLA team. And they still had their starting 5 had
They
9
beat UCLA?
Yeah, by 20.
Yeah, I mean that's a good win. But how long? That was early in the year, right?
That was in November. But that's also when they lost their the game to Alabama and
You're frozen. Well, everybody who could still hear me and not hear Chad, I'm here to tell you that Gonzaga is not going to win the national championship. You could book that one. They are overrated. They're a good team, but they do not play good competition all year long. They have one other good team in their conference, which is St. Mary's. Other than that, in conference, they spank everybody. They don't face real competition until they get to the tournament. In the tournament, defensively, things pick up. Referees tend to swallow their whistle on 50-50 calls. There's a lot of variables that go on. I don't think Gonzaga is going to win. That's just my 2 cents. Oh, there goes Chad. Dang, this man's been on for 5 hours. What up, everybody? Put a 1 in the chat if you could hear your boy. I don't know, man. I hope Richmond can pull off this Iowa upset. A lot of people have Iowa winning. A lot of people, if they don't have Iowa winning, they have them in their national championship game. That's a lot of points as far as the bracket goes when it comes to all that stuff. So I'm hoping Richmond can pull off this upset. I have Richmond pulling off this upset in every single one of my brackets. Like I said before, Iowa is a very, very solid team, but they only have the 2 twin brothers that I was really impressed with. I think towards the end of the year, you really got to tune into these teams and the conference play. I think the conference play matters a ton. That's why I'm not confident in Duke either. A lot of people have Duke in the national championship winning it. They got 2 top 10 NBA talents. But just from what I've seen in the later part of the season, that loss to UNC was terrible. I don't understand how you lose that game, Coach K's last home game. I don't know what other type of motivation you need. Then they lost in the ACC championship, which they did not look good in at all. And the 2 games before that, they barely escaped. They played Syracuse without Syracuse's best player, and they almost lost. They should smoke. They beat Syracuse by 20 points both times in the regular season. And it was like a 2-possession game with 4 minutes left in the ACC tournament. That should not be close. If you're a dominant team, those games like that should not be close. If you're a dominant team, you're not losing to Virginia Tech. Now, Virginia Tech, they were hungry that week. Everybody got up to play. They got an awesome guard, Storm Murphy. He was on Wofford a few years ago when Wofford upset a few teams. And that coach from Wofford and Storm Murphy ended up, transferring to Virginia Tech. So they do have good players, but if you're one of the best dominant teams in the country, then you have to be able to take care of business when time comes. That's why I'm not a fan of Duke either. We got 4 minutes left in this Iowa game. It's Richmond ball. They're putting on a little bit of a press. If Richmond's got to get a bucket here. They got to get a bucket here. They got to use the shot clock. Iowa has 3 timeouts left. That's one annoying thing about basketball, and I'm a basketball player. The end of games take so long with all the timeouts and media timeouts. Wow, Iowa with a nice defensive possession right there. What did Dana say? Most overrated number 1 was Wichita State. Yeah, that Wichita State number 1 seed, they based that number 1 seed off the previous year when they went on that Cinderella run and went to the Final Four. That team was awesome with Clee Anthony Early, Fred VanVleet, and all them. Wow, Iowa within 2. But yeah, that Wichita team was definitely overrated a little bit. I don't think they should have been a 1 seed. They probably only got that 1 seed because they're undefeated. But yeah. It's hard not to give them a 1 seed, though, when you go undefeated, Probably deserved a 2 or a 3, but when you go undefeated in the regular season, that's why Gonzaga always gets number 1s. Because they're always like 31-0 or whatever the case. Short. Ooh, that was ugly. Offensive rebounds. Kickball. 2 minutes left in this Iowa game. What are the scores of these other games looking like? I gotta tune in. My bad. I keep looking this way. That's where my TV is at. Wow, Georgia State is beating Gonzaga. I hope Georgia State wins. That'd be amazing. Ooh, and one for Iowa. That wasn't a foul. UNC is spanking Marquette. Wow. All right. If you guys aren't tuned into this Richmond game versus Iowa, you need to tune in right now. There he is.
What's going on in that game? Because
Iowa just got an and one. They're down 2 with 2 minutes left.
All
Keegan
right.
Murray's at the line.
Yeah, I'd have to go check my other brackets, my ESPN brackets, because I think I did one or two CBS ones.
Yeah, I did one ESPN.
We did like
two
four
two ESPN,
ESPN
two.
ones.
I did one ESPN, 3 CBS. It's so annoying how there's all that. I mean, I get it. There's all these different companies, but it's like having to just keep on going in between apps to check how you're doing and everything.
Right. No, I feel you. Like I wish. And the thing is, like, you have all these people. It's like it's like Android and Apple.
Rebound.
It's like Apple and Android. You know, like you have people who are like diehards on both sides. So like you're never going to get the CBS people to switch to ESPN, and you're never going to get the ESPN to switch to CBS. So you're just stuck. Unless you're just going to do one.
And one.
Oh, for real?
Let's go.
Oh, shit.
That's kind of annoying. How
Did you pick this? Did you pick this game?
Yeah, I have.
Oh, wow. That was a sick and one, too, though.
Yeah, that was nice. He threw that up there. That was like a Kyrie-esque layup.
Yeah, and he got shoved from behind, too, as he was doing it. Like, or not shoved, but bumped.
If you get fouled by 2 people, you should get 2 free throws.
So you're saying 15 fouled him, too?
Yeah, they both pushed him.
Okay.
CBS Sports. Yeah, man, I have
his hand on him.
I have this Richmond upset in all my brackets, man. Like
in all
the
of
thing
them?
is with March, bro. Like you have to. That's how you win brackets. You have to. I'm not saying like I've only won one bracket tournament in my life, but that's how people win by picking like seeking these 12-5 upsets. Like that's why I thought Providence was going to lose today, man.
Well, look,
South Dakota State is they're the highest scoring team in the country, and I didn't think Providence was that strong defensively, but today they showed up.
Oh no! See, I mean, if you had watched, I was talking about that game, the whole first section of it. Like, you want to talk about not playing anybody? All right, let's pull this up real quick, just so I can show you how bad of a pick that was. I mean, we already saw on the scoreboard how bad of a pick it was, but listen to this. So you say what you say about Gonzaga, but they had the 52nd strength of schedule, and they were 5-3 against the top 25.
They suck.
Okay, all right. So let's take it to Providence. All right,
let's go. Let's go. Just shot an air ball, bro.
Let's go look at Providence, South Dakota State, so we can get the. Oh, they don't show the matchup anymore. I can't click on the little information button for the matchup anymore because it's the game's over. Wait, maybe I can do it on this one. No shit. Oh man. This is some bullshit, bro. Well, anyway, San Diego State had the 343rd best schedule in the country. That's like outside of Division I almost.
No, I understand that. Like
they did all that.
Here's the difference,
against
though.
Nobody.
Yeah, I mean 100%, and that's a very good point. But
that's why they only scored.
They're still used to putting up a lot of points.
But they only scored. No, was it 57? Yeah, they scored 57. They were 30 points off their average. They scored 87 points a game, and they only scored 57 points today.
Yeah, bro, 30 points, bro. That's a huge difference.
Yeah. Well, I had a feeling that Providence playing that tough Big East schedule that they were gonna be able to come in there and use that experience because that's one thing. It's one thing if you play like Gonzaga's schedule and you have it front loaded with UCLA, Alabama, Duke, Texas, all those games.
This kid has the worst free throw routine I've ever seen in my life. Look at this release.
Ooh, bro, what was that?
He was like,
that's like this dude is like, he's like,
damn,
I don't know, 37 years old, and he still thinks it's supposedly, like nobody ever corrected you, bro. Nobody ever said.
Yo, I don't it will forever bother me how these guys get to these high level schools and just nobody
stopped them at any point and said, "Hey,
like, dude, I understand. Like, you might be but fundamentals are fundamentals.
Right.
If you can't teach a kid how to shoot a free throw, I understand. These bigger centers have like bigger hands and everything, but if you can't teach somebody how to shoot a free throw,
that's not that kid's hands though. That kid takes a shot and he goes.
Like that was terrible form. How do you watch that every day in practice and not say anything?
If that kid was 6 and he was doing that, I'd be like, no, we're not doing that. I'm certainly not letting him get away with it at 17.
I could teach someone who's never played basketball before how to have a decent form within an hour.
Mm-hmm.
And you're telling me you're with this dude every single day, and that's his free throw routine? That's embarrassing.
It is. It's very. All right, so I have Iowa in that one. I got to go through and see how many brackets I picked Iowa to win this game in, because I think it's all of them. Shit.
Bro,
I thought for sure I picked Richmond.
All the experts were on Iowa, man.
Yeah,
Anytime I see something like that, it's just human nature too. I'm like, yeah, there's.
Well, I wasn't on Iowa like that, where because like Dana was talking about before. He said Sean Marion had the best technique. Okay.
Yeah, but the thing is, Sean Marion's technique was horrible, but the ball went in. Yeah. So that you could live with. When did you just watch this kid's shooting routine? That was horrible.
Did I pick shit? I thought I picked Richmond to win.
Let's go Spiders. Let's go Spiders.
No, I picked Iowa every time around. Damn. Okay.
I don't blame you, man. Everybody, there's people who had them winning the national championship.
Yeah,
bro.
see, that's what I'm saying. Dana had them going all the way to the finals, and I was like, nah, I don't see that. I mean, I could see them mostly because I could see them getting to the Final Four because,
oh my god,
they just get a turnover. Oh, and a layup. Yo, let's go.
Bro, just get the ball across. You'll get fouled. I don't understand why they always try. I hate when teams try these complex inbound things.
Yeah.
Just screen away, and if they double the point guard, you have your big man flash to the middle, and you just hit him, and he'll pass it right back to you. I don't understand why these coaches try all these different crazy things.
Yeah.
Like, it's cool if it works. But why risk it when you could just have your big man flash? He catches it and throws it right back to the inbounder. There's nobody guarding the inbounder.
Gonzaga's down by 4, by the way, with 2.5 minutes left in the first half.
I saw that.
Holy shit, bro.
Gonzaga sucks. I'm telling
you. Shut up, bro.
They're gonna lose. They're gonna lose. What's Georgia State's?
Look, I won't even.
Georgia State's mascot.
I won't even be. I don't know. I'm assuming it's a bulldog just because Georgia's the Bulldogs, but I know that's wrong. I think they're the Tigers or something. I don't remember.
I think they are the Georgia State.
No, it's something else. All right, let's look it up. Where's Gonzaga? At the very top. Georgia State Cougars or something. It looks like Panthers. Okay.
Georgia State Panthers?
Yeah. I knew it was a cat. I said tiger. It was a panther. All right. This game's over.
11 points.
Whoa. Why are you? Oh, they foul on. Okay. He fouled. That was. Whew.
They had a foul to give.
Yeah. That wasn't a bad foul.
But
yeah, so Richmond was this close to not even being in the tournament last weekend.
I know.
They beat Davidson on like a buzzer beater, and or maybe not a buzzer beater, but they like closed it out late with free throws or something like that.
Yeah. Oh, this game's just about over. 5 seconds left.
Is that out on? Okay, so Iowa's got the ball with 5.
Iowa has the ball, 5.5. They're going to draw up a play. Probably Iowa 5.5. 3. They're going to draw up a play. They're going to have their best shooter come off a curl, try to get a catch
all the way
and
around
shoot.
to the corner or the wing or something.
But their secondary, they're going to have the big man setting the screen, release for a lob to the rim.
Yeah. Yeah, have him be the elbow screen and then flash to the rim. Or
Ooh,
flash to the rest of the.
No, that's definitely Iowa's basketball.
You're saying on the tip?
Basketball. Yeah.
Yeah, that went off of 4. Is it 4 or 1 off his hands under his legs?
Yeah. I hate when it's like blatant in the review and then they still take like 5 hours.
Jeez, yeah, it's insane. Unnerving.
Actually, I'm going to be pissed if Gonzaga doesn't win because DraftKings was running a promotion where they boosted the money line to plus 100.
See,
so
that's
basically free money. And
if you had told me that, if you had told me that, I would have said, you know what? Find out where you can get the plus whatever it is for Georgia State and take that instead. Because that's one of those things. Every time they do one of those odds boosts, it's yeah, haha, sucks for you, bitch. Oh, they got it. Yo, that was actually pretty. That was a good play. Yeah, no, that was a good play. I didn't expect them to curl 2 guys like that right in the middle.
What did I tell you, bro? A lob right to the rim.
Yeah, but they curled. So they curl the first kid to the rim, and then this kid comes on the backside because the other guy just cleared out.
That was a great play call by Iowa coach.
Yeah, see 24.
That's why coaching matters.
And then he cuts out to the outside, and then he evades or evacuates that area.
Yeah,
that was great. Because now they all have their eyes on 24, and then there's 15. That's a well designed play. Because the one guy is like every team runs a corner 3 on that inbounds play. What I always think is funny is the teams that guard really hard the wing that's opposite the backboard. I'm like, there's no way the ball's getting there. Like he has to throw the ball through the backboard to get it there. And you're going to guard the guy way out there, damn near the timeline over there. He can't get the ball to him. So
exactly.
You should just collapse in around the elbow, and defend that, and don't let the lob to the rim get you. But
wow, I'm kind of nervous. Iowa is.
They can press, and they could force a 5 here.
Yeah, that's definitely a foul. Yeah. Bro, they're defending really well.
That was really close. That was really close. Like, I mean, that was a foul, but like that's one of those plays that like if they don't call it,
like, bro, that's a foul, right? That's a foul the entire time.
Yeah, he was holding him. But I'm just saying, like, that's one of those plays that it wouldn't surprise me if they didn't call it. Yeah, and then that's just OB when he stepped, or did he step out? They actually probably did him a favor by calling that foul. Because if they don't call the foul, I don't think he stepped out, and then he ends up getting the ball to the guy over on the other sideline, and then you got a couple of seconds coming off, and then you got a foul.
Got it. This kid's got to hit both, man.
Yeah.
Ant could see the future. Thank you, Tyler. Nah, man, I've just played a lot of basketball. Once you play 10 million hours of basketball, and I've coached a little bit, you kind of know what plays.
You design these plays yourself sometimes, right? Yeah.
If anytime I had a kid on my team that could catch an alley-oop, I would always try to, like, and we had a out of bounds play. We would run an alley-oop play on it if the other team was playing the 2-3 zone.
Mm-hmm.
You just have your guards. One of them screens. They screen the big man in the middle,
yeah.
And then the other guy screens the bottom right guy.
Mm-hmm.
You throw it. They screen. You have your guy run down. They throw it up to the rim. Let your athletic big do all the work.
Yep.
But that play call, that was a very nice play call, man. I didn't think they were going to run that double curl like that. Usually when it was a 4-point game, you usually run your best shooter a decoy to the corner because the big man is like, your big man is usually pretty stupid and he'll bite on it. Mm-hmm. And then it leaves the release there. It leaves the release for the big man to catch a lob.
Yeah. And it's not a small feat that they gave him a half a second back. But I don't know. Did he make the second free throw? Because I'm behind.
He hasn't shot it yet.
He hadn't shot it yet. Okay. No. I might be caught up with you then. Because if he doesn't make it, then we got a shot. But if he hits this, it's over. There's no way you're gonna. I've seen a lot of crazy things, but I just
you just get out of the way at that point.
Yeah, you just get out of the way and let him.
He made it.
You made it. All right. Yeah, it's over then. Yeah, you just let them go do whatever they're going to do, and then have two guys deep and just throw it down there and be like, all right, I dare you to like catch this and then still, do something with it.
Yep, that's the game.
All right, so that's a big hero.
This ref just called a travel.
He called that? Wow. All right, pump fake, catch, pump fake,
foul. That wasn't a travel.
Yeah, it was a foul, but
it doesn't matter. There's 2 seconds.
Catch, pump fake, draw the contact, and see if you can get that and 4.
If I'm Richmond, I was about to say, call the timeout. This is what you say to your kids. Don't do anything.
Exactly. Just stand there. I don't care what happens. There,
catch and shoot.
I would look with 2 seconds left. With 2 seconds left, up by 4. I'm just letting them inbound the ball to a 3-point shooter. I'm having all my people stand at the baseline, inbound the ball to a 3-point shooter, let him shoot it. By the time the ball goes in, the game's over anyway.
This is what you do.
You make it to where there's no chance you can.
This is what you do. You put one guy right underneath the basket because you don't want to give up a layup a lob that takes 0.1 of a second because they could throw it right by the rim.
Yeah,
and he could just tap it in. You know what I'm saying? That only takes 0.1 or 2.
I know. That's why I said line up everybody by the baseline so that you.
I would have one person on the inbounder.
Mm-hmm.
Like you said, let them shoot the 3. If by the grace of God there's time left on the clock, you just launch it into the other side of the court.
But you have to have somebody over there and throw it to them.
Yeah.
Because LSU had a play. Do you remember Hot Plate Williams, John Williams, back in the day? There were 2 John Williams at a given time in the NBA, like in the 80s and 90s.
Yeah, I wasn't
one of them was Hot Rod, and the other one they called him Hot Plate because he put on about 150 pounds when he got to the NBA. He went to LSU. I think we were playing Georgia. Shout out to Tyler. And maybe it was Auburn. I don't remember, but I think it was Georgia. And we had the ball under Georgia's basket with like 2 seconds left and like a 1-point lead. And so his bright idea is I'll just throw the ball to the other end of the court and it'll bounce its way out of bounds. And that was a good D actually, because even if he foul him and he makes it, it doesn't matter. But anyway, his bright idea was to throw the ball across the court and let it bounce its way out of bounds to run out the clock. Well, if no one touches the ball, what happens, Ant? Georgia gets the ball under. Yeah. Georgia gets the ball under their own basket inbounding.
Yeah,
and they get a bunny and win by 1 at the buzzer because he threw the ball to no one.
Right.
So you got to have somebody back there, and make the defense make a play on the ball, or let your guy make a play on the ball and actually catch that inbound. All right, so let me get my other games pulled up here.
Yeah.
I want to see
Gonzaga's at the half.
Yeah, they're up.
Dang, North Carolina is spanking Marquette.
Yeah, they're killing them. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying with Carolina, bro. They're the most volatile team, bro.
Yeah,
like sometimes you're like, yo, they can win the national championship. Other times I'm like, dude, you couldn't beat first graders.
There's teams like that though, and that's why those teams end up as 8-9 seeds, right?
Yep.
Because they don't have that whole other thing. So like I'm hoping that my internet issues are done.
On Carolina's best day of the week, man.
Mm-hmm.
They could be like a 2 or 3 seed, you know?
Yep.
But they've sucked.
Armando Bacot is a monster, and that what's the big redheaded kid's name? Can't remember his last name. It's like Mania or something like that. Let me look it up.
Dang, man. If Georgia State beat Gonzaga, that'd be huge.
Manic. Huge. That's his name, Manic.
My girlfriend also picked Gonzaga to win. She's a Gonzaga fan. So she picked Gonzaga to win every year. So whenever they lose, we get into a fight. I'm like, I told you not to pick them. She's like, shut up.
Fire, bro. Yeah, they're killing Marquette. All right, so Zaga's up, and is that it? Is that all we got? Yeah, that's all we got for this afternoon slate. Yeah, this is the part of the day where it starts to slow down. You only have these 2 games, and then
7
there's
o'clock.
there's not
7 to
another
10.
game that starts until an hour from now, and there's and then you have like 4 that all run like back to back to back like that. So you got the one that I'm looking forward to. 2 of them tonight is that Creighton and San Diego State matchup, and that Indiana St. Mary's matchup.
I'm looking forward to the Indiana matchup, man.
Yeah.
I think Indiana has a very good chance of winning.
I also think
know.
St. Mary's could knock off Baylor in the third round though too. Like I think St. Mary's could make a little
St.
run.
Mary's, like I said, bro, St. Mary's is that like old school team where they just like don't make mistakes. They just have that old man game, and you're just like, why are you guys winning? You shouldn't be winning, but they always just are in the mix.
Their point guard is like really disciplined. That's one of the things I noticed when I watched them play, because I watched them play both of those late in the season games against Gonzaga, the one where they beat Gonzaga at home, and then in the West Coast Conference Championship game. And in both of those games, they wait, what the hell happened over here? This thing crapped out on me, it looks like. My computer's just like fucking up. Anyway, their point guard is like really disciplined.
Right.
He can handle, but he's not like super flashy or anything. He's just like very, I don't know, workmanlike, and he just works his way into like these little 8-foot elbow-ish jumpers, like that range, like the little short to intermediate range.
Yeah.
And the rest of the time he's just like dribbling around and finding someone to kick to, or to feed in the post. And I really like the way he plays. What's his name? Let's see. I think it's this. Let's see who's got is it this Coos? Is that him? Shit, I don't know. 6'2", 185. That sounds about right. All right, hang on. My wife's calling me. Just a second.
You good? Dana says, my advice, don't copy my picks.
Yeah, he picked Longwood to beat Tennessee, and he picked Iowa State. I mean, he picked Iowa to go all the way to the national championship. So
Tennessee is very good, man. Tennessee is one of my. Tennessee is very, very good, man. So is LSU, man.
Yeah,
I think LSU defensively, they're extremely good.
Yeah,
I have them going all the way to the Elite Eight, bro. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm torn. LSU to me is capable of going to the Final Four. They're like North Carolina to me, even though they are.
I wouldn't be surprised if they got smoked either
in the first round.
But like, those are, dude, to win March Madness brackets, those are picks you have to like make. You have to make those.
Like, take a stab at them. Yeah.
Those bold picks.
Yeah.
So,
do you agree though that like it's gotten a little bit different recently, where I think some of these mid majors, as they have like for instance today,
because they're all on, because a lot of these games are on TV now,
right? So and also the committee, I think, is doing a better job of actually correctly seeding teams now. You don't think
as far as the mid majors? Yeah, maybe a little bit, but like I feel like they gave Duke and Gonzaga the easiest, like the easiest.
Oh, I'm not talking. Yeah, I'm not talking about how they combine them with the other.
Just talking about the smaller schools.
I'm just talking about the fact that you have these smaller schools, these non-Power 5 conference schools that used to always be the 12, 13, 14s, that now those teams are getting 5 and 6 looks.
Yeah.
Whereas before it used to be like, oh my God, I can't believe Austin
like
Peay
same
beat
like
so-and-so. And it's like,
yeah,
well,
like
St.
Mary's in the past would be like an 11 seed or something like that.
Exactly. And they're like, 5 now.
They're good.
They're good. Yeah, exactly. So you have a couple of things at work there that are making that possible. You have first and foremost the emergence of the mid-major conferences as like legitimate threats, but then you also have the fact that a lot of these bigger schools are loaded with like one and done types. And those mid-major schools, part of what has made them better is the fact that they have guys staying there all 4 years, almost across the board.
Well, that's why. So I won my bracket last year. I was the only person in my entire tournament out of like 25 people to pick Baylor last year. And I picked them for that exact reason. They had good guards who were like 4-year players, 3-year players. I was like, they were good all year. I was like, why? They were the 1 seed. They had a very easy path. I was like, why is nobody picking them? You know, because everybody was on Gonzaga last year.
Right.
And then they smoked Gonzaga in the final. That game wasn't even close, bro.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't close. And really, the craziest part about that is that Gonzaga probably shouldn't have even been in that game, but they hit like a full court shot or half court shot or whatever.
Oh, against UCLA?
Yeah.
Well, see, bro, I was about to say that. That's why this year UCLA is one of my sleeper teams. They're a 4 seed, but they should really be a 2 seed.
Yeah.
And they have the same exact team from last year.
Yeah. No,
they have literally the same exact team, bro.
Yeah, I'm kind of excited too about when they do the rebracket thing or whatever, where they have the challenge where you pick out of the Sweet 16 and you kind of go from there, because then you get out of all this other stuff where it's like a bunch of teams that we haven't really. Let's be honest, like I don't have time. We both have all kind of stuff going on, you know, like finding the time to go watch more than half of a Richmond game, more than half of an Iowa game, you know, like. A lot of this stuff is like, I saw them play this one time against this one team, and what if that team just happened to match up really well against their big man, but then that big man can just destroy 3/4 of the teams in the tournament? You know, those kinds of things you just don't know. Or if they didn't shoot well, but they're a lights-out shooting team.
The only time I really tune into those smaller conferences is when the conference tournaments come around.
Yeah,
because that's when, you know, they're on the main TV channels or streaming networks. And then, like you said, you could see, oh, they have this stud in this kid. This kid is an NBA talent. Yeah. Like last year, Murray State, remember, or 2 years ago, Murray State versus Marquette. Everybody's like, who's Ja Morant? It's like me and my boy, shout out my boy Kyle. My boy Kyle's really into college basketball. Like, we were talking about Ja Morant all year. We knew he was going to be a top 5 draft pick. So when it came to that game, we were like, yeah, Murray State's going to be Marquette. And that's another thing, too, yo. Murray State is very good again this year. But they're a 7 seed. Like you said.
And they're playing a really tough team.
They're playing San Francisco. They're both good young teams.
That's a really dirty – I wish they had split them up, honestly. Like,
well, that's what I was saying before with the seeding, bro. Like, they get screwed because of these bigger name teams.
Well, all right, so – what I'm talking about is like just the numbers of like where they end up. I think it's better than it used to be. So the reason I was saying that is because it's hard. You don't have as many of those 12-5, 13-4, 3-14, those kinds of. You used to almost every year have a 2 seed get knocked off by a 15 seed. That shit doesn't happen as much anymore. Yeah, bro. When I was a kid, it was like every other year. Yes.
It was common. I remember Duke losing. I mean, to be honest with you, bro, I have Duke losing in the first round.
I don't remember who they were playing in the first round. I think it was Arizona. But Santa Clara with Steve Nash was a 15 seed.
But Steve Nash wasn't Steve Nash then.
Yes, he was. Tell me how something like that would happen. What was Murray State a couple of years ago with Ja?
I thought they were a 12.
A 12?
I think Marquette was a 5. Murray State was a 12.
Okay. That's a big difference, though. Like 12-5 is you're getting a lot closer together where you're talking about like
215 is drastic.
A top 25 team versus
that was like
top
when
50 team. That's close.
That was like when Duke lost to Lehigh when they had CJ McCollum.
Yeah.
They were 15 seed.
That's what I'm saying. But that's
and when Duke lost to Mercer.
Yes.
And they're gonna lose to Cal State Fullerton. I have them losing, bro. I have them in my bracket losing.
Man. But my point is,
yes, I remember when Norfolk. Dana said when Norfolk beat Missouri. Yeah, Missouri. That was crazy, bro. People said Missouri was like. I mean, they arguably were the best team in the nation. My buddy, I'll never forget, bro. My buddy was on the couch, like basically in tears when they lost.
Is he a Mizzou fan?
No, but he loves basketball, bro. So like March Madness, like this is his holiday, bro.
Yeah,
and me too. He's the one who hosts.
I'm
He's the
doing
one
this tomorrow too.
He's
Tell
the
him
one
to
who
come on.
he hosts like the bracket. So when they
Oh
lost,
shit,
bro,
that's awesome.
we were at his bro. He was on the couch like crying, like crying.
Because it fucked his bracket up, or just like
Yeah, he had them winning the whole bracket, bro.
Oh, the whole thing. Oh my god.
This is his Christmas, bro.
Oh, that is awesome. And not awesome at the same time. Oh
No,
man,
it's awesome.
they did Frank Martin dirty. They did Frank Martin dirty. They said, you can't be in the tournament, but will you come cover the tournament with us? South Carolina got bounced like the last week or the last weekend. They were like one of those like last four or whatever for a bit. And oh well, it's sometimes it just goes that way for you. But anyway, I got to go grab something real quick. You mind holding it down real quick
I'll hold it down
for a minute? Is anything actually going on right now? Because I got
we're all
action. We're all at halftime,
right now, man.
Yeah,
The
okay.
Gonzaga game should be coming soon.
All right. Yeah, give me just a second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I remember this, man, when Norfolk beat Missouri, man. That game was crazy. Missouri was arguably the best team in the nation that year. You can see the future. That's right, I can. Nah, man, just when you watch so much sports, man, been a part of it, it's easier to read things, especially now that I'm older. AG, I'll be on in a few. My boy, let's go. Yeah, man, for anybody tuning in who hasn't hit the like button yet or left a comment, that's going to help us out. So like, subscribe, leave a comment. We got some good games coming up. Need Georgia and Gonzaga to resume. I don't know what is going on with this. These damn halftimes. That's the one annoying thing about the tournament is the halftimes are so long, bro. They got all the media timeouts and all that, man. I don't know. They might be the same exact.
It just feels longer because
It
you're
just
like,
feels.
come
Yeah,
on.
bro.
Well, what it is you're like,
bro, when I went to the Duke Virginia Tech
basketball.
Yeah, when I went to the Duke Virginia Tech game, bro, like the halftime was like 20 minutes. I was like, yo, this is ridiculous.
That's funny.
I don't know, man.
Oh, Richmond, Iowa. That's a whew.
Yeah, my buddy's pissed, bro. He had
That's a big
Iowa in his final.
And it's almost like, because I was talking before about how a lot of times people just like are kind of full of shit when they're like, oh yeah, I got this team winning, and I'm and it's like, why? Like, what's your reason? And it's like for instance, and I'm not throwing any shade at you or anything like that, Dana, but we talked about the Tennessee game. I did not like that pick at all. And
Dana, I will tell you right now,
Tennessee
that was
didn't like it either.
a horrible pick, bro.
It was a terrible pick. It definitely was. And they lost by 32. So I was right that it was a terrible pick.
The thing is, though,
let me finish my point.
Hang on did I interrupt you?
Yeah, no, it's all good though.
My fault. Go ahead. My fault.
What I was gonna say is that a lot of times people just like have a reason that they're like, well, I got to pick some upsets, so let me find some upsets to pick. And it's like, but you gotta like, you have to have. To me, you have to have a case. What I will say is, I liked what your case was. Your case was, bro, the hype is way too high on Iowa. It's almost like they were setting people up to like pick Iowa deeper in the bracket than they should have, just so that this would wipe out more brackets.
Bro, any time like one team has all this hype around it, like it's inevitable. I'm like, all right, well, something has to come crashing down.
Yeah.
And the two teams this year that have all the hype around them are
Gonzaga.
Iowa and Arizona.
Oh, Arizona. See, and
a lot of people are off Gonzaga.
I don't like Arizona.
A lot of people are off Gonzaga because of what happened last year.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I've watched Arizona a couple of times, and I don't like them. Like, I'm not a fan. I think what they are, they have a lot of like long athleticism and everything, but this may be stupid and like just like just like because I've been proven wrong with this. Like you remember the running back Chris Brown who played for the Titans and he played for I don't remember who he played for after that. Maybe the Texans or somebody. But anyway, he ran like real upright. Had like this weird like his feet were kind of outside and he just ran with this like weird footwork. I hated the way he ran and everything. I was like, there's no way I'm drafting this guy. That dude ran for like 1,200 yards his rookie year and like scored like 12 touchdowns or something. And I was just like, son of a bitch. So, but I look at Arizona and I don't like the way that they move. Like they don't look like basketball players. They look like, I don't know, Ashley Lilly type, long, lanky wide receivers who have no business being on a basketball court, yet somehow they're still like good enough to warrant a number 1 seed in basketball. I've seen them play and I'm just like, I think that the reason you're winning this game is because the other team just keeps throwing you the ball. And I don't see you actually pressuring them into doing it. And I don't like the way y'all run around. Like it looks bad. Like I don't like you as basketball players.
See, I disagree, man. Like I actually think they're very good, but I just don't like all the hype around them. It's as simple as that. When one team, the only team that I ever believed in with all the hype around them was the Anthony Davis Kentucky team, because that team was the best college basketball team like ever. That team was absolutely ridiculous.
Ever assembled?
They should have been undefeated. Ever. They lost to the one game against Indiana. Remember they made the big commercial out of it for DirecTV or whatever?
Indiana or Wisconsin? It was Wisconsin with Kaminsky. Frank Kaminsky.
Whoever they lost.
It was Wisconsin, wasn't it?
I thought it was Indiana.
No, it's another red and white
I'm
Big
like
Ten
99% sure it's Indiana.
Okay, let me go. Okay, here we go. We're gonna look. Let me pull it.
Look it up.
I'm gonna pull it up. This is when Andrew Harrison is famous for dropping the N-bomb under his breath on the microphone, talking about Frank Kaminsky. Was that game? Because that was the undefeated team, and then they lost in the Final Four before they got to the championship. And
no, not that team. They lost to Indiana during the regular season. Kentucky, Anthony Davis.
Oh, okay. I'm thinking of the team with Cat and that's right.
No,
that was
I love that
later.
team, man. I had Wisconsin winning the chip. They lost to Duke that year in the final.
Yeah, that's right. They lost to Duke. Yeah, but before that, it was okay. Yeah, you're talking about the DeMarcus Cousins, AD.
Yes,
that team. Yeah,
okay. That team was ridiculous.
Yeah. All right, I won't look it up then because now I know what you're talking about, and you are correct. I will concede.
So this is my thing about the South region, right? In Arizona, I'm a crazy guy, and I actually have Houston winning the national championship.
Really?
Yes. Very bold pick. I'm very nervous about it, but I want it to be very, very different. I watched Villanova play this year. Villanova is very, very solid. They're the 2 seed in that the South bracket.
Yeah.
They just don't have like that. I don't know, man. They just play too safe for me. And I feel like Houston's defense is just like crazy, crazy good.
Yeah.
They're
very active. They have
that's what I'm
very
saying.
Active hands.
That's why I think they could
play long. They get in passing lanes. They're trouble.
And that's why I think they're good enough to beat Arizona. They just have to show up.
Yeah.
So
to beat Arizona, definitely.
I think whoever wins that game. Let's be real. Houston has to win 2 games before they see Arizona. Right. But if that is the inevitable matchup between them and Arizona, I think whoever wins that game is going to win that region and then go on to win the national championship.
Really?
Yeah.
And I said earlier that I thought the South region was the least likely bracket to produce the national champion.
I mean, dude, Arizona and Houston are both solid. You also have Tennessee and Villanova. All those teams are solid.
Mm-hmm. I think my shit might be dying again. I don't know. Because everything's starting to like hiccup and skip and shit. So
really?
I don't know. If it happens, it happens. But
yeah. What time is AG supposed to come on?
He said in a few. That was
I got to bounce in like
8 minutes ago.
Yeah, I got to bounce in like 10 minutes.
Okay, well then that'll be a good. But this has been good. Like I appreciate, especially like because
surprise,
you're still playing. You're still playing basketball. Like it's So having your insight is very helpful, and it's actually kind of comforting too. Despite our disagreement on Gonzaga's chances in this tournament, I appreciate us kind of seeing eye to eye on a lot of this stuff, because I think we see the game through the same lens in a lot of ways. We have our disagreements, but I think I like Houston a lot too. The only thing is, like, I saw them play Memphis at home, and Memphis gave them the business, bro. Like,
but this is the thing about Memphis. Memphis is one of those teams where they all show up to play, bro. They are top 5 team in the country,
right?
But they're all maniacs. That team is full of maniacs, bro.
Exactly. They do some wild, stupid shit sometimes.
Like, they played great today.
Yeah,
but then they almost blew it in the second half because they were probably just like, "Yo, we gotta win." You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
My fault. I don't know if you can hear my dog. My dog is going crazy right now.
I've had dogs barking in the background on mine too all day, so they don't faze me. But yeah, as soon as AG gets, if you can hang tight. Well, I mean, you don't have to stay until he gets here, but he should be here any minute. But yeah, this has been fun so far, and I'm not stopping. This is my favorite sports day. To me, I don't know. I would challenge anyone to name a more like definitive sports day any day of the year.
The first weekend of March Madness is the best time of year. There's
the
no other parallel to it, man. You got all these games. You have all these upsets, like the emotions. So many people are betting on the games, everything.
So many different matchups and like clashes of styles and everything. It's so exciting. It's so good that it's honestly depressing the second weekend, because it's like, wait, there's only 2 games today? What the fuck?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, this is terrible.
Once you get to the Elite 8, you're just like, come on, dude. Like, it's fun, but it's just like
it's not the same.
And then the last week sucks because they stretch it out, and you're just like, and it's every day. It's just media. It's just literally 7 days straight of is Gonzaga gonna beat Baylor? It's like, we just talked about it for 7 hours yesterday. You want to talk about it for another 7 hours today?
Right.
Let's go Panthers, though, man. Oh, let it fly. Jump ball. That's not a foul. See, this is what I'm talking about, man. These refs are just so scared to call stuff because they're not supposed to win. This was not a foul, I think. That's a jump ball.
Wait, he called that a foul?
Oh, I think he called a foul on Gonzaga.
Whoa, that's a terrible call.
And they hit a 3.
That's easily the worst call.
Go Panthers.
What?
That was a horrible call.
That was terrible, bro. That's so bad.
I thought he called it on Georgia State, bro.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Like it was, but gee whiz, that's man. Wow, 1 point game.
Man. Georgia State, man.
This is crazy.
Wow. Take the lead.
But here's the thing. Like, this is one of those games where I think this is what I was talking about. This is the classic, because I saw this. I got to go look it up to see who it was and when. I think it was 1994, Arkansas in the first round against, I don't know who. They were terrible. Let's see, Arkansas. Hang on. Is it Vermont? No, that's this year. Let's see. What was it?
Isn't it so ridiculous how, like, sometimes you could just tell as soon as they shoot it?
Yo, what's up, AG?
Yo.
You can just tell as soon as they shoot it if it's going in or not.
Yeah. You kind of feel it.
Oh, wow.
All right, so where's Arkansas in the first round?
They are playing.
I think that was it. No.
They're playing about, Vermont.
No, I'm talking about the year that I was talking about. So this game was actually a lot closer than the final ended up being. They won by like 15, but they were like in a nip and tuck battle. I got to look it up now a little bit more. What's up, AG?
What's going on?
How's your brackets doing?
AG, who you got winning the chip, bro?
I got a perfect bracket right now. Actually, I had Richmond, so
Yo, me
we're
too.
lit. I got Arizona. I got Arizona beating Kentucky.
In the chip.
Wildcat
See, Chad?
championship
Oh, I like
He
it.
fell for the bait against who?
against Kentucky.
Kentucky. Okay. I mean, I like Kentucky a lot, but
Yeah, real quick here, since we're on it, since you asked, throw the tinfoil Koofy hat on, Chad. You got it?
oh yeah. I mean, you saw me. Did you watch it all?
Hey, yeah, I
Yeah,
was tuning
right.
in here
Okay.
and there. I was running around, but
I read your text on the air. So, but I'll throw it
Michigan
on.
one.
I'll throw it on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where is it? This way.
Yeah, we got the Michigan-Tennessee matchup now. Peyton
that's
Brady.
right.
Brady just
That's
came
right.
back
Brady
after
Manning.
Michigan after the bracket came out.
Brady
He
v. Manning is
unretired.
here. Yep.
And Russ is on the Broncos. How about that? Colorado State. That was crazy. But so I have Arizona winning because Lou Olson, legendary Arizona coach, passed away. Like I think it was last year. He started coaching Arizona in 1983, and this is the 83rd college basketball bracket.
Oh, here we go again. This bullshit got us in trouble in the Super Bowl. That's all I'm gonna say. I fell
Arizona.
for it.
Lou Olson's only championship was 1997 when Arizona beat Kentucky.
I like it
in the championship. So going with
I have Houston beating UCLA.
Okay. In the championship?
Yeah.
Why?
UCLA has the same colors as Ukraine. Nah, I read that.
God.
I read that somewhere. I was like, oh my god, that's horrible. But nah,
Bro.
honestly, I think UCLA has the same exact team from last year,
Bro.
and they're just really, really good. So I'm just like, why not put them in the chip? But Houston is just I watched them in the conference play, and they just were ridiculously good. I think they have what it takes to win. If they beat Arizona, I mean, they have to play and win 2 games before they see Arizona.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I don't know. That's my bold take, man.
Yeah.
I also want to be surprised
handle
if they,
UAB,
if they lost.
and then Illinois is going to be tough though. That's the one because Kobe Cockburn and that whole group, like that's a solid Illinois team. They kind of remind me a little bit of that Villanova team.
But the only thing is with Kofi is that Houston actually has bodies to throw at them. And they press the whole time. And Kofi he slows down their offense. As dominant as he is, he does slow down their offense a bit. So I think Houston will be able to like speed them up and get them out of their comfort zone.
Well, and you brought up something that's really important too. Like the fact that Houston can run as deep as they can. It actually reminds me a lot of that Arkansas team that I was talking about. Where they like Nolan Richardson would run like all 12 guys. And they just like pressed you. They put hands on you. And if they fouled you, they had other people to come in and they never got really in foul trouble. Did you see this? Oh, yeah. Okay. You did see it. This is what happens when you don't read Men of Order. Jeff, you crazy, bro.
That's hilarious.
Stupid. All right, fellas. It was nice tuning in with y'all, but your boys got to bounce.
Yeah. All right, man.
All right, bro.
Your brackets,
with
man.
you, bro.
You said you have Memphis. You have Memphis next round over Gonzaga, right? You said.
Correct.
I got that too,
dude. Yeah, man. I'm not a Gonzaga fan, bro. I really do not think they're that good.
That Holmgren kid, I don't think he can. I don't think he can compete in the paint with that dude on Memphis, bro. He's a bully.
Bro, I was saying to chat, like Memphis is one of those teams where it's like if they're at their best, they're the best team in the country. And if they're out there, but they're just like do all this crazy stuff all the time. Like they were up 20 points today at halftime, bro, and they almost lost. So I don't know. I'm kind of nervous though because one of their players just sprained their ankle today.
He came back though, didn't he?
Yeah, but
he was playing all right.
He was pumped full of adrenaline, and
yeah,
that's true.
We'll see, man. Hopefully, it wasn't too crazy. Yeah, but I'll catch you boys later. All right.
Yeah. So that Arkansas game I was talking about,
Peace,
Arkansas was up by 4 at halftime in that game against North Carolina A&T back in 1994, and they ended up winning the national championship, beating Duke. So I'm just saying.
Well, Houston is going to win the chip. Duke is going to lose to Cal State Fullerton.
Yo, I like the UCLA pick, bro. I have them upsetting Baylor, but losing to Kentucky.
Yeah, bro. I mean, they're definitely. I like UCLA. Kentucky, like a month ago, I was a big fan of. I think they could still win it all, but I don't know, man. Tennessee looks really good too, man. There's a bunch of like little sleeper picks that that can win it all. But UCLA just reminds me of that team, the Baylor team last year. Like they had their whole team returning.
Yeah.
They're solid. They're a little bit older. They're
And they're
playing good
hungry
towards the end of the year.
because they got robbed last year.
Yeah, exactly. So that's my 2 cents, but I got to bounce.
No, I
I'll
feel
catch you
All
guys
right, man.
later.
Peace.